On October 30th, 2012, the entertainment world was shocked when it was announced George Lucas had sold his company Lucasfilm, including the Star Wars franchise, to Bob Iger and the Walt Disney Company. Naturally, Disney was eager to get a return on their investment and ordered several films, including the long-desired Sequel Trilogy, as well as several television shows for their upcoming streaming service Disney+. Reaction to most of these projects from critics and fans has been divisive, to say the least, leading some fans to look backwards and dive into the Star Wars Expanded Universe, the original continuity from 1977 to 2014 that told the stories of what happened in the Star Wars universe outside of the films. While many have found themselves simply enjoying what was and mourning what could have been, some have taken it a step further, asserting that these stories were the true George Lucas vision for Star Wars that Disney threw in the trash can for what many felt were inferior stories that were untrue to the creator. But is this really the truth? Was the Expanded Universe really the true version of Star Wars events as perceived by George Lucas? Let's peel back the mantle and take a look at the narrative. When I first started getting into this arena, initially I would see some fans throw out a quote or two suggesting the EU was never canon or that Lucas hated the EU, and some, who for simplicity's sake moving forward will dub EU purists, would fire back with some quotes suggesting the EU was absolutely canon and that Lucas cherished it. Initially, I thought this would be a pretty simple topic to address, but the further I dug, the more I realized that this was a really complex topic. So I wanted to make a comprehensive video addressing the situation and approaching it from several angles. But first, we'll have to lay out some of the common myths regarding the EU and what the truth really is, which we'll spend the rest of the video building the case for. So some myths. Myth number 1. The Expanded Universe was never considered canon. Period. The truth? The Expanded Universe was official Lucasfilm canon until 2014 when it was decanonized. I'm sorry, but there's no reality where this wasn't the case. If the EU wasn't canon for Lucasfilm, then they wouldn't have released a statement in 2014 decanonizing it. Prior to this, the official history of Star Wars, according to the company that owns it, was detailed in the films, the TV shows, and the publishing. Myth number 2. George Lucas had nothing to do with the EU and he hated it. The truth? George Lucas was vaguely involved with several major projects. He approved and vetoed major story concepts. He didn't keep up with the novels, but he read some of the comics and tended to enjoy them. I'm sorry for anyone who thinks he had nothing to do with the EU and avoided it like the plague, because that's not true. It's undeniable that he was involved. But what that involvement amounted to, we'll discuss later on. Myth number 3. George Lucas considered the EU the true continuation of the Star Wars films, and it was for the most part his vision for the future stories. The truth. George did not consider the EU as the true continuation. He considered the EU a separate thing from his films. All George counted was the films and the 2008 TCW series, and possibly the scripts for the cancelled Underworld series and his Sequel Trilogy treatments. So let's talk about George and the EU. George Lucas did not count the EU as part of his personal canon. He saw it as its own separate thing and emphasized this on multiple occasions over the last several years. The EU was something of an alternate universe from George's. The events of his canon were required to have happened in both universes, but the events of the EU were not required to have happened in his canon. George has stated clearly that the core pillars of EU stories did not happen in his version of the story. All of George's stories post-original trilogy, the Prequel Trilogy, the '08 TCW, which is the Clone Wars series, but we're going to call it TCW for abbreviation, and his Sequel Trilogy treatments have contradicted the EU elements to varying degrees. Now, this is a point where I'm sure a majority of the EU purists are either fuming or rolling their eyes hysterically at me. They're probably comforting themselves with the quotes and research they've already done. But don't worry, I know EU purists love their quotes, so I brought some of my own. Let's take a look at some of George Lucas's statements regarding the EU, since, after all, this is a video about his thoughts and not Lucasfilm's, which, yes, they are a separate thing, as strange as that might sound, but I'll explain later on. I've tried to keep it as chronological as I could. It's all in order of the year, but a lot of these I didn't have months or dates for, so there could be some minor variances in the chronology of all these. And just a disclaimer, there are some quotes here that I will be covering later, as I know you might think that I am keeping some of the information. I'm not. Some quotes, like the Splinter quote, I will address just a little later on in the video, because by then I'll have presented other information that will be helpful in addressing that. So please be patient, and don't click out right away if you see I forgot to bring up a quote. I also want to mention that all these quotes are genuine. I just decided to type them all out and format them instead of insert screenshots or photocopies from articles and videos because I thought it looked better and it was a personal preference. The text is accurate, and the sources and years are present for anyone who really wants to verify each and every one of these. And if there's something important to note, I make note of it. The first one was a quote to TV Guide in 2001. "Each time I do a trilogy, it's 10 years out of my life. I'll finish episode 3 and I'll be 60, and the next 20 years after that, I want to spend doing something other than Star Wars. If at 80 I'm still lively and having a good time and thinking I can work hard for another 10 years, between 80 and 90, I might consider it, but don't count on it. There's nothing written, and it's not like I'm completing something. I'd have to start from scratch." I think it's interesting that he mentions having to start from scratch on a sequel trilogy, even though by this point there had already been several EU novels. It's almost like he didn't count those as the true story. To be fair, the interviewer did bring those up. When told Star Wars sequels were written by novelists that continued the stories of the film characters, he said, "Oh sure, they're done outside my little universe." He seems to distinguish here between his timeline and the EU. Some might try to play semantics regarding the definition of the word universe, but if he really saw the EU as the true continuation, he would have simply said that was the true continuation, much in the way he refers to Star Wars 1 through 6 as the same story, even though they are 6 films across 2 trilogies, separated by almost 2 decades both in and out of universe. During an interview on Force.net, when asked, "Do you supervise the development of all off-movie stories? After all, Star Wars exists in the books and comics." George responded with, "I try not to think about that. I have my own world in movies, and I follow it." First off, he seems to suggest he really doesn't get involved in the development of the EU. And on top of that, he separates it from his own story. I've seen some suggest that by world, he is simply talking to the fact that it's other people controlling this as opposed to him. And maybe, but why keep it distinct like that? Why not just say, "No, I'm not really involved"? I think, as we'll see based off of later quotes we're going to discuss from both George and other Lucasfilm people, that world really does mean something along the lines of separate continuities, at least in most of the contexts he uses it in. To Cinescape, he said, "There are 2 worlds here. There's my world, which is the movies, and there's this other world which has been created, which I say is the parallel universe. The licensing world of the books, games, and comic books. They don't intrude into my world, which is a selected period of time. But they do intrude between the movies. I don't get too involved in that parallel universe." Once again, he separates it. I know right off the bat people might object to me using this because of what else has been said about the use of the term parallel universe, but we'll address that when we talk about the rebuttals to the Starlog quote. When I talk about a parallel universe, I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about something separate that is generally is similar but with some differences. George Lucas isn't an idiot. He knows science fiction. Why would he use this term if he didn't mean the EU was separate? The fact that he does so, I think, makes it clear his thoughts on the EU. Reported by Fury Conflict, as a TPM's The Phantom Menace screening, George was asked, "How much does the EU influence the movies?" The report described the response from Lucas. As I asked him, Lucas leaned back in a moment and said to me, "Very little." When he first had agreed to let people write EU books, he had said, "I'm not going to read them," and it was a different universe that he wanted to keep away from the time period of his saga. You could fight me on the semantics of the parallel all you want. The fact that he calls the EU a different universe, I think, again, makes clear his thoughts on the matter. At the same screening, George was asked, "What do you think of the EU books?" He replied, "The books are in a different universe. I've not read any of them, and I told them what they started writing, I wouldn't read any of them, and I blocked out certain periods they couldn't touch where the real story happens." The question was followed up by asking about future TV stories. George replied, "I'm more open to TV product, but not more feature films. The story is complete, and any other story wouldn't be my philosophy and views. The books are not the same philosophy as the movies." I think this, again, makes it pretty clear. First off, before anyone jumps the gun, his comments about a TV show have no bearing on TCW because that didn't start becoming a thing for another couple of years. As for the rest of the quote, he says the story is complete. If the EU was the true continuation, why not simply say, there's more story in the books? Lucas could have made this a lot simpler if he really saw them as the same. The fact that he calls the books as not part of his philosophy is really interesting. I can't find the source for this next one, so take it as you will. I probably didn't spend more than 10 minutes trying to look as I had a lot of other work to do, and the internet isn't forgiving with trying to find sources on long quotes with the day of Google's generative AI. If you want to disregard it, feel free. I don't think it changes the overall argument by removing it, but we'll talk about it anyway. The novels and the comic books are from other authors' interpretations of my creation. Sometimes I tell them what they can and can't do, but I just don't have the time to read them all. They're not my vision of what Star Wars is. If this is an accurate quote, then he quite clearly spells out they aren't his true vision of Star Wars. In a special editions interview, he said, referring to the books, "Those are another author's interpretation of what I've created, and not to be taken seriously, as far as what is really going on in the Star Wars world." Just like the last quote, this again spells it out very quickly and clearly that Lucas separated the EU from his canon. I mean, he says, don't take it seriously. During an interview with Cinefilms, the following exchange happened with the Bold being the interviewer. "I never really had a story for what happened after Return of the Jedi. But stories exist where we see Han and Leia getting married, have kids. Well, we're talking about two different things. There's my universe, the movie universe, and there's this other universe that's been created, a parallel universe, which is the licensing universe, with the books, the games, the comics, and it's separate." Again, Lucas definitively says it's separate, and he uses the term parallel universe, and says it's not his story for post-Return of the Jedi. In fact, I would say in this instance, he goes out of his way to shut down the notion that his canon includes the U, as opposed to leave it open-ended and ambiguous. He also makes a distinction between licensing and his, which is key for what we'll talk about throughout the video. During an MTV Universe exchange, a fan asked, "So if we'll never see it on screen, what does happen to Princess Leia and Han Solo after they fall in love?" And George responded, "Han and Leia probably did get married." Lucas conceded, "They settled down. She became senator, and they got a nice little house with a white picket fence. Han Solo is out there cooking burgers on the grill. Is that a movie? I don't think so." Sure, maybe this is a little bit of a joke, but this once again is key to showing this mentality on the books. He specifically was asked about any possible off-screen story for Han and Leia, since Lucas had stated by this point there won't be more films. There's no way purists could talk their way out of this one, because the question gives the opportunity to talk about off-screen material as something separate medium-wise from the films. Instead, Lucas ignores the books and talks about his hypothetical for their post-Return of the Jedi adventures. At Cannes, George was asked, "Have you ever felt throughout the years that the fans know even more than anyone else? You know, how geeky to some point they could become and the knowledge they have of all the details?" "Well, you know, I interact with the fans, but at the same time, I don't know as much about the Star Wars as they do. It's funny, isn't it? It's a whole other world that people get excited about. They have created their own world. That's away from my world. I mean, it's connected to it, but it's their own world now. It's a whole other world." Again, twice here he separated it. And I ask why if they really are the same story. And him saying they're connected isn't him saying they're the same continuity. It's him saying the EU is bound by George as EU parameters have established. And now, at last, we get to the infamous Starlog quote. I'll preface this by saying if this was the only quote Lucas made about the EU, I would be willing to leave it out or roll with the other explanations. But because it's right in line with many other statements, I'm including it. And I know, there's some EU purist responses to this quote, and we'll absolutely address them towards the end of the video. I promise. I don't read that stuff. I haven't read any of the novels. I don't know anything about that world. That's a different world than my own. But I do try to keep it consistent. The way I do it now is they have a Star Wars encyclopedia. So if I come up with a name or something else, I look it up and see if it has already been used. When I said other people could make their own Star Wars stories, and we decided that, like Star Trek, we would have two universes. My universe, and then this other one. They try to make their universe as consistent with mine as possible, but obviously they get enthusiastic and want to go off in other directions. Again, he states a lot there. The EU goes off and does its own thing sometimes. It was going to be like Star Trek, where the off-screen aren't connected to the on-screen. There's a reason this quote gets used so much, because it's essentially Lucas's true thoughts wrapped up in a little blurb. To Total Film in 2008, he says, Howard tries to be consistent. Howard is the Lucasfilm licensing president. Howard tries to be consistent, but sometimes he goes off on tangents, and it's hard to hold him back. He once said to me that there are two Star Trek universes. There's the TV show, and then there's all the spin-offs. He said that these were completely different and didn't have anything to do with each other. So I said, okay, go ahead. And Lucas also said, and now, there have been novels about the events after Episode 6, which isn't at all what I would have done with it. The Star Wars story is really the tragedy of Darth Vader. That is the story. Once Vader dies, he doesn't come back to life, the Emperor doesn't get cloned, and Luke doesn't get married. A lot to unpack here. Again, Lucas iterates the EU was supposed to be separate like the Star Trek stuff. He then goes on to say that contrary to what the EU says, there isn't a story after Return of the Jedi. And two of the three things he listed off as not happening are core pillars of post-Return of the Jedi stories. And he would certainly know that. Why take a specific jab at the EU, especially with Luke's marriage, if it was all the same story and same continuity? Why say the Star Wars story does not include the elements of the EU if he saw them as the same? Maybe it's because he didn't see them as the same? We'll address the Emperor in more depth later on, but let's get going. To comingsoon.net, he said, but there's no story past Episode 6. There's just no story. It's a certain story about Anakin Skywalker, and once Anakin Skywalker dies, that's kind of the end of the story. There is no story about Luke Skywalker. I mean, apart from the books. But there's three worlds. There's my world that I made up. There's the licensing world, that's the books, comics, all that kind of stuff. The games, which is their world. And then there's the fans' world, which is also very rich in imagination. But they don't always mesh. Anyone who tries to say the terminology referencing the separation of EU and films, like world or separation, is simply semantics regarding who's overseeing the projects is refuted here, because he also calls the fans' world a world, something I am guessing is headcanon and fanfiction or the fan community, and that clearly isn't canon to Lucas's story, so if that is separate as far as continuity goes, then so too is the EU. Anyone still maintaining his usage of the words world or separate don't really mean a canonicity distinction can't really claim that anymore unless they need to say the world of the fans is also canon. Sure, Leland Chee has in future years after this said the EU and George's worlds are canon, but that's Leland's words, not George's, and we'll discuss more about that, especially when we hit the Starlog rebuttals. George clearly makes a distinction, and the usage of the world of the fans demonstrates the world of the EU is also something separate from George. To Star Wars Insider in 2008, he says, I am the father of our Star Wars movie world, the filmed entertainment, and the features, and now the animated film and television series. And I'm going to do a live action series. Those are all things I am very involved in. I set them up, and I train the people, and I go through them all. I am the father, that's my work. Then we have the licensing group, which does the games, toys, and books, and all that other stuff. I call that the son, and the son does pretty much what he wants. Once in a while, they ask a question like, can we kill off Yoda? Things like that, but it's very loose. Then we have the third group, the Holy Ghost, which is the bloggers and the fans. They have created their own world. I worry about the Father's world. The Son and the Holy Ghost can go their own way. If the Son can go their own way, then the continuity must not be tied together, otherwise the Son would have to stay in line with the Father. Notice also how he says the toys are on the same level as the EU stories? Are toys canon? Is the Jar Jar tongue lollipop canon? No? Then per this statement, neither is the EU. Also funny he says the Clone Wars is his and part of the movie world. We'll talk more about TCW later, but while fans seem to use the canon tiers to differentiate between the films and TCW, the tiers are a Lucasfilm creation, not Lucas creation, keep in mind. Lucas uses no such thing, and true George Lucas Star Wars fans would ignore the tier differentiation like he does. To the LA Times, he says, I get asked all the time, what happens after Return of the Jedi? And there really is no answer for that, he said. The movies are the story of Anakin and Skywalker and Luke Skywalker. And when Luke saves the galaxy and redeems his father, that's where the story ends. He's aware of the books. Why not simply say, go read about it? I mean, that would bring more profit to him. It doesn't take that much to say that. It's because in his mind, the EU is not the story post-Return of the Jedi. I haven't limited myself with what stories I've wanted to tell. At This is Star Wars, and I don't make a distinction between the series and the films. It's just a different format and a different delivery. But the fact of the matter is that our improved processes for the stories have allowed us to tell consistently bigger stories. Our teams are constantly pushing the envelope so that the standard keeps raising itself higher and higher. And we keep asking for more than can be delivered. So we're always reaching and the show is always improving. Each week is a Star Wars feature boiled down to 22 minutes. This one is interesting because, as we'll discuss later, he clearly owns TCW as his Star Wars and makes no tier distinction. And this is in 2011, the year Season 3 ended and Season 4 began. So it's not like it's right as the show is beginning. Here he is talking about TCW and how they are his stories and his Star Wars. What's funny is despite all the times he has differentiated between the films and the EU in the past, he is now standing his ground here and asserting that TCW is his Star Wars, something he actively did the opposite of multiple times with the EU. But enough of that. Let's take a look at some statements from others as they relate to George and the status of the EU as it related to him and his canon. I want to state up front that I did not include Dave Filoni or Pablo Hidalgo quotes, as I know EU purists seem to have issues with the reliability, quote-unquote, of those sources. So I just made it easier for all of us and left them out of this section. The first one might be a bit of a cheap shot, but I'm bringing it up anyway. This and all other products that take place after the events depicted in Return of the Jedi are the author's vision of what may have happened. The true fate of the heroes and villains of the Star Wars universe remains the exclusive province of George Lucas and Lucasfilm Limited. It says this in all other products after Return of the Jedi, so it's clearly referring to other EU material, but its source is a source book which has connections to a role-playing game, so I'm not quite sure where it fits in, if it's just talking about the source book or the EU material in general, but it's absolutely worth bringing up. The next is a quote from Kevin J. Anderson, an EU author. When you read Dark Empire or any of the other novels, remember that although Lucasfilm has approved them, these are our sequels, not George Lucas's. If Lucasfilm ever makes films that take place after Return of the Jedi, they will be George Lucas's own creations, probably with no connection to anything we have written. But in the meantime, enjoy these graphic stories. Read the novels of Timothy Zahn, Kathy Tyers, Kenneth Flint, Dave Wolverton, and myself. This shows that the authors knew it wasn't authentic to George's vision, and they expected to be retconned in the events of a sequel trilogy. Why would they think this is it if it was all canon to George? The next is from Alan Kosh, I hope I'm saying that correctly, an editor at Lucasfilm, and Sue Rostoni, an executive editor who was heavily involved in the EU. She'll come up a lot over the next few minutes. Gospel, or canon as we refer to it, includes the screenplays, the films, and the radio dramas and novelizations. These works spin out of George Lucas's original stories. The rest are written by other writers. However, between us, we've read everything and much of it is taken into account in the overall continuity. The entire catalog of published works comprises a vast history with many offshoots, variations, and tangents, like any other well-developed mythology. Here, they clearly separate George's stuff from the EU, but they say the EU does factor into the continuity for stories, which is what the parameters of the EU were dependent on. Dave Wolverton, author of Courtship of Princess Leia, said this in 1994. In my mind, Luke is sort of a priest character. For me, being a Mormon, I want to see a priest character married, but George Lucas, being a Catholic, wants to keep him single. Perhaps this doesn't necessarily fit here in this section, but I thought it was interesting as the authors had been planning all along to hitch Mara and Luke, but George clearly didn't like this idea, which we'll discuss more later. Andy Mangels, an EU author, had this to say. Once I heard that George Lucas was asked to comment on the many interpretations of Star Wars in book, comic, record, radio, and TV spin-offs that grew from his original creation. The films are gospel, he said. All the rest are gossip. I like that. Sounds like a typical George Lucas quote. While it technically is a third-hand account, still worth bringing up as it shows he didn't count the EU as legitimate, and this is coming from an EU author. Steve Sansweet, EU author and head of fan relations for a time, said this in 1998. Which brings us to the oft-asked question, just what is Star Wars canon and what is not? The one sure answer, the Star Wars Trilogy Special Edition. The three films themselves as executive produced, and in the case of Star Wars, written and directed by George Lucas, are canon. Coming in a close second, we have the authorized adaptations of the three films. The novels, radio dramas, and comics. After that, almost everything falls into a category of quasi-canon. The definition of quasi-canon is apparently, but not really. Again, a distinction between George's stuff and the EU. Pete James, an editor at Dark Horse, said this. When asked about the possible EU retcons with the Prequel Trilogy, and pointed out some minor issues with the EU and the special editions, a Dark Horse editor said this. It's not something we can really worry about, so we don't. Lots of people have been working on lots of Star Wars extrapolations for the last 20 years, in good faith. There were never any promises from George Lucas or Lucasfilm regarding the acceptance of their work into some wider canon. The examples you cite above then become merely shots across the bow, a warning that perhaps some folks are taking this far too seriously and may have forgotten that fun and excitement was what fueled the Star Wars phenomenon in the first place. Interesting. Fun and excitement was more important than taking the continuity seriously. Kind of reminds me of a certain Dave Filoni quote that EU purists like to hop on.
People get into all these debates of what's canon, what's not, and sometimes forget just the special nature of telling a good story and creating great characters.
Timothy Zahn, writer of the Thrawn trilogy, said in 2000, "We were allowed to play in George Lucas's driveway. If and when George backs his truck out and runs over our stuff, we have no cause to complain. A lot of my stuff was close enough to the edge. Seems like Tim knew George could retcon them at any minute and that it wasn't all the same. The use of it and when implies they expected it to happen." Steve Sansweet said in 2000, "As many fans know, when it comes to Star Wars knowledge, there are degrees of canon. The only true canon are the films themselves. For years, Lucas Books has stayed clear of characters, events, or the time frame that George might want to deal with in the Star Wars prequels. While such things as the Clone Wars, the Fall of the Jedi, and Palpatine's rise to power were on that list, Boba Fett wasn't considered to be of major concern. Sounds like the only true canon was the films because that's all George counted. Kind of reminds me of the Star Trek situation." Steve also says in 2001, "Terms like canon and continuity tend to get thrown around casually, which doesn't help at all. When it comes to absolute canon, the real story of Star Wars, you must turn to the films themselves, and only the films. Even novelizations are interpretations of the film, and while they are largely true to George Lucas's vision, he works quite closely with the novel authors. The method in which they are written does allow for some minor differences. The novelizations are written concurrently with the film's production, so variations in detail do creep in from time to time. Nonetheless, they should be regarded as very accurate depictions of the fictional Star Wars movies. So the real story of Star Wars is only the films and not the EU. Interesting." A word from Insider 57 says the same thing. "With that said, there is a discrepancy between Return of the Jedi novelization and the one true, absolutely, and only canonical Star Wars source, the movies." Sue Rostoni, however, hit the hammer on the nose in Star Wars Gamer number 6 in 2001. Remember this, if nothing else, because this will explain everything, as I've already alluded to, and we'll keep harping on this throughout the video. Canon refers to an authoritative list of books that the Lucas licensing editors consider an authentic part of the official Star Wars history. Our goal is to present a continuous and unified history of the Star Wars galaxy, insofar as that history does not conflict with or undermine the meaning of Mr. Lucas's Star Wars saga of films and screenplays. Things that Lucas Licensing does not consider official parts of the continuous Star Wars history show in Infinity's logo or are contained in Star Wars Tales. Everything else is considered canon. Whenever the EU or Lucasfilm people talk about something being canon, it's a licensing thing. Canon refers to licensing, not what George Lucas personally counts. Just because the EU was canon prior to 2014 for the company, it doesn't mean Lucas held it as canon. Canon is a licensing term. I've seen some suggest that because Lucas owned Lucasfilm and Lucas Licensing was a division of his company, that the distinction really isn't warranted. I assure you, it is. I'll reference the concept a lot throughout the video, but when I get to addressing the George Lucas quotes that seem to favor the EU later in the video, I'll dive in full to why the licensing continuity is a separate thing from Lucas continuity, even if Lucas owns the company. Moving on, an insider quote from 2002 stated, referring to Sue Rostoni and Lucy Wilson, the two of them decided that to maintain quality, it would be crucial to monitor the storylines of all projects and ensure that none of their books contradicted one another. So this idea of having a continuity and all that was from Lucasfilm officials, not Lucas himself. Chris Sarassi, a Lucasfilm books editor, said the analogy is that every piece of published Star Wars fiction is a window into the real Star Wars universe. Some windows are a bit foggier than others. Some are decidedly abstract, but each contains a nugget of truth to them. Like the great Jedi Knight Obi-Wan Kenobi said, many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view. This again shows the EU isn't authentic to the Lucas stuff, but something separate. I do want to note that this is a quote that I don't have a source for, but I included it because other Lucasfilm associates have used it and treated it as authentic. I just couldn't find where it originally came from, so it might have been a verbal quote later put in writing by someone else. From Leland Shee, yes, Leland Shee, a favorite amongst the purists. Let's see what he had to say. We're going to talk about him a lot throughout this video. In 2003, he again differentiated between the canons and referred back to the idea that canon was a licensing thing. Lucasfilm canon refers to anything produced by any of the Lucas companies, whether it be the movies, books, games, or internet. Movie canon is only that which you see and hear in the Star Wars films. Sue Rostoni had I hope I'm saying her name right. Sue Rostoni had a couple of quotes that she gave on a StarWars.com forum post in 2003. One saying, George doesn't give us much information about his future movies until he's making them. In general, George does not take the EU into account when he's making his movies. Another, it's our job to manipulate the EU into fitting George's future movies, which often contradicts stuff we've done. Here she acknowledges George doesn't really care about the EU and factoring it into his films, and the movies do contradict the EU. Keep in mind this is 2003, after the first two Prequel Trilogy films, and after the Special Edition updates. But they have to make it fit all anyway. This is very telling. Ryan Church, a concept design artist for Lucasfilm for the films, weighed in as well. When asked if concept art designers referred to the books, guides, or EU in general, he had this to say. As designers, we look at all kinds of stuff for inspiration, and we have a crack research staff to help us with that. The Star Wars books serve as a starting point and guide for certain types of questions that arise in respect to certain cultures or technologies that have already been established in the movies. The Star Wars Chronicles book is our Bible. The Incredible Cross-Section books provide a great starting point when we're adding to existing locations. We usually don't refer to the Expanded Universe material specifically unless our research team finds something that directly corresponds to our assignment. For Episode 3, we're going to a lot of new places, and George Lucas has really pushed us to come up with new looks or vehicles, environments, cultures, and characters. But when we receive an assignment that deals with an aspect of the Star Wars universe that hasn't been nailed down in the movies, George likes us to keep a completely open mind and leave behind our preconceived notions or expectations for that culture or character. That freedom, coupled with the fact that we are such fans of the movies, can lead to some very interesting solutions. The biggest single source of inspiration, though, are the movies themselves. We designed for that medium for how things will look up on the screen as part of the story. He clearly states that not only do they not usually refer to the EU unless they need to, but George expects them to leave behind preconceived notions from the EU when addressing something that hasn't been brought up in the movies. If anyone tries to say this is simply a reference to when doing something new never done before in the movies, that wouldn't make sense, because if it was brand new to the Star Wars universe period, it wouldn't have preconceived notions. It's clearly a reference to George saying, have an open mind and don't worry about the EU. Which is interesting, because I feel like that's what TCW crew members would say George's mentality was. Yet, purists will ignore that, and yet here it is coming from someone who worked on the films. The following exchange between Sue Rostoni and a commenter online is very interesting. On a StarWars.com forum post, Sue was asked, I've noted an evolution of your use of the term canon over the years. In 1994's Insider Number 23, you referred to the canon gospel as most people do now. Movies, novelizations, etc., and unemployed the term continuity to refer to the EU continuity you and Miss Wilson had decided upon previously. That same year, in a Del Rey interview, you described an in-house Bible of the EU timeline maintained by Lucas Licensing. By 1996, as seen in the preface to Secrets of the Shadows of the Empire, you were referring to the Bible as the canon, and ascribing it to Lucasfilm. I presume this meant licensing. Skipping to 2001's Gamer number 6, you were using the term canon to refer to the list of EU books that Lucas Licensing considered factual parts of Star Wars, and of course back in May you identified the ICS as canon because it didn't have an Infinities logo, which suggests that all non-Infinites EU material is canon. Mr. Chi was kind enough to point out a difference between movie canon and what he called Lucasfilm canon, which again I presume means Lucas Licensing and which would include the ICS. I'm curious to know though, how you decided to make use of the term canon to refer to the EU instead of the more common terms like continuity, official continuity, EU continuity, and so on. Thanks in advance for your answer. She responded with only continuity versus canon. It's pretty much the same thing. Sounds better to say that. We try to maintain the continuity of the universe rather than saying the canon of the universe. Notice how she doesn't take the time to correct the commenter about the separation between films and the EU that was made. If they were together, would Sue not have reinforced that, like Chi would sometimes do in the years later, which we'll talk about in a bit? Sue also said in 2004, referring to George, he doesn't see the extended universe as his Star Wars, but as ours. I think this has been mentioned previously, maybe in other places, but it's not new info as far as I remember. Not only is she saying Lucas sees the EU as their Star Wars, but not his, but she says this shouldn't be new information, like it's been the case all along, as we've shown something that George and other EU authors have said over the last several years. The next one is a quote from Pablo Hidalgo. I know I said I wouldn't bring him up, but this is a pre-Disney acquisition quote, so I don't see why this particular one would be an issue, especially since EU purists use his quotes that apply to the 90s era EU. He stated, fans often wonder if Dark Empire or the Thrawn trilogy were based off of Lucas's early notes for a sequel trilogy or are meant to be episodes 7, 8, and 9. That's not the case. Those works are the creation of their respective authors with the guidance of editors at Lucas Licensing. They are not, nor ever were, meant to be George Lucas's definitive vision of what happens next. Even if someone thinks he's simply saying George Lucas's sequel trilogy would have been a different story set after these events, Pablo is clearly stating George doesn't think the Thrawn trilogy is a part of the future after Jedi. George would believe that if he counted it as canon, but apparently he does not. Brett Retco, a Lucasfilm editor, said when asked about Mara Jade popping up in the Return of the Jedi radio drama, Mara Jade is an outstanding character, and we here at Insider thank Timothy Zahn every day for creating her. However, stories from the Expanded Universe books are not part of the canon of the films, and therefore it is doubtful she'll make an appearance. Why state this if it was all the same story? Mara should be part of the canon of the films if the EU is part of George's vision for the story. But she's not, because they are indeed separate, and she is an EU canon character. Leland also weighed in and said, the hologram's primary purpose is to keep track of Star Wars continuity for Lucas Licensing and to some degree Lucas Online. To my knowledge, it is only rarely used for production purposes. Anybody can have their own perception of what is and isn't canon. The holocron comes into play for anything official being developed for books, games, websites, and merchandise. For anything beyond that, it is simply a reference tool. If the continuity was all the same, this would be a helpful tool, would it not? Unless it's because by this point in 2005, George is only concerned with his canon, the films he's personally worked on, and nothing else mattered to him. And interesting that he says anyone can have their own perception of canon. I thought there was only one canon? That's what he'd go on to say a few years later. Gary Kurtz, producer on A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back, stated, Lucas did give permission to have fiction books written about the era after Episode 6. Those books revolve around, for example, the twin children of Han and Leia, the rebuilding of the Jedi Order, and a new threat from outside the galaxy. They are bland decoctions that are, at best, just a repetition of elements from the film trilogy. The chances seem non-existent that Lucas will ever make a film from them. To be fair, I'm not sure how involved he was with the brand by this point, but interesting he thinks George wouldn't make a film based off of the EU. He would only think that if he thought that George didn't count them as canon. In a forum, Sue was asked about the Starlog quote by a fan. With the issue of Starlog magazine and with the War of the Worlds cover is an interview article with George Lucas. He stated something which he had said before, which is that he doesn't follow the Star Wars EU. He doesn't read the books or comics. He also said that when they started doing all this which is allowing other storytellers to tell their own Star Wars tales, he decreed that the Star Wars universe would be split into two, just like Star Trek. I don't know nuts about Star Trek, so don't ask me about that. One would be his own universe, the 6-episode movie saga. The other would be a whole other universe, the Expanded Universe. He continued to say that the EU tries as much as possible to tie into his own universe, but sometimes they move into a whole other line of their own. Instead of debunking this, she responded only with this. Yeah, this is pretty much what I've heard, except that people have said he reads the comics. If the EU was canon to George, why not debunk this right off the bat? If the Starlog quote really meant something else, like the purists keep insisting, like Leland Tree tried to do damage control with by explaining away later on, why would Sue Rostoni, a higher-up in the EU management, not share this? She was one of the higher-ups regarding licensing in the EU, after all. It doesn't make any sense unless, hear me out, George doesn't count the EU as his own personal canon, and she knows that. A lot of these quotes seem to keep saying the same thing. Is anyone else bored yet? I kind of am. Sue also said in 2005, the books follow the continuity of the films as best we can, taking into account that George follows his own continuity, and rightly so. He's the filmmaker. As far as the legitimate continuation of the films, if George had continued making Star Wars films past Return of the Jedi, I don't think they would have reflected what the Star Wars authors have written. The books, comics, etc. are a legitimate continuation of the Star Wars saga as we define it. I'm not certain of the context of your question. Somehow I feel like I'm walking into something here. I'm sorry, but this one's a gotcha. There's no way around it. She not only states that the films are a different continuity, which she's previously said is the same canon in her eyes, from the EU, and she cast doubt on the books as being valid to George, saying he would have done something else. She said that the EU is only a legitimate continuation as Lucas licensing defines it, not George. We could almost call it a case closed right here. But by all means, why stop the fun? There's so much more to discuss. Now let's get back to Leland. When asked, and what goes in the blank timeline spaces of film-only universe, can we never know the history or background of that Star Wars universe like we can in the EU Star Wars universe? He replied, nothing. That's why it's film only. Perhaps not as much of a slam dunk here as the last couple, but still interesting that when asked if we can know the blank spots in the film universe like the EU, he simply says no, as opposed to saying, well, actually they're the same universe, or the EU is the blank spaces. Very interesting. Leland also opened up about George's disregard of the publishing world in Insider 96, referring to when George went on Conan and gave Motti the first name of Conan Antonio Motti, stating, but that's just part of the story. Turns out that Michael Reeves and Steve Perry actually had intended to give Motti the first name Z in the upcoming Death Star novel. Z was approved and ready to go when George surprised the world with a name of his own devising. Luckily, we were able to change the name before it went to print. If this was a film character, wouldn't this have been ran by George? And he did his own thing anyway? Interesting. Daniel Wallace, an EU author, states in 2008, the concept of an expanding universe certainly isn't unique to Star Wars. Many popular genre properties, from Star Trek to Alien, release spin-off tales that shed lights on events not seen in the official narrative. But the Star Wars EU is unique in both its size and in the care with which its narrative is shepherded and organized. In Star Wars, the expanding universe is official, albeit on a slightly lower level, sometimes called C-canon, C-box on page 40, than the absolute authority of these 6 Star Wars films. If they were all part of the same story, then it should be the same canon. The fact that it's lower and the films are the absolute source, interesting. It's making a distinction there. Henry Gilroy, a writer on early episodes of TCW, stated, George envisioned something different than what was created for the EU, and Dave and I jumped at the chance to explore that. I believe this is in reference to General Grievous's backstory. Another Pablo Hidalgo quote, this one from 2010, reads, I see the Clone Wars as being no different than the arrival of the prequels in 1999. We fans knew that those movies would be a representation of the true Star Wars universe as imagined by George Lucas, and in some cases it would not perfectly match the stories told by the Expanded Universe authors. I think with each episode, we start to get a much better understanding about what the real Star Wars universe is like, and it won't be until whenever the series ends that we'll be able to accurately decide how the older EU material fits into the big picture. A lot to unpack here. Not only is he comparing TCW to the retcons from the Prequel Trilogy in the EU, something we'll discuss more later. But he calls TCW a representation of Star Wars by George and calls that the real Star Wars universe. He also says they'll figure out the retcons later, something I believe I've also seen Leland Shee state, but I'm guessing with the canon reset colliding with the show's cancellation, they just never got around to it per higher-up orders. In 2011, Leland Shee says, oh boy, this is a fun one. He says G canon and T canon comprise George Lucas's vision of the Star Wars universe. C canon and S canon comprise the vision of the Star Wars universe held by Lucas Licensing that goes beyond George Lucas's vision. This material is collectively referred to as the Expanded Universe. Again, for all the times purists want to run and cry to a quote or two of Leland's defending their position, both of which, again, we'll discuss later, he seems to be doing a disservice right now by clearly stating T-Canon is George's vision, meaning TCW, and the EU is not his vision, but merely the vision by Lucas Licensing. And our last Pablo Hidalgo quote prior to the acquisition, trust me, I checked, he says, Lucas allows for an expanded universe that exists parallel to the one he directly oversees. Though these stories may get his stamp of approval, they don't enter his canon unless they are depicted cinematically in one of his projects. There you go. Remember this one too. Just because it gets a stamp of approval, it doesn't mean it enters his canon unless it is cinematically depicted in one of his projects, like Quinlan Vos or other EU elements he quote-unquote referenced in the Prequel Trilogy and the Clone Wars. I'm sorry guys, but this seems to be a pretty closed case. Let's go back to Leland Shee. Some people bring up he's the one kind of running continuity around this time, as it is before the story group under Disney, but he says Star Wars continuity, even EU continuity, does not rest on my shoulders. Understand that the Holocron's primary purpose is to keep track of Star Wars continuity for Lucas Licensing. He clearly refers to the Lucas Licensing and EU continuity as being distinct things on their own. Otherwise, he would have left it at continuity. Timothy Zahn said in 2016, we just don't have the EU as official canon, except it never really was official, in the sense that it was set in stone. It was always something Lucas could override at any time, and in fact, everybody who had written stuff about Boba Fett watched that backstory get demolished in the Prequel Trilogy. Some people might take note of the date and remember he was writing Disney canon books at this time, and think this is some sort of influence from the mouse weighing in. But that's not true, because as we've already discussed and shown, he's made similar sounding statements in years prior at the height of the 90s era EU. Tom Veitch, Dark Empire and Tales of the Jedi creator, and trust me, we'll get to Dark Empire later, said, I think George has always felt that the comics were an alternate Star Wars universe from the films. I don't think he ever saw the comics as canon, although he did use them as a resource for ideas and images. Again, keep this in mind for when we get to the prequels and the alleged references. Also, Disney's not swaying on him either because Tom hasn't done any Star Wars work since the 90s. Now, let's get to the big one. Howard Rothman, again, the president of Lucas Licensing. After his retirement, so no financial incentive from the mouse, he said, when I began the publishing program, it was a sacrosanct rule that everything had to relate to each other. Everything had to be consistent with each other, and of course the movies were canon, and that was different from the way that Star Trek had done things, and we were pretty religious about doing that. Our biggest problem was a guy named George Lucas, because he didn't necessarily buy into, the spin-off fiction and the game program and all the alternate universe we were creating. We wanted it to be one universe. We felt really strongly that that's what is needed to be. But George, as the filmmaker, didn't want to be beholden to somebody else's creative vision. So we would have interesting skirmishes because we had a bunch of stuff that became, for the fans, pretty much canon about what happened after Return of the Jedi, what different places in the galaxy were called, and lots of different things. And if he was proposing to do something in the prequels that contradicted that, we would have long debates, which usually ended at least after the first section with, I don't care, this is what I'm doing, and maybe after the fourth or fifth session sometimes, alright, maybe we could change it this way. This one says a lot. Obviously, he's telling the truth, as he refers to the Star Trek thing, which George had brought up in the 2000s. It's interesting to note that initially George was hesitant to the idea of publishing, and he only agreed because Howard told him it would be a separate continuity. He literally says they had problems because they had stories that fans thought were canon, but Lucas didn't agree and was wanting to ignore that. And even after it was brought to his attention, George was like, nah, only sometimes being willing to keep continuity with the EU after debating it 4 or 5 times. Sometimes implying there were times Howard lost to the master. So for anyone thinking George was 100% willing to keep the EU consistent, well, Howard, the so-called son in the Holy Star Wars Trinity, says otherwise. But George thought it was all canon, right? Well, I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you, but if it was canon to George, he wouldn't have fought Howard on it, and he wouldn't have only agreed to it if it was kept separate from his continuity. Leland Shee also reflected on George in 2018, saying, "What George did with the films and the Clone Wars was pretty much his universe. He didn't really have that much concern for what we were doing in the books and the games. So the Expanded Universe was very much separate. What we had to do in the Expanded Universe was, if George did something in the films that contradicted something we had done in the EU, then we'd have to change the EU to match what he did in the films." Leland makes it clear that not only was TCW coming from George, but that he didn't really care about what was going on in the EU. Some may think this was Disney swaying over Chi, who is still employed with them, but I disagree because it only echoes what others have stated over the prior 2 decades. Kathy Tyers, an EU author, stated in 2018, "Those of us writing the EU were always told all along, from the very beginning, have I not stressed that strongly enough? Only the movies are canon. Sure, it was disappointing. Seems like she got the memo. George didn't count the EU. It was canon to licensing only." Good old Leland also popped back up saying, "I did not have direct contact with George Lucas about Star Wars continuity. Dave Filoni, who worked on Clone Wars, definitely did. So for me, the spirit of George's work is what's in the films, and it doesn't go too far beyond that." Again, George wasn't connected to the EU. He also said in 2018, "Lucas canon," and when I say canon, I'm talking about what he was doing in the films and what he was doing in the Clone Wars, was hugely important. What we were doing in the books wasn't really on his radar. Again, TCW was George's stuff, but not the books. It wasn't too important to him and not on his radar. J.W. Rinsler, someone who worked for Lucas for a while and wrote several biographies, stated in 2019, "George had a very healthy attitude towards the EU and licensing in general. I mean, licensing starting after episode 1 just became this juggernaut that was making just truckloads and truckloads of money from Lucasfilm. So you don't bother licensing." And he had good lieutenants running licensing. And they would just ask him, if something in particular maybe George might care about, and basically George would give everyone a full head of steam. His attitude was, do what you want, don't talk about Yoda, or for this movie I'm going to be doing that, so don't talk about that. And that was it. You did your thing and he did his thing. And then if it contradicted the EU, Leland would get together with publishing and say, how can we fix this? And come up with some retro reverse engineered fit. I mean, it was make-believe. It is make-believe. So people didn't get very uptight about it. And George also used ideas from the Expanding Universe. He was interested in it, but it wasn't the movies. There was the movies and there was everything else. Or there was the Clone Wars TV show and there was everything else. There was what he was doing and everything else. But he took stuff from what other people were doing all the time. It was his intellectual property, and he would take stuff or change it or expand upon on it. It was a very healthy system. He was very democratic. And, he didn't like Mara Jade, but he didn't come to the licensing and say, you have to kill her off. He just said, I'm not happy about it. But he didn't, he had bigger fish to fry. Looks like, as JW said, TCW and the movies were George's, the books were just a separate thing. He weighed in on it from sometimes because he could, but for the most part it wasn't his thing and people were okay with it. And sometimes he would take ideas and change them, expand on them, etc., and use them for his own projects. He didn't get too involved because he was too busy on other stuff. Also worth noting that J.W. Rinsler had some minor work on a few Clone Wars episodes, so it's telling he attributes the series to George after having been behind the scenes of it. He also said in the same interview, George couldn't stand Mara Jade. They went out and got some sort of person who looked like she had stepped out of a Cosmopolitan magazine to be the model for Mara, and he just thought the whole thing was so not Star Wars and not his vision for Star Wars. And once again, I think Sue or Stoney between the novels told me they were killing off Mara Jade, and I said, do I get to tell George? And also she married Luke, and he says Jedis don't marry, so for him, that was important. Interesting. Obviously, he attributes most of Lucas's disdain for Mara due to the model thing, but he brings up that according to Lucas, Jedi don't marry, and he clearly wasn't happy with how this played out in the EU. Our final quote I'm bringing up here comes from Lucy Autry Wilson, director of publishing at Lucasfilm, who said, "Our expanded universe, books and comics were never intended to be canon. Only what George wrote was canon. We tried to keep an internal consistency so our writers did not contradict anything George had created or any of our other writers had added. She has no affiliation with Disney. She has no incentive to say this other than for sharing the truth. Only George's stuff was canon to him. Everything else was separate, and that was always the intent." It's also worth bringing up the canon tiers to further drive the point home. There are 6 canon tiers: G, T, C, S, N, and D. George, television, canon, I think that's what it's called, secondary, non-canon, and detours. The 6 films have been placed in G canon, while most EU content has been placed in C canon. If it was really all on the same level, then why is it not only one canon? If the goal was to provide a simpler answer for retcons, that's irrelevant because retcons happened anyway. And generally, future stories or reference books would try to sort it out so that there was no retcons, so it could all have been on one tier. I think the answer is obvious. Lucas didn't count the EU as canon and would do whatever, so the canon tiers were made to eliminate confusion for consumers for when that would happen. Moving on, let's talk about the original trilogy. While nowhere near as many retcons were made to the EU with the original trilogy as later works, there were still retcons, and considering Star Wars was nowhere near the expansive universe in the 70s and 80s as it became later on, there was less excuse to justify Lucas not being in the know on these. Jabba the Hutt, as depicted in Return of the Jedi, is a completely different species than in the comic adaptation of A New Hope, and the future Marvel comics he appeared in prior to 1983. The comics were canon at the time. This led to a retcon to establish this depiction as a different character entirely. Anakin was named Tan Skywalker in the 1978 comic strips. Return of the Jedi later gave him the name Anakin Skywalker. And if you want to bring up the Marvel comics not being canon per se, we'll address that towards the end. The prologue in the novelization of Episode 4 established Palpatine as someone being controlled by various other bureaucrats. Keep in mind this is the out-of-universe prologue, not the in-universe character perspectives. This is at odds with the depiction of the Emperor we see in Episodes 5 and 6. If it was all canon, George should have ran with what was established, but he didn't, because he only considered his films canon. The special editions created further retcons. The way Jabba is depicted in the Jabba the Hutt comics is at odds with the special edition of A New Hope. Also, Yuzums, as depicted in Star Wars droids, vary heavily from their depiction in the special edition of Return of the Jedi. I pose the same question about George and Canonicity, especially considering droids was a visual medium and not a random novel or comic, so that one should have been easy to avoid. However, as I said, the original trilogy is minimal. Let's move on to the Prequel Trilogy. A lot of EU purists like to defend the canonicity of the EU in George's eyes by pointing out various references and connections in the prequel films. But they can't have their cake and eat it too. George also retconned elements, sometimes in major ways, with the prequel trilogy. As a fun reminder, in the old continuity system, G-canon referred to the films, their novelizations and screenplays, and statements from George Lucas, hence why Mahdi was renamed Conan and Todio Mahdi. If anyone doubts me or the basic summary available online and on Wikipedia, a source is present to reference. Perhaps the biggest retcon would be the origin story of Boba Fett. In the EU, he had a couple of different backstories. One as a former stormtrooper, and also one that had revealed his original name as Jaster Muriel, and he was a journeyman protector from Concord Dum. Attack of the Clones revealed Boba was actually a clone of Jango Fett. George has been on the record saying he references Star Wars encyclopedias, but I do try to keep it consistent. The way I do it now is they have a Star Wars encyclopedia, so if I come up with a name or something else, I look it up and see if it has already been used. He's also aware of Boba Fett having an expanded role in the EU, being aware of his survival, and even saying he contemplated adding a scene in the special edition of Boba Fett surviving the Sarlacc pit, having regretted the way they handled his death in Episode 6. But he decided against it and chose not to include it, thinking it might mess with the structure of the film. If George was aware of Boba's role in the EU, and referenced encyclopedias, he should know the basics of Boba's backstory, or at least have thought to look into it. But either way, he didn't include it. Why? Because he didn't count the EU as part of his canon, which is why he was not beholden to it. If he did see it as part of his canon, he would have restrained himself to respect what was already established. Pre-Attack of the Clone sources have never stated, with one extremely minor exception from 1978, that clones were stormtroopers or that Boba Fett had any physical resemblance to the Old Republic soldiers or other stormtroopers. Lucas has stated otherwise. Lucas stated in the Attack of the Clones commentary, throughout, as we go through the movie, there's all little funny moments like Jango bumping his head, because in Star Wars, one of the stormtroopers bumps his head on the door as they leave the control room on the Death Star. And I thought, wouldn't it be funny if that's a trait that Jango has when he puts his helmet on and everything? He can't really see that well, and he's constantly bumping his head. And that trait gets cloned in all the stormtroopers, and that's why they keep bumping their heads. The original EU 90 stories had referenced the Clone Wars as having taken place about 30 to 40 years prior to the classic trilogy. They even made references to the clones being the bad guys that fought the Jedi. This trend began with Heir to the Empire. Attack of the Clones establishes the war has taken place about 2 decades before the classic trilogy instead. In the second novel of the Thrawn trilogy, it makes references to Sabaoth's past with the Jedi that are not reconcilable as written with the prequels. While later sources and stories attempted to fix this and justify it, this was not the original intent of the author. Either Lucas gave these dates to the EU team and changed his mind, or Timothy Zahn and other EU authors established these ideas and dates on their own, but either way, Lucas retconned it with the prequels. If he saw these as canon, he should have stuck with these dates. EU authors didn't really touch on the prequel era, so Lucas wouldn't have had much in the encyclopedia research to read up on prior to the new trilogy. Besides, one of the criticisms of the films when they came out was that the dates didn't feel like they lined up, whether it be Anakin and Obi-Wan's ages or the references to the Republic and Jedi being ancient. After all, per the current film's timeline, Sebastian Shaw, an elderly man, portrayed the Force ghost of Anakin Skywalker, who was canonically 46 years old at the time. Comparing Hayden Christensen at current age 44 to Sebastian Shaw as the original Anakin in Return of the Jedi is no contest, who at the time was 78 years old. But again, Lucas ignored all this. Further supporting this, the 1994 second edition guide to the Star Wars universe laid out an interesting timeline of canon events, such as Obi-Wan being born 3 years prior to when he now canonically was born, Anakin being born about 14 years earlier than Phantom Menace establishes, the Clone Wars ending about 16 years sooner than Revenge of the Sith establishes, the fall of the Republic happening prior to Luke and Leia's birth, and the events of the Return of the Revenge of the Sith, like Anakin's fall, the Jedi Purge, and the birth of the twins, a year after Return or Revenge of the Sith establishes they happen, simultaneously establishing the Clone Wars as separate from the fall of the Republic. What's funny is Lucas said he read encyclopedias like this one to help keep things consistent, yet he retconned all of these events. Furthermore, the Return of the Jedi novel established Owen Lars as Obi-Wan's brother, and future EU material, including a Qui-Gon Obi-Wan story released after Phantom Menace, ran with this information as canon. Lucas would later retcon this in Attack of the Clones and make Owen Lars the stepbrother of Anakin Skywalker, with no relation to Kenobi and no contact with him prior to Revenge of the Sith. Regarding Mace Windu's lightsaber, in the EU pre-Attack of the Clones, Mace Windu had a blue lightsaber. His Phantom Menace action figure even included it, and the comics had him use it. And keep in mind, George supposedly read the comics. George gave Mace Windu a purple lightsaber. He should have stuck with the blue, that was already established, but he bended the rules. Why? Because he never activated his lightsaber in Phantom Menace, and the hilt he actually had was only visible in one blinker you'll miss it shot. Must be another one of those continuities for wimps things. Some might refute that as being retconned and fixed with him having two lightsabers, but again, I don't think George saw it that way. Speaking of lightsabers, though, in the pre-Attack of the Clones comics, Jedi had all sorts of lightsaber colors. But in the behind-the-scenes clip where Sam Jackson asks about a purple lightsaber color, George initially tells him Jedi only have blue or green lightsabers, and Sith only have red ones, despite the comics showing Jedi using red lightsabers. Whoops! The origin of the Death Star plans are different in the EU, originating with Sienar, versus what Attack of the Clones establishes with the Geonosians. Episode 4 establishes that C-3PO and R2-D2's master was Captain Antilles before Luke. Episode 3 places them in the care of Captain Antilles, even though Droid shows them rotate through several masters, with no mention of Antilles or being separated. Ooh, let's talk about a doozy. Let's talk about the Sith. The novelization for The Phantom Menace, according to Terry Brooks, this came from George Lucas, establishes that the Sith splintered from the Jedi about 2,000 years prior to the films, but Tales of the Jedi establishes a way older Sith order. The Sith had come into being almost 2,000 years ago. Others were recruited, and soon the ranks of the Sith swelled to less than 50 in number. The Sith began to build their cult in opposition to the Jedi. Their war with the Jedi was vengeful and furious and ultimately doomed. The rogue Jedi who had founded the Sith Order was its nominal leader, but his ambition excluded any sharing of powder. His disciples began to conspire against him and each other almost from the beginning, so that the war they instigated was as much with each other as with the Jedi. In the end, the Sith destroyed themselves. They destroyed their leader first, then each other. What few survived the initial bloodbath were quickly dispatched by watchful Jedi. In a matter of only weeks, all of them died, all but one. George Lucas also stated that the Sith never had a war with the Jedi and that the Sith merely fought themselves until their destruction, which led to the Rule of Two. This fundamentally goes against the EU. Everybody's saying, oh, well, there was a war between the Jedi and the Sith. Well, that never happened. That's just made up by fans or somebody. What really happened is the Sith ruled the universe for a while, 2,000 years ago. Each Sith has an apprentice, but the problem was each Sith Lord got to be powerful, and the Sith Lords would try to kill each other because they all wanted to be the most powerful. So in the end, they killed each other off, and there wasn't anything left. So the idea is that when you have a Sith Lord, and he has an apprentice, the apprentice is always trying to recruit somebody to join him, because he's not strong enough, usually, so that he can kill his master. That's why I call it a rule of two. There's only two Sith Lords. There can't be any more because they kill each other. They're not smart enough to realize that if they do that, they're going to wipe themselves out, which is exactly what they did. In The Phantom Menace, Palpatine was the one Sith Lord that was left standing. Which, that's an interesting note, because what about Plagueis? To Paul Duncan, he also stated, there was never a war between the Jedi and the Sith Lords. What happened when you have a world full of Sith Lords? They start killing each other to see who's going to be the top Sith Lord. Real quick, I want to note that recently it came to my attention from EU YouTube channel Iron Inquisitor that this last quote was actually from a 2003 memo included in the Star Wars archives, not from George's 2018 interview for the book. While I don't doubt him per se, at the time of scripting this, he hasn't uploaded his updated video he said he intends to make about the subject, and I don't have a copy of the book or a photocopy of the section, so I'm going to operate under the assumption that this was a 2018 era quote. Anyways, getting back to the point. If the EU was all canon, why would he reinforce these ideas years later? Shouldn't he accept there's a different story for the Sith now? Surely he knows some of the basics of one of the most popular games of the last few decades that came out of his company. Or maybe it's because he didn't see it as part of his canon. And as for the novelizations of The Phantom Menace, that seems to run contrary to what was established about the Sith and the Jedi in Tales of the Jedi, which came before the prequels. To elaborate further, I've seen some dismiss this due to the date as both recent George quotes from around 2019. Sure, in regards to dictating what can and can't be canon for the company, 2019 is too late for that. And I agree. But I'm not here arguing the EU wasn't canon to Lucasfilm or licensing. I'm arguing the EU wasn't canon to George. And if it wasn't, he wouldn't have made those statements or explicitly called the war between the Jedi and Sith something a fan or someone else made up and that they were all wrong. He clearly did not see all that as canon. I've also seen two quotes from Lucas to Star Wars Insider brought up to either frame Lucas as inconsistent or having changed his mind on the matter. The Sith are the arch-enemies of the Jedi, and for a long time they ruled the universe until the Jedi came along and got rid of them. As George Lucas describes it, the Sith were once in control of the galaxy 1,000 years in the past. Unfortunately, the Sith's hunger for conquest got the better of them. So many Sith Lords were vying for ultimate control that it led to infighting among their ranks. Such internecine struggles were exploited by the Jedi Knights of the era, and they were able to turn the tide and defeat the Sith. First off, I don't see Lucas as having changed his mind, as the Episode 1 novelization seems to fit this description of the Sith backstories he described in 2019. As for the quotes, I would say the first was a quick, concise statement, and the second was an expansion. The Sith had infighting, and because of that, the Jedi were able to use that against the Sith, and the Sith lost control because they devoured themselves. In the Phantom Menace novel, it says the Sith started fighting themselves, and whoever survived got picked off by the Jedi. That doesn't necessarily mean a war. I know the novel mentions the word war, but in that context, it seems more like a metaphorical or ideological war than a galaxy-spanning conflict, as it says they started building their cult in opposition to the Jedi, and then that is described as a war. Obviously, there was probably violence, but not a full-scale war. And just because they are arch-enemies, it doesn't mean full-scale war. The Sith spawned from the Jedi. They were like yin and yang. That can make them enemies without having a galactic war. Case in point, one might say the two major political parties in the U.S., or higher-up elected officials in said parties, are arch-enemies, but that doesn't mean America is in a full-on war between both sides, even if some violence has broken out in minor areas. The conflict between two parties might still be called a war, but one in an ideological sense, not a boots-on-the-ground type. Some might ask then, what was the revenge Maul wanted in Phantom Menace? Well, the Sith had to live in hiding and out of power for 1,000 years because of the Jedi. And the Jedi did kill a few of their number. Seems like a valid enough reason for me. Also, key to note that some people bring up Darth Bane as a way of George's involvement in the EU, and that's not true. George created Darth Bane for the backstory of Episode 1 to be included in the novel, and the EU later ran with that. Running along these same lines, though, let's examine the Chosen One prophecy. Palpatine surviving in Dark Empire fundamentally undoes the Chosen One prophecy, as does the existence of other Sith in the EU post-Return of the Jedi. The prophecy was not part of the classic trilogy and did not need to be included in the prequels, but George did it anyway, and he surely knew about the Emperor's survival. EU purists will even claim this was his idea. I do want to note that, yes, the Sith returning did come from before Phantom Menace, and so EU purists might say this is not a valid reason to slam the EU, calling it low-hanging fruit. However, George still went against it with the Prequel Trilogy when he didn't need to, and on top of that, the EU continued to tell stories about the Sith post-Phantom Menace, even though the films established a Chosen One prophecy. I could give more respect to the EU and more of a pass had they backed away from the Sith after the Phantom Menace, but they didn't. Also, while the EU showed dark side spirits still alive after death, George has maintained that this was a light side concept only. In fact, Dave Filoni, for what it's worth, brings up that this is why Darth Bane and Darth Revan were cut from an episode of TCW, even though there is a pre-animated deleted scene of this, because ultimately George said that ran contrary to the Force and they should cut it out, even though he and the crew did like it. The Yin Kori and the Yuzan Vong, I hope I'm saying those right, have been established as being outside the Force, even though Kenobi said the Force goes through all life in A New Hope. Even if George did approve this, in The Phantom Menace he doubled down and had Qui-Gon establish that without the midi-chlorians, which is the powerhouse for the Force, that life could not be possible. Some may feel that this is not necessarily a retcon, but that's not how the EU author saw it, as James Luceno recalled having to grapple with this and reconcile it in New Jedi Order. We began to wrestle with the idea of making the Vong immune to the Force, given that we were dealing with the Phantom Menace's new revelations about the Force, as well as with an extragalactic species against whom the Force couldn't be used. There were many discussions about the Force, right up to the end of the series. Ki-Adi-Mundi in the EU was married and had wives, but this goes against the Jedi Code and makes the center plot of Attack of the Clones and especially Revenge of the Sith somewhat awkward. Doubly so for the fact that Ki-Adi-Mundi was also a knight on the Council initially, and this serves as one of Anakin's reasons for distrusting the Jedi and eventually joining Palpatine when they reject him becoming a master, but being on the Council, deliberately saying it's never been done before in the history of the Order, and he found it insulting. While some sources say George Lucas approved this, if he really did, then why did he go back on that and retcon this with the later prequel films? He should have stuck to his guns and not written no marriage or no knights on the Council into the films. Anakin would have known this too, since Mundi was a knight on the Council during Phantom Menace according to EU material. But he felt no issue with retconning it because he didn't see it as part of his canon. Simple as that. While several of these issues did get cleared up in future EU reference books or stories, they still initially were retcons. Some EU purists like to say that because these retcons later got cleaned up, they are not actually retcons. This fundamentally misunderstands the logic behind this to begin with. The retcons only needed to be fixed because they were retconned to begin with, all from George Lucas. It's like the same logic that the EU only had to be decanonized because Lucasfilm Licensing considered it canon to begin with. Had he truly felt the EU was in the same canon as the films, he would not have made these retcons to begin with. And the fact that he does so shows he didn't indeed see it as a separate continuity, which he has personally stated several times. And as we've shown, others around the brand have known this as well. Some fans like to point to the various references or connections in the films to say George clearly saw them as canon. Let's go through some of them to show why that was not the case. First off, I could point out that a lot of EU purists like to point out that Disney doesn't even count their books as canon since they get retconned, but there are also just as many instances of Disney on-screen projects referencing their books, the most notable being Cobb Vanth. Even Dave Filoni references the books, having Thrawn reference in the Ahsoka show that he met Anakin, an event from the books. Based off of the EU purist logic regarding George and the EU with his prequel trilogy retcons and references, they must now admit Disney still counts their books as canon, even Dave Filoni. Second off, just because George included something does not mean he sees it as original source as canon. He threw E.T. and Phantom Menace as a reference to the film E.T. Does that mean it's canon? He references Indiana Jones in his Star Wars books, or works. Does that mean Indiana Jones is canon? Tatooine is the name of a town in Tunisia where the desert scenes from A New Hope were filmed. That's why he named it Tatooine. Is that town canon? Some may respond to these points by saying this is different because those are different IPs in the real world. Is it though? Lucas rarely draws on his own concept art. He has other people draw designs and he uses what he likes. Most of those instances are no different. If Lucas accepts a piece of concept art, Does that mean the original intention behind the piece is now canon? For example, the Magna Guard design was originally a design for Grievous. Does that mean canonically those are also Grievous because that was the original source, and since Lucas used it, it's canon? Lucas was going to use Darth Talon in his sequel trilogy. We'll address this later. But mainly because he liked her design. Does that mean he saw the comics with Talon as canon? Most likely not, since using her in the sequel trilogy would have placed her about 100 years earlier in the timeline than she should have been. George has previously called the EU full of creativity, and he loves creativity. So he simply saw designs and elements that he thought were cool and included them. We've already brought up quotes from the EU, participants, and officials at the company that said even though George would sometimes reference them occasionally or pull an element in, it didn't mean he saw it as canon, and they knew that. With all that being said, let's dive in. Perhaps the biggest example is Aayla Secura. She was a character from the Republic comics that George included in Attack of the Clones. EU purists believe her inclusion means he saw her in the comics as canon. But in the commentary for Attack of the Clones, he doesn't call her Aayla Secura, he calls her a Twilight Jedi. He doesn't even know her name. Also, he needed a gazillion background Jedi. He said he saw the image of her on a comic and liked the design, so he threw her in, partially as a nod to the comics. Why did he need to nod to the comics if they were canon? He nods to Spielberg's films. None of this means she is canon or the comics are canon, other than the fact that she appears in the film and now she's canon through that medium. He simply needed Jedi and he liked the design. Also notice how he says he saw her design on the comic and threw her in. If he really saw the comics as canon, they should have been his first source for background Jedi, but instead a lot of them were original designs. Lucas used both a curved lightsaber handle and a double-bladed lightsaber, both of which had been used in EU comics prior to the Prequel Trilogy. Okay, he liked the designs and he thought they were cool and he used them. It's simple as that. This doesn't mean the comics themselves were canon. The same logic can be used for various things like the inclusion of Thielins, etc. There are also things that appear in both Shadows of the Empire and the special editions, like Sentinel landing ships, swoop bikes, and the Outrider. Both of these were in development at the same time. It's very possible ILM included them in the special edition first and they were used in Shadows of the Empire later. It's also very possible that in a money and time-saving strategy, assets from Shadows of the Empire were simply repurposed into the special edition. Their inclusion does not mean that George saw it as canon, and even so, it's possible these didn't even come from George, and that the ILM guys stuck it in there. This also goes for the use of the Action 6 from the Thrawn Trilogy comics in the background of Attack of the Clones. Most likely an ILM guy stuck that in there. We know from ILM sources that the recent Light and Magic documentary that George left them to their own devices a lot of the time and mainly checked in and signed off on things. Important note that during a live stream with Rick Worley on YouTube on June 22nd, 2025, Mark Austin, who played Boba Fett in A New Hope, discussed at length for the first hour of the stream his role in the special editions. He was one of the special effects animators and worked on the Mos Eisley scenes. After having been involved in the work for a while, he was tapped to play Boba for a quick shoot scheduled for December 1994. According to the Secrets of the Shadows of the Empire book, the big meeting where everyone got together to work on crafting Shadows and its story was November 1994, when work on the Mos Eisley Special Edition sequences has already been ongoing. So, while I can't confirm it, it is very likely that the Shadows of the Empire references in A New Hope were actually A New Hope references in Shadows, and either repurposed assets or background designs that Shadows adopted. Speaking of Shadows, a fan has pointed out Prince Xizor is technically in Phantom Menace, as an action figure of him and a few other Shadows figurines were included in the pod racing audience seating from distant shots. To that I say, first off, ILM probably did that as they were the ones that made the set, not George. And second off, if canonically this means Xizor is in Phantom Menace, then we also need to account for the fact that canonically a bunch of painted Q-tips were present at the pod race, since in the wide shots that include Xizor, that's what the audience was made up of. Su Choi, I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly, a comic character, was seen in a Blink or You'll Miss It cameo in Revenge of the Sith on one of the Wookiee ships. This one was very likely just ILM. I've used ILM as a scapegoat a few times, and some have tried to suggest that George knew every pixel of these movies and would be aware of EU references, so he clearly accepted it. But I disagree. First off, the making of the EU movie showed George let the special effects people have a lot of freedom and personal oversight over the special effects. He wasn't super involved in the minutiae of it, just approving it. On top of that, George has literally said he doesn't keep up with the EU and has to use encyclopedias to keep up with the basic ideas and concepts. So even if he knows every pixel of the film, he's not going to know every tiny EU reference. He's not going to see a random speeder bike and go, oh yeah, that's from the EU. He's just going to go, oh, cool, speeder bike design, I like it. Or something along those lines, assuming he even says anything at all. The pod racers in Episode 1 move similar to the way they do in the game. Well, the game is based on Episode 1, so that probably explains why. Also, footage from Pod Racer appears in Attack of the Clones on the background screens in the Coruscant Cantina. Like, okay? That's not a big deal. Why make something new when ILM could just take the game footage that looks similar to what they need it to look like and throw it in? That doesn't mean it's canon, and it might not even be from Lucas either. There are also various names that Lucas uses as species for film characters or personally references that seem to have their first mentions in the EU material, such as Rodian, Tung, Moon, Huts being a species, not a title, Aldera, and Rishi. Again, George thumbed through encyclopedias and probably liked the names, so he used them. I would also say that some of these may have simply been EU connections and visual guides after the fact, as I believe Tung and Moon were first from novels, not comics. George also has to make up a big universe with thousands of species, and he uses what he can. After all, Gungan came from his 2-year-old. As for Rodians and especially Huts, George also has a vivid imagination of his own and came up with stuff by himself. If you look at interviews he did after A New Hope about some of the characters, most of which can be found in The Making of Star Wars by J.W. Rinsler, he had a lot of backstory and ideas and world building he would reveal about the world, much of which still ended up being true, like C-3PO being built by a child. So it's very possible these ones came from him and just appeared in EU sources first based off of notes the EU team had access to. Some references, like the use of the Juggernaut or the term Jedi Code, can be sourced back to original concept art or drafts of the classic films, though Jedi Code was originally called Jedi Oath. An EU source called it Code, and the code better fits its use in the prequels anyway, so this change on Lucas's end is probably intentional and a coincidence with the EU. Datapads appear in the EU, then pop up in the Phantom Menace. Yeah, it's a fictional, futuristic universe. They already had computer screens similar to datapads in the classic trilogy. A mobile version of this also existing makes sense to me. George needed something for them to watch the pod race on. This was most likely George figuring that out and is pure coincidence. Dooku uses a force grip on Kenobi in Revenge of the Sith that also appeared in a game. Okay. George also needed a way to have Dooku remove Kenobi but not kill him so Anakin could kill Dooku without Obi-Wan interfering. Coincidence? This also most likely would have come from the stunt coordinator and choreographer Nick Gillard, not George. There are also several references to droids. Most of these are simply, again, names George liked. After all, none are used in the same manner as they were in the series. But also keep in mind, Ben Burt was a major part of droids, and so many references may have come from him, especially the fact that his minor cameo in Phantom Menace shares a surname to a droid's character that was probably something either he or visual guide writers did. Some characters from the EU books appear in the movies, like Salperin or Olana. These were after-the-fact retcons with extra background characters by StarWars.com. Not George. The line, "This war represents a failure to listen," was said by a character in a comic, and later used in Revenge of the Sith. Okay, George probably read the comic and liked the line and threw it in there. That doesn't mean it's canon. There are similar plot beats in Star Wars compared to Hidden Fortress. Are those canon? The opening crawl comes from Flash Gordon. Is that canon? George also pulled a line from President Bush and gave it to Obi-Wan in Revenge of the Sith. So, is Bush now canon to Star Wars? Plo Koon's fighter design is similar to Anakin's from the 03 Clone Wars. It's very possible Anakin's fighter was based off of Plo Koon's, as the 03 team had access to that stuff, or it was done by ILM. Either way, it doesn't make it canon per se, it's just simply a cool design that got included. Quinlan got referenced in Revenge of the Sith and was going to be included. First off, Quinlan first appeared in Phantom Menace. Second off, it's a character George likes, so he was going to include him in Revenge of the Sith. The scene got removed, but the reference was included instead. That doesn't mean he sees the whole character's story and the comics as canon. He just liked the character and wanted to bring him into the film world because he liked him so much. Just like the designs of Ayla and something like that again. EU contributors and overseers have already commented on. Let's talk about one that pops up a lot. Let's talk about Coruscant. Coruscant is the name for the capital, even though George originally had Abaddon in Return of the Jedi script. This means it's canon, right? The whole EU? No. Let's take a look at the history behind Coruscant. According to Timothy Zahn, apparently when it came time to choose a name for the films, people persuaded George to go with Coruscant and be done with it. So I felt very vindicated. The tail wagging dog. It was an honor to be slipped into the movies this way. Steve Sansweet shed further light on the matter, saying, "The idea of a city-covered planet was in the early drafts of original trilogy scripts, but George Lucas wasn't able to get it onto the big screen until the prequels. Many scenes in Return of the Jedi were originally going to take place on the city planet, but as the script evolved, they were later relocated to the second Death Star. In these early drafts, the planet was called Had Abaddon. The name Coruscant came from author Timothy Zahn for his 1991 novel, Heir to the Empire. It's actually a real word that means glittering or giving forth flashes of light. When it came time to name the city planet for Episode 1, after considering several other names, Lucas decided to go with the already established Coruscant. So Lucas had to be talked into doing it, and initially it wasn't his go-to. It was all canon to him. Coruscant should have been the go-to, no questions asked. But wait, Coruscant's industrial sector looks similar to how it is in a game, except that was depicted as Coruscant in general, not the industrial sector, and the building in the game was the Imperial Palace, not some random industrial building. But wait, Coruscant nightlife look in Attack of the Clones came from the EU, which in turn came from Ralph McQuarrie concept art. Also, in the Thrawn trilogy, Coruscant had visible mountains. That's not the case in the prequels. Not the slam dunk purist thought now, huh? But wait! Luminar and Barriss were in Attack of the Clones, and they were first in an EU novel in 2001. Aha, gotcha! Except, filming for Attack of the Clones was in mid-2000, so they were included as tie-in content leading into the new movie. Along the same line of thought, a lot of people like to point to Labyrinth of Evil as George counting the EU as canon, since it's referenced in Revenge of the Sith. Except, with all tie-in material, that's not exactly the case. George wrote Revenge of the Sith, and as a marketing tie-in, he gave James Luceno the basics of the story and told him to write a book about it. So no, it wasn't Lucas referencing EU material, it was an EU material expanding on and revealing a window into a story from George. The Canon and Moya line? It was already there, and Luceno incorporated it. The same could be said about the Battle of Coruscant in the 03 series, though the depiction there is somewhat ignored in Revenge of the Sith, as there is no evidence of a ground battle in the film. Moral of the story, if George valued the EU as part of his canon, he wouldn't have retconned it to begin with, and a few references being included don't make up for the retconning of story beats and character backstories, especially when the references are not that great of proof on their own as well. You can't say George referenced EU, therefore it's canon, and then ignore when he blatantly retconned it. But we've only been dipping our toes into the water. Let's jump into the pool. Let's talk about the Clone Wars. The Clone Wars represents a major issue for the narrative that George counted the EU as canon because the Clone Wars retcons several elements of the Clone Wars multimedia project. For those who don't know, this is all the Clone Wars books, comics, games, TV content from 2002 to 2005. And there are no questions that it does so. And on a personal note, I'll side with the purists. It'd be nice if everything had lined up and it was all Gucci. But the truth is, it doesn't. Just like the Prequel Trilogy. The Clone Wars was the biggest Lucasfilm Star Wars project post-Revenge of the Sith and pre-Disney. George Lucas personally funded the show and allowed it to keep going, even as viewership constantly declined and the show's cost only grew and grew. EU purists tend to come up with a few narratives about George and his involvement in TCW in order to downplay the significance of the issue of TCW. Myth number 1. George was not involved. Period. Therefore, EU issues come from Dave Filoni, and TCW wasn't his vision. Honestly, I just don't see how purists could suggest that even though George Lucas personally funded the show with a pilot movie budgeting $8.5 million from his own pocketbook and episodes that cost roughly $1 million each to make, he just kind of stood off to the side and let Dave Filoni do his thing? And if the EU continuity issues weren't okay with George, why did he not do anything? He might not have known about every single one, but he surely would have heard about some, which we'll talk about later. Myth number 2 is that George was very minimally involved, therefore EU issues come from Dave Filoni. I would offer mostly the same response to this as myth number 1. The only difference here is that this seems like an attempt to try to account for the facts that George and others have stated he was involved, without having to completely ignore them to preserve their argument. Myth number 3. George was initially very involved in TCW, but after early seasons he stepped away, and he left continuity to Dave, which means any problems with the EU came from him, and Dave sometimes went behind George's back and let things get in the final cut of the episode and go to air without George knowing. This one, honestly, is a whole lot we're going to dive into over the next several minutes, but I'll just add about the whole Dave behind George's back thing. If Dave's really doing that and bragging about that publicly, why would George not do anything? The idea he was personally funding a show going to air on a channel with a couple million viewers tuning in every week, and he was just oblivious to his lead showrunner doing the complete opposite of what he wanted, seems like a stretch. Especially this idea that no one else would have ever told George. And finally, myth number 4. George let the prequel hate get to him, and his vision was compromised, but the Clone Wars multimedia project was prior to that, so TCW can be written off as not being George's true vision. Honestly, I have a bit more respect for this one, as they're at least owning the fact that, yeah, George was responsible for a lot of the show's continuity errors, and they're just trying to shine a different light on it. The only thing is now they sound like eerily similar to the 2000s era prequel haters who also claimed George lost his way, and he wasn't the same guy he was when he made the original trilogy, but was now just some soup milking it on the Star Wars cash cow. But again, like the others, we'll address this one too. Let's dive in. We'll look at some quotes from George Lucas and others that have stated about him and his involvement in TCW. Keep in mind, we're mainly focusing here on how the quote ties into his involvement and his thoughts on the show, not him and either thinking the EU is canon or not thinking it's canon. During an exchange at Comic-Con with Steve Sansweet, a fan asked Steve how the TV show fit into the canon, and he said, George will be involved in the TV series. It'll be pretty close to the top of the hierarchy. The Clone Wars series on Cartoon Network is very much a part of canon because it leads right up to Episode 3, so these certainly will be too. The fan then responded, so this will be like on the level of screenplays and stuff. Okay, thanks. So, clearly TCW was meant to be canon and George was planning to be involved. This was in 2005. Now let's fast forward to 2008, which is notable because this is the same year the film came out, and by this point, with how production is generally ran on Lucasfilm Animation, they would have been wrapping up on Season 1 and deep into Season 2 at the least. George told Starlog, so I only really have the films and now the television series. I have my own little world to worry about. Again, by this point, TCW has been in production for a while, and George is equating the show on par with the films. And to him, it's all the same. Something I believe I've already alluded to, but will continue to be relevant, is that while Star Wars fans and licensing differentiate between the films and TCW as far as the canon tiers go, George didn't make the tiers, and he doesn't use them. As he's made clear many times already, there are essentially 2 tiers to him. The EU is one, and the films is the other. And now from this point in time onwards, he lumps TCW in with the films. To him, there is no distinction, so anyone wanting to discard TCW for some tier level reason while simultaneously claiming to be all about true George Lucas Star Wars must accept that for George, his true vision of Star Wars made no tier level differentiation. To Total Film in 2008, George said, the movies and the TV shows are all under my control. Again, he is owning TCW. It's under his control, not Dave Filoni's, George's. 2 quotes from early May from Leland Chee state, to clarify this point just a little bit further, the Clone Wars will not be considered Expanded Universe. They'll be ranked up there with the movies. T-Canon, in its entirety, is not supposed to be considered part of the EU pillar, but part of the Lucas pillar. This falls right in line with what I just said. Everyone loves to use Leland, right? Well, here he is in 2008 saying T-Canon is essentially the same as G-Canon. They are on par with each other and above the other canon tiers. Some may ask why Chi wouldn't just lump TCW in with canon. Honestly, I don't know. But I have a theory. It's either 1, they just wanted to separate between films and television, or 2, because T-Canon was going to include TCW and Underworld, they wanted to distinguish from the films due to other people's involvement. While TCW is absolutely George's vision, Dave also played a major role in that, and surely the same would go for whoever ran the live-action show, whereas the films were much more purely George and only George. Now, I don't think that 100% makes sense, because the films clearly had more than just George's influence on them. I mean, shoot, he didn't even officially direct 2 of them, and obviously, George outranked Dave on TCW, and TCW was his show, but that may have been what Chi was going for. I honestly don't know, but nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that even Leland is basically putting it on par with George's films. To bring up another Leland quote, the 3 pillars that George Lucas refers to has a pillar that is part of the Star Wars universe that George follows and has direct control over, namely the movies and the television series. Second pillar includes the portions of the Star Wars universe created by Lucas licensing that includes the video games, books, and toys that George exhibits less direct control over. Both the first and second pillars are treated as official Star Wars continuity. Again, George has directed control over TCW in the same way he had direct control over the films. And just in case anyone tries to say this is a quote that works against me on George and the EU canonicity, he's talking about canon for the company, not George. Speaking of George, let's go to another 2008 quote from him, a quote after the film released and before the show aired. He said, "I am the father of our Star Wars movie world, the film entertainment, the features, and now the animated film and television series, and I am going to do a live-action series. Those are all things I am very involved in. I set them up, and I train the people, and I go through them all. I am the father, that's my work." Here, George is again claiming he is very involved. He sets up the people for that, and he goes through all the episodes just like the films. George was claiming heavy involvement, not just a checklist of approvals. He is comparing the involvement of his on the films to that of the TV series. In an interview titled "The Making of Star Wars: The Clone Wars," George said this: "One thing this gives me the chance to do is to go out and broaden the canvas of what Star Wars is about." So this is a way of explaining Anakin's rise to being a full-fledged Jedi, and at the same time, the growing relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin as pals. And in order to do that, we needed somebody to take on the role of the younger person who's being taught and is adding a certain dynamic that a student brings to these stories. This is interesting for a few reasons. Not only is he saying he's the one doing this, and not only is he talking actively about Ahsoka and her role in the series and why she was there, but he is saying TCW is a way for him to broaden the canvas of Star Wars. But didn't the EU already do that? Or is it because he doesn't count that as real Star Wars in his mind? He said this is a way of explaining Anakin's rise to Jedihood and Annie and Obi becoming friends. But wasn't that all already covered in the Clone Wars Multimedia Project? Or is it because George doesn't count that? I certainly know if Dave made these quotes, purists would say this is to Dave ignoring the EU. In fact, I know one YouTuber named Star Wars Scran who did do this to Dave and other TCW writers in a video series called The Continuity Wars. But now here George is doing the exact same thing. In an interview with ComingSoon.net, George said, "Genndy did most of the animation and most of the stories for the first experimental series. In this one, I'm pretty much following the mythology and the rules of the features, so it's a little bit different. But it's very much like the features except in animation." A couple things to note. Not only is George saying TCW is essentially the same as the features but animated, but it's something in line with the mythology and rule of the films, something he has stated before that the books did not do. But he's also attributing the 03 series to Genndy and taking credit for this one, implying he wasn't really behind the 03 series and that he is definitely behind doing this one. In that same interview, he also says, "We've been doing this for 3 years. We have 1 year finished. We're in the middle of the second year. I've written the third year. We expect this to go on for at least 5 or 6 years. I mean, what I'm doing is a film called Red Tails. I've been working on for years, and then I'm working on a live-action Star Wars TV series, and we're in the script stage. That probably won't come out for a couple of years. Then I'm going to do my own films. I'm basically, you might say, retire and just work on the hobby movies, and after that, well, as a matter of fact, I'm working on it tomorrow. We're getting towards the script and probably start shooting before the end of the year. It should come out sometime next year maybe." A lot of good stuff to unpack here. First off, he says TCW has been in development for 3 years. Season 1 is already done. Season 2 is in the middle of production, and he, not someone else, he has written the third year. Not only is he expressing his involvement with the first couple seasons, but he is taking writing credit for Season 3. So anyone who says TCW did not come from him, at least in regards to Seasons 1 through 3, more than half the show that aired under his watch, mind you, this should shut down the debate. George is personally owning TCW Seasons 1 through 3 here, and the stories presented in them. And it's not the generic we, because he says we about Seasons 1 and 2 being mostly done, but he says, "I've written the third year." Also worthy to note, this was 2008, and Season 3 wouldn't air for 2 more years, yet the stories were hashed out already. The last George Lucas quote from before the Disney buyout that I'll present for TCW comes in 2011. So if in 2008 they have already some story work done for Season 3, then they easily have Season 5, if not some of Season 6, being worked on in 2011. Another quote I found, and one I've sometimes seen to go against TCW, confusingly enough, is from Starlog Magazine 370, where George states, "The Clone Wars is like a footnote to the live-action features. The features are Anakin Skywalker's story, so when you go between episodes 2 and 3, it's like there's a little asterisk that says more about the Clone Wars, the animated series. but it doesn't really have anything to do with Anakin's story about his fall to the dark side. In the animated series, Anakin is simply a normal person. It's consistent with the live-action films. But in the movies, you never see Anakin as a normal person. He's always struggling. So this gives us a chance to broaden that and show that Anakin was a regular guy just like he was in Episode 1. Some interesting stuff. First off, he is saying TCW is part of the features. It's a footnote. Him saying this isn't really part of Anakin's story does not mean it has nothing to do with the film's continuity-wise, but it simply means to get the gist of Anakin's story, watch 1 through 6. You don't need to watch all of TCW to understand his story. Also interesting is he notes TCW as a footnote. I've never seen him describe the EU as a footnote. Usually it's always referring to the EU as its own thing, or its own world, or a separate universe. Yet he doesn't really seem to do that with TCW. It's funny though, as George says here that Anakin is consistent with the films, and explains why he might seem a little different even though he isn't. We'll get to that in just a second on the next quote. So let's continue. Now, it should be noted that George did a lot of active press for the 2008 film when it was in theaters. So the next few quotes come from various press interviews he did, which is funny to think about since purists will often claim he wasn't really involved. If so, why did he do press coverage? To Star Movies, when I was doing Episode 3, I was sort of lamenting the fact that the Clone Wars really has nothing to do with Anakin Skywalker's story of descending into the dark side, and the other part was that because he's struggling, he has this personal interior struggle. His character became very one-sided, very angst-ridden, and I said it would be fun to do something just as a footnote to sort of explain how Anakin and Obi-Wan, stopped being sort of edgy with each other and became friends, and then became partners, and eventually became a team, and how Anakin settled down and matured a little bit, which is what happens when you become a parent or you become a teacher or something. You have to teach another, in this case, a Padawan learner, Ahsoka. It would be nice it's not part of the plot of him, but it does show him as a normal human being, which is the only time I got to do it was when he was 10 years old. And it would be, I never got to explore that part, so I said I could take this animated series that we developed with Gindi, and I could turn this into a real live series and also explore my interest in animation. This is a lot of good juicy bits here. Oftentimes, I've seen the character of Anakin as portrayed in TCW being criticized as out of line with the prequel trilogy. I don't personally subscribe to that, but it would appear that this didn't originate from Dave Filoni, but from the maker himself, George Lucas. He says Anakin is at the worst points of his life in the films, but TCW is everyday normal adult Anakin. Very interesting. So anyone who wants to claim that they want to celebrate true George Lucas Star Wars must accept Anakin's portrayal in TCW as it came from the maker himself. And the other bit, he talks about Ahsoka and her being Anakin's Padawan and the reasoning behind it. I've also seen some purists say Ahsoka doesn't fit the prequel trilogy either, and that the Jedi giving Anakin a Padawan after Attack of the Clones makes no sense. That's okay if you feel that way personally, but now you must accept this is a decision approved by, if not directly from, the maker himself. Ahsoka as Anakin's Padawan is true George Lucas Star Wars. And to any still questioning George's position on the EU, I ask this simple question. The Clone Wars multimedia project had pretty much filled out the timeline of the war by this point. There wasn't really any territory left uncharted. There was not a single mention of Ahsoka or of Anakin having a Padawan in the Clone Wars multimedia project, nor a single appearance of the character Ahsoka Tano. Surely George would know this, especially since he was part of her creation. He wouldn't know the details and specifics of all the war stories, sure, but he would have had to have known that nothing prior to this depicted Anakin having a Padawan, especially since the micro-series made no allusion to her either, and that was something he was tangentially involved in at the very least. EU purists love to say George was involved in the EU and approved of it. So if this is true, he should know the broad strokes, and again, know that Anakin did not have a Padawan. In fact, one of the biggest criticisms about TCW when it came out, aside from Ahsoka being an annoying character, is the fact that Anakin having a Padawan seemed to be one of the largest retcons in the franchise. So to all you purists out there who think George saw the EU as canon to his Star Wars, and the true continuation of his story outside the films, I ask you, how do you reconcile the fact that George was aware of and okay with Ahsoka Tano and her being Anakin's Padawan when this is a giant slap in the face to the continuity of the Clone Wars multimedia project? Even if you think he wasn't really involved in the series or got less and less involved as time went on, he was a part of her introduction to the universe and as Anakin's Padawan. How do you reconcile that? I've tried asking several EU purists I engage with online, and unless YouTube notifications failed to inform me of a response to my comment, I have yet to receive an answer. If you have an answer, please let me know in the comments. I'm genuinely curious, because to me, the only answer that makes sense is that to George, The Clone Wars multimedia project was never canon to him, so introducing Ahsoka didn't create any retcons with the EU because to him, it was separate. Now then, another George Lucas quote is from an interview with EW. I'm just starting to work on the scripts now for the live-action series. We finished the first years of Clone Wars, and we're in the middle of working on the second year. I'm finishing the scripts for the third year, and now I'm working on the scripts for the first year of the live-action show. Smiles. So it's a lot of scripts. Again, to an alternate source, he is reiterating the same information. He is involved with TCW, and he is involved in the writing process. The stories came from George. At the world premiere for the 2008 film, George said, "This is the very first premiere I've ever had for any movie I've ever made." Interesting. He's not calling TCW a Dave Filoni film that he financed and approved. He's calling it a film he made. He's owning it as a film he made. And just in case anyone's confused, by premiere he's talking about like a big celebratory event for the first ever public showing of the film. Something all the Disney films have had normally a couple days before the masses were able to see them. I know that could be confusing, so I just wanted to clarify. That's what the world premiere is. Another quote he gave at the same premiere is, "That first stuff that came off was so brilliant. I looked at it on the big screen and said, this is too good for television. This should actually be a feature." Well, I'm pretty sure that this one was common knowledge already. Just wanted to add it again because George Lucas was involved and he was the one who turned the film from 4 episodes into a feature film. In another press interview, he said, "Ahsoka was there because I need a Padawan learner for Anakin to sort of settle him down a little bit to make him more responsible, and the best way to do that is to become a parent or teacher. Then you have to sort of think about what you're doing a little more." This circles back to both the Anakin personality issue and the Ahsoka issue. He said the reason Ahsoka was there is Anakin's Padawan, and this is the way of maturing Anakin up a bit. I've seen some EU fans state before that Anakin's maturity between films was explored in the Clone Wars multimedia project, with some dubbing it a natural progression of maturity as someone who had to grow up and fight through 3 years of war. Wouldn't George know this? Shouldn't he know Anakin's maturity between films is already explored and explained that? Or is it, simply that his version of it, because to him, Clone Wars multimedia project is not canon? Moving on to the behind the scenes from the Clone Wars, while George never gave in-person commentary interviews for the behind-the-scenes featurettes for the show, he did do them for the film. I also want to state all these can be found online. On one, he stated, "With the Clone Wars, we're showing there's a lot more stories to tell." You could construe this to simply mean Star Wars is not done, it's still going, and sure, but isn't it weird that he's picking this era, implying there isn't told stories in this era, when in reality the Clone Wars multimedia project already told the Clone Wars stories? In the same featurette, he said, "The interesting thing about the Clone Wars is that in the normal course of the Skywalker saga, it's not told, it's skipped over. We never get into the details of what happens during the war. Obviously, during a war, there's lots and lots of stories. Very exciting, action, drama, heartbreak, and comedy. And this idea was intriguing to me because it really did allow me to broaden the canvas of what Star Wars is about. There's enough time over the period of the series to deal with a lot of the other Jedi. Other characters were not dealing primarily with the tragedy of Anakin Skywalker, we're dealing with a series of episodes." Again, interesting. First off, again, he's stating he's involved in the telling of these stories. But it's that same broaden the canvas terminology that seems to ignore the EU, especially since he refers to telling stories about other Jedi characters who undoubtedly already got stories in the EU. Catherine Winder, executive producer at Lucasfilm Animation, said, "When it comes to music, George really has pushed the envelope on the series. He likes to experiment with all different kinds of ethnic and rhythmic sounds. He loves the drums. He really wanted a rich soundtrack for both the television series and the movie. So the feel of the music for TCW? All from George." In a behind-the-scenes featurette for Season 1, Episode 10, Catherine Winder also states, "So after Mr. Takayuchi had finished his storyboard, he actually got to sit with George Lucas, and we went through frame by frame what his vision was, and then combine that with George's ideas and notes. Mr. Takayuchi also said, I was a little nervous and also very surprised that Mr. Lucas was so enthusiastic and so passionate. Mr. Lucas tweaked a lot of my drawings. Usually when you change things on the fly, the story suffers, but all these changes made sense. I was amazed by his skill." Both clearly state George was pretty involved, at the very least with this specific episode. The behind the scenes for this episode is also accompanied by clips of George being very hands-on with this one. This is interesting because this episode is a layer of Grievous, the episode that gives some backstory on Grievous. EU purists will claim this was one of the early examples of Dave stabbing George in the back for changing the backstory of Grievous, that allegedly came from Lucas himself. But as we literally are able to see and hear, George was very hands-on with this episode. The backstory isn't just spoken, but shown in the episode as we see several statues showing Grievous's slow morphing from the warrior he used to be into the cyborg he eventually became. Assuming the new backstory didn't come from him, he then at the very least was aware of it and approved it. And if it really did come from him for the EU, then why change it here? He wouldn't change a backstory established for the EU unless, could it be because maybe he didn't count the EU backstory as part of his personal canon? Going back to Catherine Winder, in an interview with StarWars.com in 2009, she stated, "I feel my role is to help support and find any way possible to bring to life the creative vision as set out by George and realized on a daily basis by Dave. With George, it's focusing more on the larger issues of the show and the technology, as well as his concept of where he wants the show and the technology, as well as his concept of where he wants the show and the production system to be in the years ahead. I also go through the particular system to be in the years ahead. I also go through the particular production, budgetary, and delivery challenges with George so he understands not only what we're dealing with today, but also how we're going to get to where he wants us to go in the future. As far as my interaction with Dave, it's more on the ground floor dealing with the specific production challenges and difficulties of creating a show of this scale and complexity. Dave is extremely fluent in the Star Wars universe, as well as George's storytelling sensibility, and he's absolutely vital to the process and to realizing George's vision." Interesting how she lays this out. She not only describes George as more of an overseer and Dave more involved in the day-to-day run-of-the-mill show running duties, something Dave has also stated, but she also attributes the show as being George's vision and something Dave is capturing. He's not producing Dave's vision, but George's. And even though she says Dave is more day-to-day and George is more overseer, she still acquaints the whole show with George's vision and also describes him being involved in typical things a television executive producer was involved with, demonstrating it wasn't just a courtesy credit. Henry Gilroy, TCW writer, stated in 2009 regarding EU author Karen Travis's departure, "It is unfortunate that Karen is moving on because of her opinion that canon is being changed. I guess the big problem is the assumption that her work is canon in the first place. After working with George on the Clone Wars series, I know there are elements of her work that are not in line with his vision of Star Wars, and in my mind, only George Lucas' Star Wars is canon. Everything else is Expanded Universe. Here he is clearly stating some of the EU stuff is not in line with his vision of Star Wars, and that the Clone Wars is something part of Lucas's canon. Rob Coleman also had some early development and involvement with TCW and directed a couple episodes. Keep in mind, Rob is an animation supervisor and someone who worked heavily on the special effects for all three prequels, including being the mastermind behind CGI Yoda and the Yoda fight in Attack of the Clones, as shown in the ILM documentary on Disney+. He gave a statement to Star Wars Insider 107 saying, "Dave Filoni is the supervising director. He works directly with George Lucas and the writers to create an overall plan for all of the episodes each season. He's there at the beginning with the producer. It usually takes a couple of days to a week, and they plan out in a very rough form what will happen. They come up with episode synopses, which are about a paragraph long for each episode, and describe what happens to the heroes, what the problems are, and what gets solved. The writing team divides up the episodes between them, and they start writing. Once the first drafts come in, Dave and George read them and make notes and decisions. They start choosing episodes that are actually going to be made. That's when an episodic director gets involved. They'd call the director in and say, 'Rob, we've got an R2-D2 show coming up. In my case, it was a two-parter, and here's an early draft.' The director gives notes as a fresh pair of eyes to the story. Then in maybe a few days or a week, a shooting draft is ready. At that point, the episodic director works with the storyboard artist, doing storyboards on paper or a computer, or in my case, going straight to 3D computer graphics to map out what the scenes are going to look like. You maybe spend 6 weeks mapping out the whole show, so you have a version of the show done in storyboards or in computer animatics that describes visually what the show is going to look like. There might be a still image of Anakin standing, and I would record people in the studio for temp dialogue and work with editor Jason Tucker to cut it all together. So it's the length, but nothing's animated at that stage, and nothing's got color. It's usually just black and white or gray. I'd present that to George, and then he would give me notes. I'd do a revision on that and present it for a final look. Then George would sign off on it. This is very detailed stuff. Not only does this similarly match up with the process Dave Filoni has laid out for how the show is put together, but he attributes all the stories as being a joint production of George and Dave in a writer's room, and then George and Dave jointly approve all those scripts. Not an outline, a script. So any EU contradiction is all approved by George. Sure, maybe George wouldn't know minor details off the top of his head about things the show retcons, but certain details like pacifist Mandalorians, Grievous's new backstory, etc., all these were created by him and approved by him, and all final episodes were approved by George. And even more important to note, Rob describes the writers' room meeting as lasting maybe a week or so, and that's it. A whole season would be planned out. Then after that, George's involvement comes down to signing off and making notes to scripts and then approving the final episodes. George doesn't need to be too involved to still have been heavily involved in the story process. George's work for an entire season could come down to a few weeks' worth, while Dave was there for months. And he still would have basically been behind all the stories and approved the final episodes before they went to air. So even if EU purists want to try to claim that Lucas was hardly around, well, even if that's true, he doesn't need to be around every day for all those stories to have come from him. And the fact that someone else was responsible for the lighting or getting all the animation animated doesn't impact whether this show is George's or not, because at the end of the day, the stories all came from him. If the day-to-day details of animating a show are required to have George's heavy involvement, then let's rule out all 6 films, because a lot of those special effects were handled by ILM and George wasn't too involved in getting those done. He even told Rob Coleman to figure out the Yoda fight in Attack of the Clones, and he had to plan that from scratch, simply getting George's approval at the end, as he detailed in Season 2, Episode 2 of the ILM documentary. In a 2010 featurette, Jason Tucker, a supervising editor on TCW, stated about Season 2, Episode 6, "At the very first initial cut that we had, Anakin and Luminara were putting the bombs on the top of the super tanks. When George came in, he wanted to flip the shots entirely, so basically all the shots of the bridge were upside down to show Anakin and Luminara were coming basically underneath the bridge, and we were going to destroy the bridge altogether. It's an amazing process watching George work, as we were compiling all this together in the editing room." Again, George was there in the editing room and he was involved. Carrie Silver, TCW producer, not executive producer, just producer, said, "George is the master. He'll pitch out these ideas, these absolute grand visions, and when he does it, you certainly don't have the feeling that he's throwing it out there to see if you can do it. He's throwing it out there basically expecting you to do it." Again, all the stories, they came from George. Talking about a sequence in Season 2, Episode 2, Jason Tucker said, "It was a very hard scene to cut. I remember not only did we have my version and Rob's version, and then Dave's version, and then George's version, and then Dave's version again, and then George's version again. Not only was George there involved in the editing, but what version came out on top? Dave's? Nope, George's." Our next source is a 2011 quote from Katie Lucas, George Lucas's daughter. "I started working on the show when I was 17. I just left for college and my dad just said, 'You like to write, here's the story, why don't you try to do this?' And it ended up being Jedi Crash, Season 1, Episode 13. And I worked independently on a bunch of episodes, and it was my first experience in Season 3 being in an actual writer's room." I just want to pose this. George's daughter was involved. Do you EU purists really truly believe that George would count stories from random 90s era authors as more canon than the stories his own daughter wrote? Stories he essentially tasked her with writing with? At Comic-Con in 2011, Leland said George Lucas dictates what happens in the movies, and he's also contributing to the series, so that's always going to be at the top. Everything else falls right underneath. Again, not only is TCW above the EU, but George was contributing to the series. It wasn't something separate from him. And this comes in 2011. In 2011, George Lucas stated to Sci-Fi Now, "I haven't limited myself with what stories I've wanted to tell. This is Star Wars, and I don't make a distinction between the series and the films. It's just a different format and a different delivery. But the fact of the matter is that our improved processes for the stories have allowed us to tell consistently bigger stories. Our teams are constantly pushing the envelope so that the standard keeps raising itself higher and higher, and we keep asking for more than can be delivered, so we're always reaching and the show is always improving. Each week is a Star Wars feature boiled down to 22 minutes. Just for extra context, right before this, Dave Filoni said the words, "This really feels like classic Star Wars." Then George owns the show as not being anything different to him than the films. Which is funny because he seems to like to make distinctions between the films and the EU. This comes from a joint interview Dave and George gave. I put a link on the screen. I highly recommend everyone check it out, as it gives great insight into the two men and how they work together as a pair on this show. Pablo Hidalgo has stated in 2012, pre-Disney buyout, "The most definitive canon of the Star Wars universe is encompassed by the feature films and the television productions in which George Lucas is directly involved. The movies and the Clone Wars television series are what he and his handpicked writers reference when adding cinematic adventures to the Star Wars, however you say that." Not only does Pablo state that George is directly involved, and this is in 2012, but he states George does not really reference or consider the EU when making cinematic adventures. Why would he not reference the EU? Could it be because he doesn't consider it canon? Katie Lucas, talking about Season 4, Episode 20's villains, said, "My father is just very family-oriented. He calls me and goes, 'Katie, we made them brother and sister just like you and Jet.' So even as far as late Season 4, George was still involved in the stories and story changes." Ashley Eckstein added in 2013, "In terms of our show having continuity issues with the EU, I would say that the Clone Wars stories are directly from George Lucas. He's been integrally involved in the show from day one, and he chooses the stories and the outcome." Brent Friedman, a TCW writer, said in 2013, referring to the D-Squad arc, "When we laid out the stories, George said, 'I want to do something different with the second episode.' And everyone went, 'Oh no, what does that mean?' Chuckles. And he said, 'I want it to be an episode about nothing. I want it to be the droids lost to this nothingness, and I want to have the whole thing be an existential crisis, and I want to do it like Mobius used to do. This old cartoon is completely minimalist, and I want it to be completely different than anything we've ever done.'" So there we go. Here George is all the way in Season 5, still guiding the show and giving the stories and taking charge. Gillian Plunkett, an animator, said in 2014, "George had a good idea of what he wanted this thing to be, but the rest of us honestly had no clue." Dave, yes, I know I said I wouldn't bring up Dave quotes, but this one seemed interesting. The first season was largely stories by Henry Gilroy and I, and about halfway through that, George started coming in with stories that he wanted to tell, and he and I would sit down with the writers, and he would go over the beats of the story, and we would kind of debate and try to help come up with beats of the story, and I would draw every day tons of drawings, and we would outline extensively every episode together. It's basically saying George came in and took over midway through Season 1, supposedly starting with the episode Dooku Captures, is what I've read elsewhere, and everything else came from him. This all aligns with Rob Coleman's quote, and keep in mind, Rob was only there for Season 1 and one Season 2 episode. And even though, according to Dave, not all of Season 1 came from George, Season 1 was still checked over and approved by George, according to Rob. So don't try and use this to discount Season 1 as not true George Star Wars. It was all true George Star Wars. Jason Tucker likewise said, "What I've learned is that George doesn't really work in a vacuum where it's like he's just going to do the story. He also wants to push the technology. He does both, and ZViz is where that technology push was." Just a real quick side note, ZViz gets brought up a few times. I don't know if I spelled that right. I couldn't verify that elsewhere. Again, George was involved. Keith Kellogg, an animation supervisor, referring to George, he was such a big influence on Clone Wars, which was really a thrill, I think, for everybody working up at animation because we got to be so intimately involved with him. Gillian Plunkett also added, the series wouldn't have become what it became if there hadn't been someone pushing that hard to make it more than it already was. Jason Tucker also said, George's impact on the show is definitely editorial. George's impact on the show is definitely story. His love of the serial definitely shines through in that traditional serial way that works every time. I'll be honest, at this point it's just getting repetitive and boring. Sean Wells, a colorist, said, referring to George, you could tell that he loved the project and he loved the work that he did, and you could see it across the board, that you're doing work that's going to be in front of George. It better be your best. Some might try and slam these as being paid off by the mouse for his final interview, and I mean, I guess that's not out of the realm of possibility, but just consider that while, yes, some of these guys stayed on with Lucasfilm after the buyout, some of them haven't touched Star Wars since TCW. Leland Shee also stated in 2017, what George did with the films and the Clone Wars was pretty much his universe. Again, George was on TCW, and the films at TCW were his universe, not the EU. But ready for some more fun? George didn't stop talking about TCW after the Disney buyout. Unlike the EU, he kept talking about it. And this is the same George who trashed Force Awakens. Yet he still owned TCW as his. Here he is at Star Wars Celebration 2017. That's really why we started the Clone Wars. I said, this is an interesting idea. We could do a lot of stuff in this. So it really came out of the idea that there's a lot of stories there, and I'd like to tell those stories, but would never be able to put them in a theater format because they're more interesting as a long-form story than they are as a short form. Part of it is the stories and being able to play with stories and do things that nobody would ever do. I mean, my whole life is, well, you can't do that. And Dave had to put up with some things that everybody at ILM had to put up with. You know, Dennis Murin and those guys and John Knoll, they've all had to put up with me. I would come in the morning and say, we're going to do this and this and this and this. Their jaws are dropped and they go and they say, oh, he's not really serious, is he? We can't do this. And I'd say, you could do it. Come on, we'll do it. And we did. I pushed them through it and they did it. and they came through it. It was like, everything. A lot of the things we did have never been done before. And that scares everybody because we don't know how to do this. And I said, well, we'll figure it out. We were trying very hard, and I think we succeeded in doing a feature quality TV show. The lighting, the characters, the animation was all feature quality, and we did it on a TV budget, and we were able to tell stories and expand the universe and bring in great characters like Ahsoka that we would never have been able to have. Once again, he owns Ahsoka. At that same panel, he shared the stage with Dave Filoni, who said this. When we would find something that a lot of people would say, well, you can't do that, it's the first thing George would say, okay, we're going to do that. From the way we produced Clone Wars, which was not with storyboards traditionally, we did it a completely different way. We had a program George had been developing, and he said, we're going to use this new program. It's not tested, but it will never work unless we put it on a production. I know it'll be difficult, but I need you to do it. And we did it, and the show got incredibly better because of that. George never refuted any of this. Catherine Winder, who left Lucasfilm in 2009, said, and it was our job, more specifically mine and then Dave's, to earn George's trust. The more trust we earned, the more involved he would get. George didn't get less and less involved as time went on. He got more and more involved. Leland Shee said in 2018, Lucas canon, and when I say his canon, I'm talking about what he was doing in the films and what he was doing in the Clone Wars, was hugely important. But what we were doing in the books wasn't really on his radar. Again, George's stuff was separate, and he didn't really count the EU. There are some even more interesting ones. When George gave his interview for the Star Wars Archives, which was around March 2018, according to a memo from Paul Duncan, George referenced the animated series at least twice and connected it to his vision of Star Wars, even referencing a Season 6 episode. As explained in the Clone Wars episode Voices, Qui-Gon Jinn spent time with 5 Force priestesses on their planet, the Wellspring of Life. They explained to him how he could keep his persona when he died and joined the Cosmic Force. Yeah, but Maul's very old, and we have 2 versions of him. One is with a set of cybernetic legs like the Spider, and then later on he has metal legs, and he was a little bit bigger, more of a superhero. We did all this in the animated series. He was in a bunch of episodes. Why would he reference it if it was just Dave's show, not something George really counted? He referenced it because he counted it as canon. And notice this is telling. When he dives into his words about the sequels, he never once references the EU like he does with TCW. Never something like, Han and Leia have kids like they do in the books, or Luke establishes the Jedi Order like in the new Jedi Order series. Very telling. In a 2020 interview, Genndy Tartakovsky, creator of the O3 series, said this, it's frustrating that they try to erase it, O3 Clone Wars, from being canon. At first it was canon, and then once George started doing the CW, or the CG version, he wanted to clean the slate, and so they decanonized ours. This is interesting, as Genndy is claiming not only is the O3, or the 08 series overriding the O3 one, which shouldn't be the case if it was all canon, but it was George who wanted to do so. This is especially telling because for those who don't know, Genndy was actually originally asked to come back to do TCW, but he wanted to also do animated movies, and George didn't want to do so, so the deal fell apart, and then Dave Filoni was brought in. Very interesting. George wanted to decanonize the O3 series, the one Clone Wars multimedia project thing I would actually say he had some actual involvement in. In 2023, referring to the inhibitor chips, Sam Witwer said, and by the way, I have it on authority from George Lucas and Dave Filoni that that's exactly what it is. Referring to Karen Traviss and the changes to Mandalorians, he said, so if you're going to take George Lucas and Dave Filoni to task for changing the Mandalorians, well, you have to take Karen Traviss to task for changing one of the most key plot points of the entire saga. And that's not the only thing she changed. She went in her own direction on a lot of things. So if Karen Traviss could do it, so can George Lucas and Dave Filoni. I think it says it all. And one last quote, Hayden, who returned to play a Clone Wars era Anakin in the Ahsoka show, said, George was telling me about the Clone Wars when we were getting ready to do Revenge of the Sith, just filling me in on all the backstory, how Anakin fought in the Clone Wars, and he was this great warrior and a decorated general. I remember thinking, wow, that sounds really cool. Would be nice to see some of that. Even from Hayden itself, it sounds like George described the Clone Wars era Anakin as something different from what Hayden was doing, and that was before they filmed Revenge of the Sith. Below is an image of George in the writer's room for TCW, and there's the presence of a published book on the table with imagery from a 2010 episode of Clone Wars, meaning this imply it's a 2010 Mandalorians from the season 2. So this implies this is at least early 2010, if not later. If they were planning season 3 in 2008, this must easily be season 5 they're working on, and the Master's still involved. Here's a bunch of images of George working on TCW, including several writer's room images. I know some people say they feel like the same images are used over and over again, so I made sure to include differing images of the writer's room based off of George's clothing. I included some duplicates, but only because they showed him in different roles. Also worthy of note, Dave Filoni talked often in the behind-the-scenes clips of TCW that in the writer's room, they would consult the EU and then oftentimes, normally at the behest of George, maybe include some of it, but end up going mostly in their own direction. Well, in several of these writer room images, EU reference books can be seen on the table, and the maker himself is there. In fact, one's right in front of him. Perhaps there actually is some truth to Filoni's words after all. Here are two images showing George working with Kevin Kiner, who was a composer on TCW. The featurette, a new score from the behind the scenes of the film, has Kevin talking about his first time meeting with George, as well as their work together on the Clone Wars. In April 2020, the Star Wars show aired a clip where co-host David Collins interviewed George and Dave about TCW at Big Rock Ranch. While the time period is not specified, with the only thing being mentioned was when David said it was a little while ago, Dave brings up the Clone Wars having been on Netflix and getting more attention once having been on the platform, so I would say it's some point between 2015 and 2019. While I only took specific moments that were overall relevant to the video topic, the 10-minute interview is available online and I highly recommend people check it out. So, David, what was it that inspired you to move Star Wars into weekly television animated series, and what was it you really wanted to achieve? George: well, I've always been interested in animation and everything, so it seemed like a natural to explore the Clone Wars because we just barely touched on them in the movie. And I thought there were a lot of stories that would be very interesting and could sustain itself for a TV series. I wanted to ask you if you had any recollections of what your first impressions of Dave Filoni is. I'm sure everyone here who works with Dave would love to hear it if you can recall. George: I can't. I'm an old man now. I must have liked him because he got hired. David: you two worked together so closely for so many years on the Clone Wars. This is something George nor Dave never refute. And on top of that, George clearly once again owns TCW and says nothing bad about Dave, or contrary to that narrative that is officially given. David, I wanted to ask you about the medium of television versus a feature film, and do you find it more challenging with Star Wars doing a weekly series, or is it somehow more forgiving in terms of longer character arcs or more episodes? George says, there's nothing forgiving. We weren't making this for television. We were making it for the big screen. I said, think of this as a feature. Everything about it, the style, attention to detail, the lighting, everything is done at a feature level. Even though it's going on television, being young and impressionable, you said, well, you can't do that. Dave: did I say that? Would I say that? I would just... George: how are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? That's impossible. Especially after we cut that sequence. It was like about 600 shots more than what they had in the first place, and you did it. As you go through that, eventually you get the hang of it, and then you don't say that. But I always keep them on their toes. I always say, here, that was hard. Here's something that's even worse. Here, George is again detailing the process and claiming involvement, as well as a guiding hand throughout the whole thing. Isn't it funny, too? Because George says Dave would always say they can't do it. In the video, Dave pushed back in jest, not seriously. And George would tell him to push through and get it done. Dave talked about that several times in the TCW featurettes. Dave: when I got there, I was the animation director that did storyboards, and then in the second week of working, you said, we're not doing storyboards. Dave, right in front of George, says that it was George who told them they're going to do a different and abnormal process for producing TCW. It wasn't Dave's call. Also worthy to note is that at 3 points in this brief interview, George owns the stories from 3 separate arcs. He owns the Zillow Beast arc in Season 2, the Droids arc in Season 5, and the Banky Clan arc, originally intended for Season 5 but pushed back to Season 6. These are all arcs Dave previously attributed to George and TCW featurettes. And here's a clip I found online from the Blu-ray release of the complete saga, where George discusses the inner workings of the Force of the team. Based off of the featurette for the Mortis arc, this seemed to be tied together. But let's talk about some more goodies. Let's talk about Clone Wars Conversations. Clone Wars Conversations was a 2016 online show done by James Arnold Taylor, the animated and video game voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi since the time of Episode 1. He brought on Clone Wars co-stars and they discussed their time on the show. The final episode aired over a year before TCW was announced to be returning publicly, and on a side note, the cast didn't find out until around the time of the recording of the final episode of Rebels that the show was coming back, according to Ashley Eckstein, voice of Ahsoka Tano, and according to Tia Sakar, voice of Sabine on Rebels, who was the only one who knew the ending of the epilogue of the show since she narrated it. The recording for the final episode was about a year before it aired in spring 2018, so James Arnold Taylor doing this show had nothing to do with the Clone Wars coming back. Let's begin. I put the questions in the words of host James Arnold Taylor in bold and his guest for the episode in regular font. In episode 3 with Ben Diskin, James Arnold Taylor said, referring to his character Whack 47, the pit droid from season 5, at first you look at this character and you go, oh, it's going to be this kind of bumbling, almost Jar Jar like kind of thing that George Lucas has a great way of creating these characters that you think are going to be that. Referring to season 4, episode 20, Ben Diskin said, so Boba was going to be in this, like, he's taken prisoner, in the original note from George, I hope I could say this, was they were going to put him in a dress, and Dave Filoni actually had to talk him out of that. Again, detailing George's involvement in the show, even as late as seasons 4 and 5, with Andrew Kishino in episode 4, James Arnold Taylor said, one of the coolest things about Clone Wars was not just that it was the last Star Wars made by George Lucas, but it introduced us to so many wonderful characters. This next one is an exchange between James Arnold Taylor and Sam Witwer, who voiced Maul on the show and did work with Lucasfilm on The Force Unleashed. The return of Darth Maul could only have happened in Clone Wars, in my opinion, and thanks to the brilliant mind of George Lucas, the unbound supervision of Dave Filoni, and the technical geniuses at Lucas Animation. Initially referring to Dave Filoni, but in working so close with George Lucas, I was just going to say, yeah, see, that's one of the things about Clone Wars, is that it being the last George Lucas produced Star Wars, there's a significance there. You'd come back for pickups. Yeah, George changed the line to this, or he wanted you to do it more like this. I remember being on vacation once and getting a call from Dave, and he goes, hey, I just wanted you to know I just came out of a meeting. George called your performance gold and called it out in front of everyone. He called that performance gold. When I first started it, it wasn't totally clear to me how involved George Lucas was. So as things like that kept happening, or as I would visit Lucasfilm more and more, I started realizing I'm like, oh, this is significant. And Dave will tell you himself. He's like, oh, the stories come from George. Yeah, sure. Dave had a hand. Here's how we're going to do it. Blah, 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 blah. But the stories themselves these are George Lucas stories that he wants to get across. Jet Lucas said something to me really fun. Yeah, which was I just thought this was it completely confirmed everything that I thought about what was happening in Clone Wars. Jet Lucas said to me, George's kid, yes, who's an awesome guy, by the way. He's so cool. Jet said to me, he goes, one of the reasons why Clone Wars is brilliant is because Clone Wars is Star Wars made by a guy who's sick of Star Wars, referring to his dad, right? And that's why it's brilliant. And you go, yeah, because George never tried to retrace the steps or rehash something he did. He was always pushing it out in different areas where Star Wars hadn't been yet. Yes, and that's what was so exciting about watching Clone Wars week after week, is you never knew that was never the same thing. Never the same thing. It was brilliant. Yeah, that's the brilliance of him. That was Jed Lucas's words right there. That's the first time we heard from George Lucas as to what the Force, it really kind of came from in such that way. Everybody saw George, what his vision was, yeah, and whether or not they knew it was George Lucas, it was George Lucas. It was his vision, and I think that's the most important thing for people to see that. There is a lot to unpack here. First off, if we're going to say Force Unleashed had George's involvement, which we'll address later in the video, well, Sam was there, and he knows how all that works, so he's clearly expressing similar thoughts here. Random small voice actors weighing in is one thing, Sam Witwer is another. Sam is also detailing some of this stuff came directly from George. Now, some might be quick to refute this and point out that some of these quotes were from Dave about George, not specifically straight from George. This is true. However, if you want to try and make the claim that Dave Filoni can't be trusted, well, I don't see how that could apply here. Sure, you could make the argument that Dave Filoni would lie at a Comic-Con interview or on TCW BTS featurettes because those were going to be made public and he knew that, but these are personal conversations he had with cast and crew that are only being revealed years later on his random web show that Dave had no idea was going to happen. I think considering James Arnold Taylor stopped doing this show around the same time that he presumably found out about TCW coming back, even though there were stars like Ashley Eckstein and Dee Baker that he said he would invite on, but he never ended up doing so. It shows that he only did this as a little project to reminisce about TCW. It wasn't Dave who told him to do it, and if anything, Dave might have told him to stop as they prepared for Season 7. So again, these are personal behind-the-scenes conversations that Dave had with crew. Why would he lie? He didn't know they were becoming public. Why call Sam and tell him George said in a meeting that he liked his performance if George never really said that? I think these quotes can all be treated as valid. But let's talk about that little blurb he gives about Jet Lucas and George. I've seen some people say this and use it to try and say that George hated Star Wars. First off, that's a lie, and we'll address it shortly. Second off, even if that's true, that's still George's son saying he made TCW. Third, it just clearly is not what this means, and anyone who tries to say that is taking it out of context. Jet is clearly telling Sam George hates repeating himself. He doesn't want to do the same thing over and over again. He wants to try something new every time. Jet is clearly telling Sam that George doesn't want to remake Star Wars that we've already seen. He wants to make something new, and that's why TCW is good. It's just like how the first thing George reportedly said after seeing Force Awakens was, there's nothing new. All this exchange between Jet and Sam means is George tried something new each arc, and that's why they think TCW is great. Also, unless you're calling Sam Witwer a liar, this is George's son basically saying George is the one making TCW, not Dave or anyone else. Now then, let's move on. In a specific conversation with Jason Spizak, referring to auditions, James Arnold Taylor said, Dave was very specific. I mean, he was all every audition and he always made sure that it was within his, but also George Lucas listens to these and the whole crew there. That's what's always blown my mind. Again, George Lucas was involved. Now let's get to a doozy. Matt Lanter. Now, Matt Lanter, for those who don't know, is the voice of Anakin Skywalker. And I was surprised what I heard watching this one. Referring to the beginning of Clone Wars production, so you get to do something that was kind of unique to the cast. You sit down in George Lucas's office and have a little conversation with him before. So did you also then sit down with Dave Filoni in that office in that meeting, or was it just you and George? In that particular meeting, Dave escorted me. We were at the main house where George's office was. Dave escorted me up there, and I think he just left me and George sitting there, just like a friendly, fun chat. I walked in, and George goes, "Anakin." We believed it was Anakin, but you weren't doing anything reflective of what anybody else had done before. No, and when I went to the ranch and talked to George, he gave me a couple of specific notes, and, I don't know if I've said them before or not, but I'll keep those notes to myself. But sure, it was very much on purpose to not do what we have traditionally known as Anakin, yeah. And I think that was obviously George's vision and Dave's vision to shape the character a little differently in the Clone Wars and give Anakin a little more in depth than what we got to see on the, 4 hours of the movie screen. We had 4 hours to connect with Anakin, and it's hard because, first of all, he goes in this downward spiral from good to the worst villain in the galaxy in the course of like 2 hours. And prior to that, a lot of people, I've heard that he's whiny, and so it just wasn't enough time to take a guy from teenage angst into the worst villain. We needed more, and I think George and Dave understood that and understood that we got to connect to the character more. Talking about his audition, he said, about 3 days later, after I got the call that it's Star Wars and it's Anakin, he's a lead of the show. George Lucas loved the sound. The thing I loved about it is this was George's last stuff. A lot to unpack here. If there was still any doubt about Anakin as portrayed in TCW coming from George, well, here's the proof. George had a personal sit down with Matt Lanter, gave him some notes, and then told him they didn't want to do Anakin's portrayal the exact same way it was shown in the films. What's interesting is the way Matt Lanter describes it, it wasn't seen to them as changing, but it was flushing out. Matt Lanter says he isn't saying Anakin was whining and that's what was so bad and we needed to turn tail and run from that. He's saying we had essentially 4 hours of the film to watch Anakin go from good to pure evil, and that's not a lot of time to take what we saw in Attack of the Clones and turn him into Darth Vader. So they used TCW to flush that out and build upon it. Notice also how it was George Lucas who personally loved the sound of Matt's voice as Anakin. It all came from George. George was involved, and if he wasn't too bothered with TCW, then I ask why did he personally sit down with the Anakin voice actor before the show's production started to go over notes from some things and give him some notes. From episode 10 with Angelique Perrin, first of all, Mr. Lucas at that time was going through every script, referring to different name pronunciations. I think that all stems from George Lucas saying, just like, I've mentioned this before on these, like somebody may say Adi Gallia, and somebody may say Adi Gallia. Here we go, well, that's real life, so keep it in. Referring to Adi Gallia's story in TCW and her fate, it also shows, I think, Dave and George Lucas's love for the character and really in reverence if you look back as to what they did with her character. All I know is when George Lucas said, hey, I want you in this, I was like, okay, what time? Again, George Lucas was involved. In the interview with Phil Lamar, James Arnold Taylor said, I also credit that to the fact that he was working daily with George Lucas. The next couple episodes were a little different. Instead of James Arnold Taylor hosting, Amy Ratcliffe, a writer at StarWars.com, stepped in to play host while James Arnold Taylor was interviewed, and he had a lot to say. Even George Lucas gave us this freedom as a cast, talking about the difference in Matt and Hayden's voices as opposed to Ewan and James. And again, credit to George Lucas and Dave Filoni and the people there that went, no, we just want to make these characters. It was pretty special. It was one of the most special moments at times of my life, of my career. One of the best shows I could work on because of the cast and because of the freedom that George gave us all. It's like people go, well, how do you say this character's name? George was always like, well, however you say it is how you say it. People not seeing the power of Clone Wars initially, Disney not even seeing the power of Clone Wars initially, and George believing in it so much. I'll never forget the first year I hosted Star Wars Weekends, being backstage with Bob Iger, George Lucas, Dave Filoni, Ashley Eckstein, Daniel Logan, Anthony Daniels, and myself. and we're waiting to go on stage, and for about 45 minutes, I'm sitting there this close to George and Bob Iger having a conversation about Clone Wars, and George is telling him all about Clone Wars. James alludes to now knowing why they were talking. Amy suggests George was being a salesman. James responded, but he was like a little kid excited about his new toy, and it was really charming. This event that James Arnold Taylor is referring to was in May 2011, the same day Star Tours 2 opened, and while Clone Wars Season 3 was finished, and Season 4 and 5, and probably even 6 were in production. I feel like Clone Wars was in a lot of ways his baby. Yeah, he was in it, his family was in it, his daughter wrote episodes, referring to Racco Hardeen. But Carrie Silver and the producer and Dave Filoni, they said George was saying he doesn't want James to play Hardeen because he wants it to be so different. We don't want it to be the same actor. But they went, but we know you could do it. And I'm so thankful to them for doing that. So they had me do a Hardeen. They didn't tell George, and then they played and they said, what do you think? And he said, oh yeah, it's good. Who's that? And they said, that's James. But I think in his mind, he was thinking, well, of course you don't want to hear Obi-Wan's voice in Hardeen, and thankfully, I don't think you do. Talking about their reactions to Darth Maul coming back, but if George says, and that was his plan, that's how it was presented to Dave, well, then when we bring Darth Maul back, it's such a wonderful thing that George Lucas had this playground of Clone Wars to end his time making Star Wars. It was Clone Wars, that he got to tell all these stories with all these characters in a way that was acceptable in his canon. You have to give credence to the creator of this, and I always have. If George wants to bring Jar Jar in, if George wants to do this, he's the storyteller, he's the master, he's the storyteller, let him do it. Lots here. But again, I think James makes it very clear. George was very involved in TCW and especially in the stories. Two specific things I want to call attention to. The situation about James Arnold Taylor playing Racco Hardeen. This is a good example of what really happened when people said Dave went behind George's back. Dave trusted his gut, had James do the voice, and then they showed it to George, and he liked it and approved it. It wasn't Dave ignoring George, doing his own thing and sending it to air. When Dave had a creative hunch, he listened to it and took it to George for approval when the episode was pretty much done for him to see and sign off on. The second instance is from Star Tours. As James said, George was telling Bob all about TCW and getting very enthusiastic and excited about it. Does that sound like someone who hates Star Wars? Not to me. But let's move on. Let's get into a more controversial subject. Let's talk about Dave Filoni. I know some people have issues with Filoni, and trust me, I'm not someone who wholeheartedly loves him. He's made a lot of mixed bag projects, and I've got a video coming out down the road that rips apart his whole Campfire Stories logic. I know Dave has been mostly positive about the Disney stuff, but that's a separate issue. We're talking about Dave Filoni as it relates to TCW. Dave Filoni was the supervisor, director, and one of the main showrunners alongside George Lucas. He has a lot to add about the making of the show, as well as the thoughts of George Lucas on the EU. If Dave Filoni is accurate when he talks about George, TCW, and the EU, then it's pretty much irrefutable proof that George did not count the EU as canon. Because of this, EU purists have to address him one way or another, and they tend to do it in a way that lets them write him off so that they can keep to their narrative. So because of this, as much as I don't want to play Filoni apologetics, we need to examine this and clear Filoni's name, at least as far as it relates to TCW and pre-Disney actions, as his post-Disney stuff isn't really relevant. Dave has been pandered many things by EU purists. As someone who pilfers the EU, someone who does things behind George's back, someone who isn't even a fan of Star Wars, someone who hates the prequels and made certain choices to align those films with the OT, someone who is a creative hack who has no respect for continuity, hides behind George's name when he does something controversial, takes credit for all the good stuff, and above all, is a liar. Note the circular logic, though, a lot of EU purists will use when referring to Dave as a liar. Anytime he says something that goes against their narrative, such as saying certain EU retcons like Mandalore or Koth being alive come from George, they'll say he's lying. But anytime he says something that fits their narrative, such as when he praises a Disney project, they'll say he's telling the truth. And the best part is, as we've said, Dave was the supervising director on TCW. Most of what we know about the show's development and inner workings come from him. Isn't that pretty convenient for EU purists that they can slam the main day-to-day showrunner as a liar and ignore everything he says that they don't like? but whenever he says something they can use to support their narrative, then actually it's okay, because in that instance he's telling the truth. First off, even if he did lie about something, that doesn't mean everything he has ever said is a lie. Most people have told a few lies in their life. I know I have. But that doesn't mean all of us are egotistical liars. Second off, even if he was an egotistical liar, then he wouldn't be open and honest about some of the stuff he's done. In the instance of that Clone Wars episode, Wrong Jedi, that gets brought up a lot, where he hid something from George, if he was a conniving and deceitful liar, he wouldn't openly admit that for crew and audience alike to see. That instance gets taken out of context. Basics of what happened was there was something he wanted in an episode. He thought George would like it in final form, but not in its rough version. So he didn't show George throughout various editing stages and only showed him in the final cut. And George did end up liking it. He still had to show George and get it approved before it went to air, but he never planned to always hide it. Here's the quote. Every episode of The Clone Wars ends the same way, with that ring out. How many times have you been sitting at home watching the show and you get kind of, hopefully if I've done my job right, worked into a nice emotional state and then you're just smacked right out of it by that ring out? For years, I've been trying to get rid of it. Not on every episode, that's fine, but just on certain episodes. I thought this arc was the arc where it had to happen. And I knew it as soon as I read the scripts and as soon as George sat down and we kept the idea. I sat there and I thought to myself secretly, this episode is going to fade out to black. I know George now, and I'm like, there's no way I can sell this to him when we watch it in a rough cut. It's not going to happen. So when he watched the rough cut for the first time, I didn't put it on there. I knew that to sell this to him right, we needed the lighting, we needed the sky, we needed the full orchestration by Kevin Kiner. So when he watched it in color, that's when we faded out. As you can see, it's not Dave being deceitful about changing George's vision as far as major story beats or character arcs or continuity retcons. It was simply a stylistic choice about fading out to credits over the normal outro for the show. And even then, his plan was to simply put it together like a surprise and sell it to George like a salesman. It was never, I'm going to do this behind his back whether he likes it or not. And notice too how he very briefly mentions George and him collectively keeping the idea of Ahsoka leaving the Order. If we're trusting Dave Filoni's recounting of this story to hold it against him, then we must also acknowledge that George was on board with what happens to Ahsoka at the end of Season 5. But see the poor logic of the Filoni haters here. They'll probably ignore that, but they'll say otherwise in this instance it's true, everything that he said, and that he's not lying here. It just doesn't make sense, and it's simply a way Filoni haters and EU purists use to use convenient and contradicting logic to ignore Filoni when it suits their narrative, and use Filoni only when it benefits the story they're trying to sell you about the so-called truth. Another instance of Dave doing something behind George's back that C brought up a lot is keeping Ahsoka alive. People seem to have this idea that George told Dave to kill off Ahsoka and he refused. But that's not how that happened. Keep in mind, the only source we have for any of this information and George's thoughts on Ahsoka's fate is Dave Filoni anyway. But in the featurette for Season 5, Episode 20, Dave says the original plan was to bring Ahsoka back into the Order at the end of Season 5. But George was always in the Ahsoka dies camp, and Dave was in the Ahsoka lives camp. And Dave saw an opportunity to leave her out of the Jedi Order and tell an interesting story, and he shared this with George and the other writers, personally hoping that if Ahsoka never rejoined the Order, it would be one step closer to her not dying. This was something that in the original discussion for the episode, we were just going to have her brought back under the Jedi at the end and be done with it, but I thought, wait, we have an opportunity here to do something different. I don't think it's a mystery that I've always been a bit more in the Ahsoka lives camp, and George has been very full on in the Ahsoka dies camp. I think I've said that before, if not revelation for you. So I thought expelling her from the Jedi Order is a good movement towards that end, and we stand on that bold new frontier for her, things have changed. Keep in mind too that the show was planned for 8 seasons. This very well could have eventually killed her off. There was still plenty of time, and when Season 5 went into production beyond the story stage, as we've already shown, George was still around. And, as we just talked about, George was okay with keeping this idea and story suggestion of her leaving the Order. Well, yes, Ahsoka has survived the Clone Wars and is now starring in stories in the post-Return of the Jedi universe. That is post-Disney acquisition and irrelevant to the discussion on TCW and how it relates to George. I've also seen some suggest that Dave really did throw out George's plans and for continuity and in what appears to be a public admission of taking ownership of TCW. It was at a public event where he was given an action figure of himself, speaking to it like a ventriloquist would speak to a dummy. The quote exchange is, "Do you think Ahsoka's going to live through Clone Wars, or am I going to change the continuity?" Dave, it's your show! Oh, that's true, that's true. I could do that, couldn't I? The truth is, this was nothing more than a joke, and it's irrelevant to the discussion. This was for Star Wars Celebration 2019, during the panel Rebels Remembered. Ahsoka pops up in Star Wars Rebels, and at this time fans were awaiting the 7th season of Clone Wars due that next March. Obviously, Ahsoka lives in TCW, and as she pops up in Rebels, and Dave's saying it's his show because essentially at this point it was. George had been away from the franchise for years. This has nothing to do with TCW's initial production in seasons 1 through 6, and anyone who claims otherwise is being intentionally deceitful, as the only way to view this clip is with the celebration headlines on the bottom mentioning the panel name Rebels Remembered. While some believe Dave did his own thing, the truth is he did defer to Lucas whenever they were in disagreement, which wasn't too common of a thing, even if Filoni believes he was right. During the behind the scenes for the Citadel arc, Filoni had this to say. When it came time for the demise of O.C. Sobek, the main villain of the Citadel arc, and the end of the Citadel arc, there were actually 3 different endings. The first one, which was, and probably still is my favorite one, was off the original script in our original outline, which was that it was Tarkin that killed O.C. Sobek after 5 shot Sobek off of his staff and fell to the ground. And Tarkin just walked up while Sobek pleaded for his life and said, "No, no, I'm unarmed." And Tarkin just bang, shot him dead. It's one of the few times that we really start to twist the Republic into the foreshadowing of the Empire through Tarkin. And I thought this really said that this is the future, this type of brutal people running the Republic. But when George saw the episode, he said that, and I agree. What's problematic about it is that the Jedi witnessed this, and it kind of makes him a bit thick not to realize that this is going to be a really bad thing to have people like Tarkin in control of the military, so I came up with a different ending. Again, Filoni sits here and acknowledges that although the original ending they had was cooler in his opinion, and he liked it more, he accepted George's orders and changed the ending to something that George thought made more sense, something that Filoni attributed credit to George for pointing out. This was really Dave's show, then Tarkin would have shot O.C. Sobek. And while some might try and twist this to say that George must not be too involved, otherwise he should have caught it, I disagree. Dave simply says George pointed this out, and when he saw the final cut of the episode, it's one thing to read on paper, Tarkin shoots O.C. Sobek, but sometimes taking things in visually helps point out a flaw even better than on paper. After all, George is a visual guy, which is why he read some EU comics but never any novels. I've personally found myself noticing errors visually that I miss on paper, so George not pointing this out until final cut screening has no bearing on his story involvement. Perhaps the most common example I've seen is of Dave Filoni being called a liar is from the season 4 featurette on Darth Maul, where EU purists claim Dave tried to take credit for creating Maul's legs designs that actually came from an EU comic, only to be called out by Katie Lucas. First off, don't let them fool you. These EU purists will also attack Katie Lucas, George Lucas's daughter, for her other work on the show regarding Ventress. Below is a transcript of the scene where this featurette, and it can be found online by anyone who wishes. The context is they are watching the scene where Maul is reassembled by Mother Talzin in Season 4, Episode 22. Initially, he's got those spider legs, and then they give him the kind of General Grievous-looking legs. So here's the full exchange. Sam Witwer. This idea with the cables shooting out and then the pieces flying out of the battle droids and all that was from George? Dave. Well, yeah, how he made the legs in the original version, it was that they scavenged battle droids that they were laying around the battle, and then I thought, well, we actually, I hate to say this, I hate to bring it up, but we got those legs from the EU. Yeah, absolutely, we did, yeah. We brought up an image of the chicken legs, and we thought, you know what? That's established, and they were too good looking, they were too well, we wanted to witch them up a bit, and that was the big thing. That was, I thought, the only way to really believe that he comes back is if you add this element of magic, and so it's a combination. Originally, we had this shot, and there were no cables or metal involved at all, and she formed it like she formed Savage's spear, just out of thin air. But then George said, he wanted more logic to it, so Joel did this great effect where you actually see the fusing of the metal and the magic burning. I genuinely don't understand how someone sees this as him lying or trying to take credit for the leg design. They were talking about the whole magical aspect of it, and then Katie brought up how the design was from an out of universe perspective from the EU. Dave immediately agreed, and then redirected the conversation back to the magical element from the Night Sisters, which is what Sam Witwer asked to begin with. He wasn't asking, so, these legs, did George come up with that, or you, or what? Leading Dave to respond, well, that was me, until Katie Lucas confronts him. Sam was asking, hey, this visual of all the wires and the damaged droids and magic telekinesis being put on Maul, that was George's idea? To which Dave said, well, yeah, that's how the legs are getting made, but in the original idea, it was simply, instead of magic, they were grabbing pieces by hand and making them, to which Katie says, well, we pulled the design from the EU. Dave responds, well, yeah, absolutely, duh. Anyway, we wanted to witch it up a bit and add some magical elements, and then also some logic, because this is basically a character resurrection, so we wanted to spice it up a little, but keep it grounded. Originally, the pieces just kind of formed out of thin air, then George said do the cable thing. I honestly don't know how anyone could see this as Filoni trying to steal credit for the legs design from the EU. To me, it seems Katie Lucas simply misunderstood the question from Sam, and her answer spurred controversy. I'm not saying this is her fault, it's the poor interpretation of others who see this and misconstrue it, but I think if Katie hadn't said anything, then this wouldn't have been a controversial exchange at all. Right in line with this, though, EU purists will claim Dave steals from the EU, or he lies when he and other crew members say in various behind the scenes features that a particular element of their story is new for Star Wars, or something along those lines, even though it happened in the EU already. First off, as we already showed, George kind of did this too to a degree, and so if you indict Dave, then you need to indict George. But I found another exchange that's interesting. In one of the season 1 featurettes, Dave said this. In the comic books, they had experimented with developing a virus killing Gungans. There had been a Karen Travis novel, Republic Commandos, where the Separatists were developing a biological weapon. So, using those stories that had existed in the Star Wars Expanded Universe as a way of saying there are cases where this had already happened, and this is the Clone Wars version of that type of warfare, which is new to the larger Star Wars audience. I think this is pretty telling of what they really mean when they say it's the first time something they did on the show appeared in Star Wars. Dave has also spoken several times that George has told them the EU doesn't really count and only the films in TCW matter. Whether you choose to believe that did come from George or not, it's clearly the mentality Filoni had on the show. So when he says this is the first time something is in Star Wars, even if it's been in the EU, he's not discounting the EU. After all, he brings it up and certain elements up in the show BTS featurettes often. He's merely saying it in the context of what the larger audience considers Star Wars and what he and Lucas consider Star Wars, which is the on-screen stuff. Which, technically speaking, yeah, TCW did a lot of stuff that was brand new to on-screen Star Wars, whether it already happened in the publishing EU or not. Along these same lines, another example I've seen brought up is that Dave took these Slaves of the Republic comics from a former TCW writer and basically stole his story and butchered it and put it in season 4. But if you watch the BTS on the DVD for that arc, which is also available online, the original writer of the comic, Henry Gilroy, was brought in to help work on that arc with the other season 4 crew. Dave has also been accused of giving credit for controversial stuff like Maul or Jango and Boba with the Mandalorians, etc., to George, while taking credit for the quote-unquote good stuff. And that's not always true. First off, the decision to bring back Maul has generally been looked at in a positive light, except for people who were already predisposed to dislike the show. And he gave George credit for that. While it may have been somewhat controversial at first, by 2020 it was looked at way more favorably. And in Season 1, Episode 2 of The Mandalorian Gallery, during its infamous Duel of the Fates monologue, he again credits George for bringing Maul back instead of taking credit for a now popular decision. As for making Jango Fett and Boba Fett not Mandalorians, he knew that was controversial, and he said that came from George. And if he was lying and it really came from Dave, then why did Dave and Jon Favreau reverse that decision and retcon that in Season 2, Episode 6 of Mandalorian, making Boba Fett a Mandalorian again? The only way that makes sense is George wanted them to not be Mandalorians. Dave didn't like that, but had to listen since George was in charge. And then when George was no longer around, Dave was able to change that to fit with the EU and previous conceptions of the Fets. There are also many times where Dave has praised George or given George credit. He said on Twitter in 2022, "None of us can beat George. Star Wars is unique to him, but now it's our job to take care of it." He also said in 2008, George is just a really good guy, and meeting him has been great, and working for him has been great. And then he also said, and I'll clearly say, because of his vision to use ZViz as part of our production, I am a significantly better filmmaker. At the Lucasfilm animation panel in Star Wars Celebration 2025, Dave took a moment to praise George and talk about how much of an influence George was on Dave and how much he misses working for him, to the point of even getting a little teary-eyed.
And one of the reasons why we did the Bad Batch too was that George, that was one of the ideas that he had when we were still working together, was let's do a Bad Batch spin-off and continue with the clones that way. And so, I loved working with George, and I always try to honor that, what he wanted. It's important to me.
Give it up for George Lucas.
Dave spends the entirety of the TCW Season 2 featurette for Landing at Point Rain talking about how George basically had them restart and recut the entire episode. And he gives props on the episode coming out the way it did to George's guidance and the crew for pulling it off in a timely manner, taking no credit for himself and even at one point talking in awe at what George was doing. It's a 2.5-minute featurette, by the way, if you wanted to check it out. It's not like 30 minutes. And this was something that also came up in the years following and even got brought up in Star Wars Celebration 2025, where Dave and the other TCW crew member with him, Athena Portillo, both had nothing but praise for George regarding the situation, taking credit for none of it, despite the fact that the episode in question was a high-rated episode for the show. Another instance was in the BTS for Season 2, Episode 3, when referring to Mustafar being in TCW. Dave said, Mustafar was also a big deal for me because I argued with George about that. It's really Mustafar because, that's where the whole thing with Vader happens at the end, and Anakin, should he really be there? You find your fan self clashing with the story that George wants to tell because we hold everything, it's so precious to me and nobody can know about Mustafar. Well, it's a mining planet. They probably have a business. I'm sure things are exported off Mustafar. We take it to such an uber serious level, and it always takes George to, snap you out of that sometimes and say, but this is a great ending to this trilogy. Don't get so hung up on that. Dave has also been praised by other people working on the show, including George. Catherine Winder said, when I came to Lucasfilm, I was a fan of Star Wars, but not an uber fan like Dave and some of the other people that came on after. I mean, keep in mind, Dave cosplayed as Plo Koon prior to joining on the TCW team. Ben Diskin, an actor, said, Dave is, as you know, a fountain of Star Wars knowledge and trivia, the likes of which I've never seen. And referring to Dave Filoni while patting him on the back at Celebration 2017, George said, "This is one of my kids. This is one of my kids." Why would George call Dave one of his kids if Dave was some spiteful creative hack who spent the better part of 10 years undermining George's story and vision, stabbing him in the back and betraying him? Some will still allege that Dave betrayed the trust of Star Wars and George Lucas and retconned the EU, and that even though Dave and numerous others have claimed that the EU was separate and per George he was allowed to ignore it, EU purists believe that in actuality, Dave was instructed to follow the EU. Quote I've seen some used to support that idea is this one from Catherine Winder. We'd have big milestone meetings with Dave, myself, him, and whoever the artist was for whatever we were working on, and he'd give us notes and thoughts, ... He trusted Dave in terms of knowing the characters, being true to the universe, and taking care of continuity issues with vehicles and planets and that sort of thing. He didn't really need to get involved from that point of view. This was a quote from a NBT article that has since vanished from the internet since MTV purged their news articles. I believe the quote did exist. The context surrounding it is now gone. On top of that, there is an ellipses right in the middle of the quote, so I don't know if this was just an in-person interview where she trailed off, or if the ellipses was used to cut out information. And if that's the case, that could be crucial context being left out. But let's take this at face value as currently presented. I think it's been made pretty clear from other sources, including George Lucas himself, that George didn't count the EU, therefore this is not referencing the continuity of the EU, but the continuity of the films, and the world of the films, especially since George himself was not necessarily true to these with the prequel trilogy. On top of that, we've established the problem of Ahsoka Tano and George being part of the character's creation, aware of her existence and the problem she represents for the EU and the Clone Wars multimedia project. Considering he allowed Ahsoka, I can't, in good conscience, believe this idea of being true to the universe and characters is anything other than a reference to the films and not to the EU. After all, in May 2007, Catherine and Dave held a TCW panel. While I cannot locate a transcript or video of the panel, a takeaway from a website that had access stated this. While continuity is being taken very seriously by the creators of the series, Lucas retains the right to make slight adjustments for the sake of the story. Filoni is extremely well versed in Star Wars mythology and Expanded Universe, so rest assured it is in very good hands. It's also worth noting that Catherine Winder departed at some point in 2009, so she wasn't there for the rest of the show's development. Also, as a fun side note, EU purists love to make fun of the clip of Dave where he says, people get into all these debates of what's canon and what's not, and sometimes forget just the special nature of telling a good story and creating great characters. It's funny because Catherine Winder, who they're trying to say, said to follow the EU, said something similar, yet they'll still take her words as a valid interpretation about upholding the EU. The canon is the foundation from which we developed the content. We had to respect that. We had to ensure the integrity was intact. The end goal is always telling a great story. I think it's also fair by now to point out that Dave probably wasn't really lying at all about George, and whenever he said directives like stories and continuity decisions came from George, they probably did. Dave often attributed story arcs to coming from George in the BTS featurettes. As I've already mentioned, while having the in-person interview with George, the one from the Star Wars show aired in 2020, Dave attributed at least 3 arcs to George, and George owned the stories of all that. He's also owned all the stuff having to do with Maul, as well as Yoda in Season 6. George has owned Ahsoka as part of the story, Anakin's perceived differences as part of the story. George's daughter wrote several episodes of the show, and in both 2017 at Celebration and in the 2020 interview, Dave and George have both accepted and told the notion that George was involved in the show and its stories on more than a passive level. Several other writers and people who worked on the Prequel Trilogy have even commented about George's involvement in the stories. Dave probably wasn't lying, and he was probably telling the truth. A lot of the show's stories and controversies, most likely indeed, come from George. Further supporting that, if Dave was lying about all this, why would George stand for that? If Dave was supposed to be keeping in line with the EU and he wasn't following that guideline, why wouldn't George fire him and replace him? George didn't like Gary Kurtz's job performance on The Empire Strikes Back and fired him from his producer job, which is why someone else produced Return of the Jedi. And George surely knew of the continuity struggles. He would have heard of Karen Travis's explosive departure, and the TCW retcons were the primary reason why she left. I suppose one could make the case that George wouldn't know every single small and minor retcon made by TCW to the Clone Wars multimedia project, but he surely would have known about the major ones. No way he sees the EU take on Mandalorians as accurate and then has no idea Dave changes that. George is, at the very least, complicit in the EU continuity issues with TCW. And if he's at least complicit, if not responsible, then that presents a major blow for EU purists. Some may say, despite all the evidence, they still insist that George was unaware or not paying attention. But Katie Lucas was also there. Say what you want about George and the internet and keeping up to date with things. Katie Lucas is the next generation. Would she really stand for it if Dave was lying about her death? I think not. After all, we have several instances of George playing an active part in the writer's room where stories were decided. I'm sorry, guys, but the truth is, George was responsible. It wasn't Dave Filoni acting in rebellion against the maker. One question, too, I've seen pop up is, if George really liked Dave, why did he make Kathy his replacement, not Dave? I think the answer is very simple. Kathy had 30 years of experience producing movies. A producer on movies deals with similar things that the president of Lucasfilm would be dealing with. Dave, on the other hand, was young and basically had been an animation director. Dave simply wasn't ready yet. Kathy was a smarter choice, at least at the time. Hindsight? Yeah, and that might say otherwise. But enough of the positive case. Let's switch tactics and play some defense for a bit as we address possible rebuttals or opposing claims and quotes to the case I presented. Some will still insist George was not too heavily involved or TCW did not come from him, especially since he was never credited as a writer. Dave described the writer's room process, something others like Rob Coleman would have pointed out. When we do the writer's meeting, all the writers together, with George and myself, we beat out an outline for how the story's going to flow, and then it's up to the writer to expand that and make it all fleshed out. It's true. George wrote the scripts for 0 episodes of the show. But guess what? Dave only wrote 1 script prior to season 7. So if this is a metric we're using to invalidate George, then we also get to invalidate Dave. And as I pointed out, while there was still oversight from George, as there was in TCW, George didn't write the scripts for 2 of the 6 movies that we attribute to him, so this shouldn't be a determining factor. The fact that George didn't write the full-on script for each episode has no bearing on whether George pitched or fleshed out the story for the said writer or if he approved it afterwards. Some will insist that TCW wasn't George's because he didn't direct any episodes. When asked if he would like to see George Lucas direct an episode, Dave Filoni said in Star Wars Insider 128, "Oh wow, that would be something. It has briefly come up in the past, with George I would never say anything is out of bounds. If George came in and said, Dave, I want to direct an episode, I'm not going to say, well, I'll see if I can fit you in." They've only directed 9 episodes prior to season 7. Directing is different in television versus films. Directors guide the shooting of a specific episode on a TV show, but there are still overall showrunners that run the entire production, of which George and Dave function as. On top of that, if we're going to make this claim that because George didn't write any of the episode scripts or direct any episodes, that TCW didn't belong to him, well, guess what? Young Indiana Jones is a show that often is heavily attributed to George. And guess what? He didn't write or direct a single episode, but the show is attributed to him because he was heavily involved in the stories of each episode, as well as he was the executive producer of the show, just like he was with TCW. Some will say he's only credited as an executive producer, and that was as a courtesy credit, and that doesn't mean much. But his only credit on the Clone Wars 03 series is an executive producer. Executive producers on shows function much more similar to a director on a movie than an executive producer on a movie. It is a high-level role that oversees the entire production process, often with a significant financial or creative stake. As we saw in some of the quotes we went over earlier, like a couple from Catherine Winder, George was absolutely very involved in things an executive producer would be involved in. Some will insist that there are several quotes throughout the decade of TCW production that show TCW wasn't really George's or that he wasn't really involved, such as this one from MTV. The epic itself is basically about one man. You pass through a lot of things, but you never get to look at it. With Clone Wars, we're not burdened by the mythological underpinnings. We get to go more places. The story about Anakin Skywalker and his fall into the dark side and redemption by his son, it's finished. It was started when he was 10. It ends when he died. There's no more story to tell. All that stuff is not really part of what this is. Stylistically and tonally, however, the film almost takes place in an entirely separate universe. Keep in mind, Dave Filoni and George gave this interview jointly together. This is not a question-answer interview as laid out in the article online. The only context we were given ahead of time is this. He's pretty much the undisputed star of 6 feature films, a pod racing Jedi protege who grows up to become the most evil Sith Lord in the universe. So how do you have some real fun in the Star Wars sandbox? Get little orphan Annie the heck out of the way, that's how. Star Wars creator George Lucas laughed Monday from his Big Rock Ranch. The series' first foray into feature animation, Star Wars The Clone Wars aims to do exactly that, despite the fact that Anakin Skywalker is featured prominently in the poster for the film, and at least initially is something of a major character. In the end, the movie, and by extension the 100-episode TV show for which it serves as a prologue, is not a Skywalker story, Lucas insisted. What Lucas seems to be saying is TCW is not part of the grand mythical epic of episodes 1 through 6, but a side story. It is not important to understand the story of 1 through 6. We've already discussed a similar quote to this. It's similar to the Disney anthology films or the EU novels. As for it being in a separate universe, he said almost. The usage of this word deliberately implies that while it feels separate, it absolutely is not. I've seen some try to take this quote and say any using the Starlog quote to decanonize the EU must also apply the same logic to TCW based off of this quote. That's not exactly true. We've already addressed the Starlog quote, and I'll address it more in a bit. But one key difference is whenever he talks about the EU, he's always said something along the lines of it being in a different world. He's never said anything short of that. With TCW, he said it's almost like. If he used the word almost with the EU, then maybe you'd have a case. But since he used the word almost with TCW and not the EU, I think that not only shows these two quotes are different, but that he again saw TCW differently than the EU. Another quote from Lucas I've seen used. No, I mean, I'm just doing it for fun now. I'm an executive producer. Now, I don't do the day to day work. I check in once a week, maybe, and it'll be the same thing on the live action show. I'm also producing Red Tails, his long in the works project about World War II Tuskegee Airmen. I'm producing all these things now, and then hopefully in a year or two, I'll be completely removed and I'll just be able to go off and do my own movies again. Question asked: do you see any end to working on Star Wars? He is still involved, just not doing day-to-day work like recording animation, etc. He says he's still producing it, though, in addition to Red Tails. And he makes no distinction between the projects and his role, yet EU purists still attribute Red Tails to him. Also, as we've already shown, George doesn't need to be there every single day to have it be his project. We've already shown that him creating the stories and approving the final form did not require everyday involvement. And even with The Empire Strikes Back, he wasn't on set all the time. He was there a lot, but not every day. Even Indiana Jones, he wasn't there all the time. So does that mean George wasn't involved with Indy and it's not his story? One I've seen used a lot is this one from a BBC interview. When asked if he feels a sense of loss now that the 6 episodes are over, he says, "No, it's more like having your kids go off to college. They still come back when they need money and they'll be there for the holidays. We're doing a couple of TV series, but I'm not really involved with it. One is an animated series about the Clone Wars. All the other characters are in it, but obviously there's not much character arc. And one is a live action series about minor characters in the saga. So it's still going to be around. I'm going to go off and do my thing. The company is going to go off and do theirs. But the comic books, novels, and games that are out there are going to have a life of their own. So it's sort of like sending the kids off to college. Now it's on its own, doing its own thing. I just reserved the theatrical arena for the saga, which, as I say, started out as a 2-hour idea and turned into 12 hours of story." What people using this quote don't tell you is that this interview is in May 2005. Revenge of the Sith was just about to come out. This was a few days before the film came out. George was focused on that. Catherine Winder stated she was the one who found Dave and brought him to interview with George. It wasn't George himself who found him. These events also happened about a week or two before Revenge of the Sith released, further proving the point. But clearly, as time went on, George got more involved, and even Dave Filoni himself said that. This quote is a nothing burger. I've seen a lot of people use it, but never anyone used it with the disclaimer of the year and month it was given. On a Collider interview, George was asked, "Where's the live action one going to fit into the overall narrative?" George responded, "It's completely separate. This one has all the characters that everybody knows. Everybody from Yoda to Anakin to Mace Windu to Obi-Wan, everybody's there. The live action has nobody there because it's after episode 3, so everybody's dead basically or hiding somewhere. You hear about the Emperor just like you do in episode 4, but it's mostly about a whole different world. I mean, there are a million stories in the big city. You've only seen one of them." In this context, he's mainly talking about the live-action show, not TCW, but I saw someone bring it up to show his usage of the word world and separate. Again, based off of the context here, separate and world are simply referring to the fact that it will be new characters because the film characters are elsewhere, whereas for TCW, it has the film characters. The way he uses world and separate in this context is not universal. The context for when he uses it to refer to the EU is most times different. Also, he clearly implies that TCW is not separate like the live action series because of the film characters' presence. The film characters are heavily present in a lot of the EU material, yet George still called that separate. If anything, I think this quote does more harm to the EU equals George narrative than to help it. Another one I've seen used is this quote from Dave Filoni and his thoughts on George's retirement. To us, his retirement means that he has more free time to come and watch the show. I always tell him that I don't believe he is going to retire. When he stops showing up, then I'll believe him. But he's taught me to make all these decisions without him. He told me when we started that one of the reasons that I'm here is to make sure that when he's not around, things go the way he wants. And so I think it's a compliment to myself, my crew, and to the different divisions of Lucasfilm. He feels confident in all of us to say that he can retire. He's done a great thing for us as a company by bringing in Kathleen Kennedy to take over the reins. First off, He literally states George is still showing up and hasn't stopped. But his saying more time to watch the show doesn't mean he's never there and never watches it. It just means George could devote more time to Clone Wars than he already did, as George himself even said he wasn't involved in day-to-day duties. Dave said George basically trained him to run things the right way when George was no longer around, and now was that time. So up to this point, at least, George was still there. Another one from Dave, when asked if George was involved on a day-to-day basis, he says, well, he comes up with story ideas and presents them, and then we form the script, and it's really like a series of check-ins that we have with him sometimes pretty often. He's a really busy guy, so I'm very happy when we get his time. He's always available to me in the editorial stage. Yeah, right before that, Dave says George is there and he's really engaged in what we're doing. We have the guy who created the Star Wars universe excited and interested about what we are doing in that universe. And right after that, he says, I come up with ideas, and George comes to me with ideas and says, I'd like to tell this kind of story. We'll collaborate on it. He's very involved in that part of the process. The quote anyway shows George was involved and was providing the stories. He just wasn't there day to day, but he was still there and sometimes a lot, but he was always there with Dave in the editorial stage. But I'm sure purists will say the rest was a lie, except for the one excerpt that suits their desired narrative, of course. Another one from Rob Coleman. But I was also trying to find a balance. This is Dave Filoni's show. Being asked to be the animation consultant and directing some episodes helped to move the series along. The magazine, from an online image I found, introduces Rob by saying Rob Coleman was the natural choice when George Lucas needed an animation supervisor to work on his ambitious new TV show. He also says George was the one who invited him to join Lucasfilm and to go out to Singapore. And also the look of the show came from George. George assigned him to work with Dave and Catherine to immerse them in the world of Star Wars. Rob Coleman says in the same interview, George remains very involved. He was extremely involved in the early days, working with Dave Filoni, the writers, the various episodic directors, and describing to us what he was looking for. I was always coaching directors to go and look at the original Star Wars movies so they had an idea of what kind of framing and cutting that George likes. Right before making the remarks about Dave Filoni's show, he mentions, we looked at camera choices, cutting choices. George Lucas has a certain kind of lens, and there's a certain kind of cutting that he does. Once you become well-versed in that, you can make him very happy. I worked side by side with him for so many years that I had an advantage over the other episodic directors. I already knew how to communicate with George. I was very fluent in George Lucas, let's put it that way. To which he was asked, so you knew what to expect, and then he responded with the initial quote. This is also the same interview where I pulled the previous Rob Coleman quote that goes into extensive detail about George's involvement. Anyone using this is straight up cherry picking. And even then, Rob Coleman isn't an insight into the entire show. He was involved, but later left after the beginning of season 2. Dave said, it was great having Rob Coleman there in the beginning. He was, as you know, a great mentor to me in the early days, just as far as how to, get used to George and communicate with him. Some will still insist George couldn't have been too involved, at least in the later seasons, because he stepped away to work on Red Tails. However, according to George in 2008, we've been doing this for 3 years. We have 1 year finished. We're in the middle of the second year. I've written the third year. We expect this to go on for at least 5 or 6 years. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm doing a film called Red Tails. I've been working on for years. And then I'm working on a live action TV series when we're in the script stage. George here confirms he had been working on Red Tails for years, and that didn't get in the way of the first 2 or 3 seasons of TCW. So why would that have gotten in the way of the 4th or 5th? Even then, other quotes have shown George was still involved, but some days he was there and some days he wasn't. This doesn't mean he was no longer involved. Also, Indiana Jones 4 came out in 2008 with production running over the previous year or 2. Yet George was still involved in that and still involved in TCW, as he just admitted, so there's no reason why Red Tails would require him to step away, especially since George wasn't even the main director or writer on the film, and it wouldn't come out until early 2012. Some will bring up this quote from 2020 where George says, I've kind of lost control of Star Wars, so it's going off in a different path than what I intended, but the first 6 are very much mine and my philosophy. They will then ask if George really made TCW, why did he not bring that up as well? First off, the first 6 what? First 6 EU novels? The first 6 comics? First 6 animated shows? No? The first 6 Star Wars films, that's what. Also referring to how he lost control of the last Star Wars films. This has nothing to do with TCW, and if you want to read it as him excluding TCW, then you also have to read it as him excluding the EU. Also, as we've pointed out, George still referenced the Clone Wars after the buyout. He didn't speak often publicly about Star Wars besides the conventions, And when he did, it's normally been in terms about the general early development of the first film or his broad philosophies. But in the Star Wars Archives book, he made 2 references to the events of TCW. As I've already pointed out, you don't see him reference the events of the EU, especially after the buyout. If anything, we only have him dissing it, mainly those 2019 quotes where he throws shade at the idea of the EU with the Jedi versus Sith in the Old Republic. So no, once again, this quote is a nothing burger. Some will say TCW, at least seasons 5 and 6, couldn't have come from George since that was after the Disney acquisition, especially season 6. Well, TCW episodes enter development a long time before they premiere. This is how Star Wars animation runs. For example, as we talked about earlier, voice actress Tia Sakar, who portrayed Sabine in Star Wars Rebels, knew the ending of a show, something she only knew and no other actor knew since she was the narrator of the epilogue, a whole year before the air date. In 2012, Dave said this in a behind-the-scenes featurette. This is the spoiler, but the coolest helmets that the Wolfpack wears are the desert helmets. That season, I don't know, in the future. This is a behind-the-scenes featurette made for the DVD release of Season 4 of TCW, released on DVD October 23rd, meaning this was probably shot a couple months prior. Disney acquired Lucasfilm on October 30th, 2012. The helmets Dave is referring to appear in Season 6, Episode 10. So Season 6 was being developed as far back as 2012, if not earlier, meaning George absolutely would have been around to have input on the show's 6th season. According to a YouTube video with this URL on the screen, Dave said George still had some oversight in Season 6. It was certainly less of a presence than prior seasons. Stories would still have come from George, though. When asked by Leland Chee at a Q&A in 2014 if everything in the Yoda arc came from George or if Dave added anything, Dave simply said, "I added Ahsoka." For those unfamiliar, this was one minor scene where the character was initially another random Padawan. And it was a visionary sequence. It wasn't Ahsoka back in the main timeline of events. Plus, on top of that, Star Wars Rebels Season 1 had a very rushed development. So there wasn't too much time to focus on TCW. It wasn't like Lucas was evicted and the show went a major reworking. Just pretty much wrap it up and stop what you're doing and move on to Rebels. Didn't Dave Filoni say George stepped away? In August 2012, when asked if George was still as hands-on as he always was, Dave said, "He was very hands-on in the beginning. I would see him more than once a week at times. I used to put all the original designs, Anakin, Ahsoka, everything went through him. I would have them done and direct them to a certain point. So I thought they were ready, and then I would show them to him and say, 'What do you think of this?' But once we established the look of the show, he did step back to a degree. But he will always be involved. He sees the story reel, which is a very rough form of an episode, so he watches that, and then he gives me notes. He used to come in for those, and we would sit together and watch them. Now he just calls me. I send him a DVD. He called me here out front of you saw me stooped over in the grass the other day, writing on the ground. I was scribbling notes because I was on the phone with him, and it's not like he didn't know where you were. I knew exactly where I was. He was like, 'How's it going?' I'm like, 'It's going great. Everybody loves the show.' He's like, 'Great, I got some notes for you.' And I was like, 'Great, let's get those down.' And we did. And I have to say, they were great notes, great ideas. He does these little things that I think really make our episodes just that much better. He is brilliant at pointing out the kind of base logic stuff. Like, this dialogue doesn't make any sense here. You can't take it for granted that people are going to understand what's happening. And he's constantly policing that. So I do those changes. They're all minimal anymore, though, because we really try to work the way he's taught us. We try to get ahead of him. It's almost like a game, Challenge George Lucas. Can we make an action scene so he won't change it? Can we write a bunch of dialogue in a scene? So he's like, yeah, that's the way it goes. And we've gotten pretty good at it over the years. Then he watches the color. For those, he actually comes in and sits in the theater with us. And we all sit there and just watch the movie together. Again, this is from August 2012. This is several years into the show's development. We don't know when George stepped back. This could be a reference to 3 years ago. It could be a reference to 6 months ago. It's ambiguous. Keep in mind, we have records of interviews he gave in 2011 regarding the show, joint interviews alongside Dave Filoni. So he's still been involved. It's not like he just abandoned the show. Also keep in mind that Dave never said George stepped away entirely here. He just said he has less of a presence than he did previously. So what was Lucas's role previously? We know he was very involved with story. But we've also shown examples of him still having a role in the story as late as season 5. And we've also established that his involvement for stories doesn't actually require too much time, a few days to a week per season. But we do also know that George was very involved in tons of other areas initially, having a much more hands-on role with the day-to-day duties. We've seen behind-the-scenes footage of him doing that. He saw episodes through various stages, he did some editing, worked with the music composers, etc. But as we've already shown, as time went on and the team got the hang of what they were doing, just like George intended for them, because George's goal was to be able to kind of step away and be involved story-wise but not day-to-day wise, so George was able to gradually step back and reduce his oversight to maybe once or twice a week, and now Dave says it seems to be a little less than that. But that has little impact on whether the stories come from him. Like I just said, we have accountings of others who have his involvement with story being very heavy, even late into season 5. In fact, Dave says here that he loves season 5, and that's gotta include the Ahsoka stuff everybody likes to bring up and think that Dave went behind George's back on. George has owned the final arc of season 6 as part of the story, but his story involvement wasn't super time consuming, like I just said, so him stepping back is clearly a reference to him pulling back on the day to day duties, something Filoni was eventually able to get the hang of and manage by himself. Dave never says here that the story stopped coming from George. In fact, other accounts demonstrate the complete opposite. Also, too, keep in mind that Dave still says here he's showing George rough cuts of episodes as they're being worked on, and George is giving notes and expecting things to be changed. It just isn't in person like it used to be. But he's still being shown the final episode in color, which I assume means the final animated and lit episode shortly before it goes to air, though it could be a rougher form. It still has George showing up in person to check those out. He's not doing it distantly. He's still coming in theater. They talk. That's what Dave says in the rest of this little brief interview. So, this quote, again, is a nothing burger. George was still very involved with the stories of the show, and he still approved episodes, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. Dave even said, though George stepped back, he will still always be involved. The minutia of day-to-day animation production not being done by him or overseen every day by him has little bearing on whether the stories from the show are from him or not, especially since, as I said, he's still approved episodes and he never stopped showing up or being involved, period. It was just a lesser degree. Some may ask why TCW was T-canon and not G-canon. After all, if it was George's, then it should be G-canon. I can't find a source on why, but Leland said T-canon was TCW and Underworld. My guess is the films were mainly George, whereas TCW and Underworld would have much more substantive involvement from other collaborators by nature of the medium. But even then, as I've already talked about, that doesn't make too much sense. But Leland still called T-canon a pillar of George like G-canon. Some may still insist that it was Dave's show, not George's, and Dave was calling day-to-day shots, so it was more his vision than George's. To that I say, what if some of Dave's vision is in there? That doesn't mean it's not also George's. There were others involved in the original trilogy. Only 4 was directed by George. Only 4 was written by George. There was also a producer on the films that had influence on the final product. The Prequel Trilogy, while more George than the original trilogy, still had other influences. 2 had a co-writer. The visual effects team had lots of leeway on certain things. As I've mentioned before, Rob Coleman spoke in the ILM documentary at length about being the one to have to plan out the entirety of the Yoda fight, and also being the one to propose CG Yoda to George. Having some of Dave's vision in there doesn't rob it from being George. After all the EU content was way more someone else's vision than George's, yet EU purists will still try to say that's George's true continuation of the saga. So does that same logic mean the EU was canon if I'm saying TCW was? No, but that's not due to a hypocrisy stance on my take about the involvement. It's because George actively disavowed the EU. Even post-Disney, he still owned TCW as his, but never with the EU. So if TCW was his, why didn't he come out and own it? Well, first off, he did. He did active press for the 08 film. As for the show, George did talk about it being his, but he wasn't out answering critics and playing continuity defense. He wasn't a big PR guy. Even for the prequels, there was really only 1 or 2 maybe interviews where he played prequel apologetics. Most of his press stuff was just talking about the movie and the making of it. He also had Dave to advertise the show for him and own it for him, which is part of what Dave was hired to do. On top of that, between TCW, Red Tails, Indy 4, and eventually the sequels and the Disney acquisition, George didn't have time for press when he had people like Dave to do it for him. Again, that's what Dave was for, though George did occasionally do some. After all, it's important to keep in mind the way TCW operated was his ideal way for a project operation. Directing A New Hope almost killed him. He was hospitalized from the stress. He tried to step back on TSB and Return of the Jedi, but when it came time for the prequels, he only directed them because no one else wanted to take the job. He tried offering it to 3 or 4 different directors. He told Charlie Rose in a 2015 interview, the most fun movie to work on was Indiana Jones because I didn't have to direct it. According to Tom Dupree in a 1997 interview with The New Yorker, Lucas told him, when you're directing, you can't see the whole picture. You want to take a step back, be the overall force behind it, like a television executive producer. Some will prop up the idea that George was influenced by prequel hate, and that's why even though he was involved, it wasn't his true vision, so it could be discarded as not real Star Wars. I've heard this argument raised in response to the idea that Anakin is a different character in TCW than the prequels, and that it retcons the film, so if it came from George, then it was him giving into the hate. I don't see it that way. I think TCW is just his ideas, but better fleshed out by other writers and in a longer form story due to the nature of TV versus film. When asked by Charlie Rose if Star Wars was his crowning achievement, George said, cinematically, I'd probably say yes. When asked in what way it wasn't, he said, I don't know. Again, it's hard to, I have a pretty low opinion of my movies. So to me, I've always said these didn't really turn out the way I hoped they would. I could see all the flaws and I could see all the stuff. George has admitted to struggling with writing, especially with the love story in Attack of the Clones. I think the perceived differences are just him better executing the ideas he had for the prequels. That doesn't mean at all he was influenced by prequel hate. Howard Rothman said in 2010, you have to understand how George Lucas works, and I've been working with him for 30 years. He's driven by his personal vision. He believes in the integrity of that, and he doesn't believe in letting outside forces like studios, researcher, fans, for that matter, etc., interfere with the story he wanted to tell. That doesn't sound like the description of someone who hates his life work. And that was in 2010. And for those who insist that clearly TCW was just an apology for the prequels, and therefore it could be discarded, I then ask this follow-up question. Should we discard the 6 films? I could make an argument for the same principle being applied to those. Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith were compromised for prequel hate. Jar Jar's role was heavily reduced following the backlash. Dialogue coaches were brought in, presumably to help with the criticized performances. George also made story changes. He said in 2018, I was going to put more about the midi-chlorians and the wills after episode 1, but everyone freaked out and said, we don't like this, it's terrible, so I didn't. Also, I had an investment in the whole thing financially, so I was forced to relent because I knew it was self-indulgent. But I was very keen to have it be in the movies, and if I'd gone on to do the last 3, it would have been explained there. So if we're using the same logic to discard TCW, does that mean we get to discard episodes 2 and 3? Another point to consider is that regarding episode 3, the film had to have extensive reshoots to reshape the story. As discussed in The Making of Revenge of the Sith by J.W. Rinzler, the story was originally much less focused on Anakin, and Anakin's main motivations were obsession and corruption with power, as well as disillusionment with the Jedi. In fact, he was present when Mace Windu went to confront Palpatine, and it was Anakin's perception of this event that led him to turn on the Jedi. However, originally Anakin's fall was poorly received by test audiences who didn't buy it, so George heavily reworked the movie, made his motivations Padme's impending doom, and a lot of the side plots were dropped to hone in on Anakin's story. So since George had to rework his original vision because audiences didn't like it, should we cut out episode 3? What about the original trilogy? George was heavily restricted by technology. Sure, he modified some of that with the special edition, but look at how the prequels came out, and then just think about how the original trilogy would have come out had George made them in the 90s. His vision was compromised there too. Also, story threads George wanted to save for a hypothetical sequel trilogy, like Luke's sister, were rushed and wrapped up in Return of the Jedi when personal and financial circumstances led him to realize that after Return of the Jedi, it was time to stop. So is Return of the Jedi not his true vision either? Where do we draw the line? I've seen some even suggest post-prequel trilogy George no longer even cared about Star Wars, and he was just cashing in on the cow after all the prequel hate. Seems though George would disagree. In 2015, well, all my films are personal. And TCW was a film he said he made. In 2015, I like Star Wars. George didn't hate Star Wars. The real thrill was when I see some of those things, but I see the fans, and when we were in Spain shooting Padme's Palace, There were 10,000 like there, but they were all tiny little kids. They were reaching through this fence. It was a metal that was like the White House. It's a national landmark, that palace, and they were all reaching their hands out, even the little tiny ones. They had no idea who I was, but all they wanted to do was touch my hand and said, this is what I did it for. Everything. None of it makes any difference except, in the real world, the critics, certain fans and things, they're not very kind. But when you see all these little kids and you see the look on their face and what it means to them, it forgives everything. George clearly still knew it was worth it. And this was during the prequel trilogy filming. Plus, if the Clone Wars was to save face, well, the film was very poorly received and it's still the worst rated Star Wars movie on Rotten Tomatoes. So if that's all TCW was about, he should have either changed strategies after the film came out or called it quits. But he didn't. I've seen some pose the question, understandably so, if TCW was George's, why would he sell? That's like selling after Attack of the Clones and before Revenge of the Sith. Well, first off, you could throw this back on the EU purists regarding the EU novels still in development, like Kenobi, for example, which filled in the gaps of the story about one of the saga's most crucial characters in the 20-year time period of his life between films not explored before. Second off, as we'll discuss later in the sequel trilogy section, George selling the company did not mean he was going to walk away and wash his hands of Star Wars. He still expected to be involved. He sold in October 2012 and only departed in early 2013, once he found out his treatments were being discarded. Initially, he probably planned to still be involved in TCW just like the sequel trilogy. The ending of the show was already planned out either way. Yes, scripts and previs and animation and voice work still need to be done, but the basic concept of the story of the Siege of Mandalore was planned by the time the show was canceled. Even if George departed entirely, as Dave said, George trained him to make decisions the way George wanted them for when he was no longer there. And all the stories of the show were mapped out, they just needed to be executed. That said, there was immense pressure from George to sell. As he told Charlie Rose in 2015, one of the reasons I sold was I was starting to make movies that were more personal and were obviously losing a lot of money. And I said, I can't really do this much more because the company will be dragged down. And I had 2,000 employees, so I had people to think about. So I said the best way to handle this is to sell it, then take the money, put it in a bank account, and I will use that to make movies that I know are experimental, that I have no way of knowing whether they'll work out or not. I made the decision to sell the company. But Star Wars, I made that decision because I looked at the future. I looked at the thought that I was going to have a baby. I looked at the fact that I was married. And I looked at the fact that I wanted to build a museum. And I looked at the fact that I wanted to make experimental films. And so my life was going on a different track. And I noticed the last few movies that I'd made were costing the company a lot of money. And I didn't think that was fair to the people that worked there or the company. When asked if he sold his company because he was tired, George said, well, I turned 70. My whole life centered around me doing these avant-garde experimental films that you don't know whether they're going to work or not. You kind of are playing with the medium, which is what I wanted to do, and all my student films are like that. Everything I did was like that. Even THX is vaguely like that, and I always said if this fails, I'm going to go back to doing my experimental films. All my friends, Marty Francis, Steven, said, well, when are you going to do experimental films? And I said, well, I got caught in this tar baby called Star Wars, and lots of opportunities and lots of things. And so I said, well, I like Star Wars. I fell in love with it and I want to complete it. And after I completed it, I produced films and things at the same time. I came back and did the backstory to the whole thing. And I felt, well, at some point there is 3 more stories, but it takes 10 years to do that, to do all 3 of them. And, I said, I don't think I could do that. And I want to go do my little experimental films. And I was commuting between Chicago and San Francisco. So I said, I'm going to take my life and make it so I can live in Chicago, live in San Francisco, make my little art films, build a museum, take care of my little daughter. And that's what's important to me, because the other part is at the height of my career after Jedi, I had a daughter who was a year old. I was married. My wife, we got divorced, and I was left with a baby. She was adopted. And when I first held her in my arms in the hospital, a lightning bolt struck me. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. So when she left, I took the baby and said, I'm going to retire. I don't want to direct any more movies, because you can't raise kids and direct movies because it's literally 4 in the morning till 10 at night, working weekends, working all the time. And you just can't do that. George told Charlie Rose when asked in 2015 that he wanted his tombstone not to say Star Wars creator, but good dad instead. Lucas put Star Wars on hold the first time around post-original trilogy when his kids entered the picture and only went back once they grew up. He now had another daughter with his new wife, and that was priority number 1. On top of that, the company was financially struggling, and TCW was also a show losing money and viewership. This is why when he sold, he put Kathy in charge, hoping to still have a role, but a lesser one in light of his new child. On top of that, he really, honestly, with the timetable, he didn't have 2 or 3 more years to stick around and keep making Clone Wars at the way he's describing the financial state of the company. So it had nothing to do with leading Clone Wars. It was about protecting people because, again, George is not a jerk. He's going to take care of his employees. Okay, so at this point, we've pretty clearly established TCW is from George. So will the EU purists accept it? Some will still reject it because they believe the EU is George's true Star Wars and TCW retcons it, mainly the Clone Wars multimedia project. But the EU has some retcons of its own. Most EU purists will happily accept the 03 Clone Wars, even though it mostly operated separately from the EU. In the two 03 Clone Wars BTS featurettes, Bridging the Galaxy and Connecting the Dots, both of which are available online, they're like 7 minutes each, go ahead and check them out. The showrunners talk about basically coming up with the stories themselves, not with George like TCW. His only instructions for Genndy were to resolve the Ipori cliffhanger in Volume 2 and to do the Battle of Coruscant. A quote from the two showrunners: "We had certain goals in mind that we wanted to hit, like on certain people. We wanted to address the friendship between Anakin and Obi-Wan. Since we know episode 3 their friendship has the big falling out, this is our last chance to let people know they're pals." If they were in touch with the EU, they should have known that was something that was established. There's also the issue of Anakin's knighting. The EU novel Jedi Trial takes place 2.5 years into the war. This contradicts the date given by the Revenge of the Sith novelization. For canon tiers, that must remove this story. The 03 series implies Anakin is promoted early into the war. Hypori is early, and it is the Jedi defeat at the Battle of Hypori that leads to the Council debating Anakin's knighthood. Kenobi references Anakin's duel with Dooku in Attack of the Clones, and his duel with Ventress on Yavin in Volume 1 as Anakin's trials. The novel attempts to tell us the story of Anakin's actual Jedi trial, but the showrunners had a different idea in mind. We thought, oh, let's give him the knighthood, and then he's going to have his trials after, and we got excited about that idea. Then he started to structure our story based on that theme. What situation are we going to put Anakin that could be like a trial? They start talking about the Nelvana sequences after this. It's pretty clear Genndy had nothing to do with the story of the novel, and considering after the knighthood is when there's a random montage of Anakin fighting battles across the galaxy, and the knighthood is right after the Hypori sequences, I think it's clearly that's when the time jump is supposed to take place. Any first-time viewer of the series will walk away with that interpretation only. If the EU can't even get the major event of Anakin's knighthood straightened out, why should we value the Clone Wars multimedia project over TCW? It clearly wasn't too coordinated between publishing and television. The same could be said about the Clone War 03 series killing off Karuk, only for Dark Horse to not be happy about that and resurrect him anyway. Speaking of resurrections, a lot of EU fans were mad about Koth coming back in TCW after reference material said one of the exploding gunships in Attack of the Clones had him on there, even though the 03 series used the Zabrak Jedi with the appearance of Ethkoth, and that had to be retconned to be Agent Kolar because of their error. But Sora Bulk also was on the same gunship according to EU reference material, and he survived and popped up in the Clone Wars multimedia project. Padme sees Anakin's scar for the first time 3 different times. The Obsession comics, 03 Clone Wars series, and the Revenge of the Sith novel. While it's possible Obsession and 03 Clone Wars are supposed to be the same scene, the lack of continuity regarding Anakin's knighting makes me think otherwise. It's clearly separate from the Revenge of the Sith novel either way. Clone Wars series in 03 also tells a different version of events of the Battle of Coruscant depicted in Labyrinth of Evil. While it would appear the reasoning was production timelines and changes, it's still a retcon that exists within the timeline. In comment sections, I've still engaged with people who refuse to accept TCW because it retcons the films. They'll give out various retcons that can be reconciled just like other EU or film retcons, but because they don't like TCW, they won't put any effort into doing some critical thinking or resolve the matter. The video isn't really a TCW apologist video, but since it's relevant, I'll briefly address these supposed retcons. Anakin's character seems to be the biggest one. This is something I've already addressed. Anakin is simply at the worst points in his life during episodes 2 and 3. TCW is everyday Anakin. TCW also explored his maturing by introducing Ahsoka, forcing him to grow up so he can be responsible. Some say they prefer the slow maturing in the Clone Wars multimedia project. That's fine. There's nothing wrong about this. It's war. Sometimes in real life, kids are forced to mature when they have to take on a parental role. It's similar here. Anakin is otherwise still the same character as he is in the films. He's emotional, a struggling Jedi, rebellious, struggling with attachments, struggling with inner darkness while trying to be a good Jedi, and he's brash and impulsive. The only one I can kind of understand is the voice change, but even then, it's not too different. This is animation where things are a little stylized. The next retcon I've seen is Ahsoka. Her being Anakin's Padawan doesn't retcon the films. There was no allusion to him not having a Padawan. Even if she wasn't mentioned in Revenge of the Sith, well, Qui-Gon wasn't mentioned in the original trilogy, but he still exists. Ahsoka being off and on her own mission isn't really relevant to the story Anakin is experiencing in the film, especially since Padme quickly becomes his main and only priority. And if you criticize the Jedi Council for giving Anakin a Padawan, well, the Jedi Council made a lot of mistakes and dumb decisions, and some would argue that was the point of the trilogy. They were basically given the Sith's plot in Attack of the Clones by Dooku and did nothing. They didn't investigate the clones right away. They sent Anakin on a solo mission with Padme, even though Obi-Wan tells them he has a crush on her, and even knowing after this, they let Anakin take her back to Naboo after their whole little moment in Attack of the Clones. And in Revenge of the Sith, Anakin can still spend the night at Padme's place during Episode 3, and the Council can't put two and two together? General Grievous's death is the key to ending the war, and instead of sending several Jedi, they send Obi-Wan alone, even though other Jedi are on Coruscant? And after learning Palpatine is a Sith, they only send 4 Jedi, so the Jedi making a dumb decision with Ahsoka and Anakin fits right in, if you really want to perceive it that way. Plus, the goal of Ahsoka was to mature Anakin after his issues in Attack of the Clones by forcing him to grow up, so it makes sense. Another retcon I've seen is being the guilds and corporate neutrality as presented in the show. The thing is, everyone knows they're guilty of sin, but they can't prove it. Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones established this, especially with Newt Gunray escaping 4 trials, and some senators are on their payroll anyway. Obi-Wan witnessed their meeting in Episode 2 with Dooku, sure, but what good is eyewitness testimony as we saw with the blockade of Naboo in Episode 1? Another big one is the inhibitor chips. I've made a video about why I think this works better, but just as for the retcon, Sam Witwer resolved this in a quote I already brought up. As he points out, Cody calls Palpatine my lord, but Palpatine isn't emperor yet, and the clones don't know he's a Sith. Some level of brainwashing is implied. I've even seen some people get upset because the Kaminoans say the clones are genetically modified to follow orders, even though the chips are basically a form of genetically modifying the clone to obey an order. On top of that, even if the Kaminoans are basically saying that they tampered with the DNA of the clones, and that's supposed to be our Order 66 explanation, adding inhibitor chips does not contradict that, as it's still an organic modification and tampering, but it's basically just an extra safeguard. It doesn't contradict, it just expands. Also, the Kaminoans don't really know the true nature of the inhibitor chips as we see in TCW. Dooku lies to them and tells them it's simply a safeguard against rogue Jedi. So the Kaminoans establishing the genetic modifications in Attack of the Clones isn't a retcon because the Kaminoans don't even know what the chips really do or their true purpose. Also, too, keep in mind that the Kaminoans were told by Dooku that the Jedi couldn't know anything about the inhibitor chips and what they did and what they were meant for, and once the Jedi started to kind of find out in Season 6, the Kaminoans were told to keep as much hidden as possible. So, sure enough, when Obi-Wan shows up in Attack of the Clones, the Kaminoans not just going to go, oh yeah, by the way, they have these inhibitor chips in there that are meant for as safeguards for rogue Jedi. They're going to keep it hush-hush and keep it quiet. They're not going to scream it out loud to the Jedi. I've seen it suggested, too, that the clones don't have free will, that they're essentially mindless droids with few exceptions, but the Kaminoans saying clones can think creatively seems to imply there is some sort of free will and free thought on their behalf. And of course, moving on, a retcon often brought up is Anakin fighting Dooku and Kenobi fighting Grievous. First off, Anakin fighting Dooku isn't an explicit retcon, it's just the implication of the line that's retconned. And while it is a little funky, it's not universe breaking. Chalk it up to poor trash talk. And as for Kenobi fighting Grievous, it could be chalked up to either poor trash talk or Grievous receiving new training from Dooku after Ventress's departure, with him only knowing combat before that due to his prior life as a warrior, which I actually think is a really cool explanation. Also, regarding the Dooku thing, Anakin and Dooku fight in the Clone Wars film that George Lucas was a major part of, and on top of that, did press for. So, if you have an issue with that, you gotta take that up with George Lucas. The other major one I see brought up is Kenobi finding out Dooku is Tyrannus. There's a whole explanation I could get into, but I'll try to sum it up by the point that the damage was done. It was too late to do anything, and even then, by Episode 3, they were skeptical of Palpatine, and this might just be the canon reason why. Dooku straight up tells them in Attack of the Clones what's going on, and they ignore it anyway, so I don't see how this is too different. Even so, from in-universe, there was no real way out of this. Public opinion was already turning against them. To find out they've been fighting with an army made by Dooku would blow things out of the water. It'd be similar to if we suddenly learned the whole US army was conditioned by the Russians. How would that play out? We also don't have proof other than eyewitness testimony, and even then, they'd look like idiots for not having investigated that sooner. They can't recuse themselves from the war because not only would innocents die while they take a stand, but the Republic would lose the war and Dooku would basically take control of the galaxy via that way, letting the Sith win. So, yeah, they couldn't raise a new army. The clones had been fighting for over 2 years with the Jedi by this point. They didn't have any inherent reason to distrust them. As for why it's not connected to the chips from a few episodes back, probably because to them that matter was resolved and they moved on. Keep in mind, from the Jedi's perspective, it's basically a clone that went mad and shot his Jedi. He died, and then another clone went AWOL and died. The chips inside them were pretty much sold to the Jedi as genetic modifications the Kaminoans told Kenobi about. Yeah, Fives told Anakin that was a plot to destroy the Jedi, but Anakin clearly didn't believe him, especially once the Chancellor was brought up in that. As for Yoda's visions later, again, it's just that, visions. Yoda's quick to ignore visions, saying always in motion is the future. And it was one vision that had the Jedi fighting the clones. The rest of his visions had nothing to do with them. On top of that, we don't know the Sith Lord's plan, and acting out could be their downfall. So yeah, all in all, I don't see it as a universe-breaking issue. Even though retcons can be subjective at times, 2000's prequel haters had a long list of retcons between the trilogies. I don't think a lot of them hold up. I think a lot of the ones from TCW could be resolved. And let's say, for argument's sake, there are retcons between the films and TCW. So, there are retcons between the film trilogies. Empire says Obi-Wan's master was Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me, not a Jedi Master. So do we throw out Phantom Menace? Even if Episode True tried to fix it by showing Yoda teaching younglings, this was after the fact fix with Episode 1, which makes no mention of that, and even then, it's not really stated Kenobi did train with Yoda as a youngling except for in Clone Wars Season 6. Return of the Jedi established Leia knew her mother. Revenge of the Sith retcon that. Do we throw 3 out? Episode 4 established the Republic was 1,000 generations, but Episode 2 said 1,000 years. Do we throw that out? Episode 4 established Leia as an Organa. Episode 6 retcon that with her as Luke's sister. Do we throw that out? A New Hope established Anakin and Vader were separate people, and the early Empire scripts proved this. The Vader change came later, and Empire retconned Anakin and Vader to be one and the same, leaving Return of the Jedi to have to try to sort it out. Did we throw out Empire? A New Hope established that Jedi and Republic is ancient and long gone. The prequels revealed that it was less than 20 years. Did we throw out the whole prequel trilogy? Return of the Jedi establishes Obi-Wan takes Anakin on as his Padawan, but Phantom Menace shows he has no choice but to do it because Qui-Gon essentially made him. Do we throw out Phantom Menace? Where do we draw the line? If we're allowing wiggle room for the films, we have to allow wiggle room for TCW as well. I would also point out that the 03 Clone Wars retcons the films in some areas, but the EU purists happily accept that. In Attack of the Clones, Mace, along with 200 Jedi, lose to the droids in the Patranki Arena and Geonosis, and many Jedi perish. But a few weeks later, in the 03 series, Mace single-handedly takes on an entire army of droids, missing his lightsaber through half of that, and wins the battle. If the Mace we saw in the 03 Clone Wars was in Attack of the Clones, the Jedi would have stopped the war before it even started. The Grievous that we see in the EU in 03 Clone Wars is a completely different character than Revenge of the Sith. If the 03 Grievous fought Kenobi on Utapau, he would have died. I've seen some suggest it's because his chest was crushed, but the cough is what led to the crushed chest being added, and the cough was a last-minute add on the part of George Lucas. Originally, Grievous was still the same guy he was in Episode 3, but without the cough. He is fundamentally a different character in 3 than in the Clone Wars Multimedia Project. In the Clone Wars Volume 2 commentary, a producer I don't know by the name of had this exchange with Gendy. You know, because I think George hadn't really locked down what exactly he wanted to do with the character of Grievous. Yeah, the George pitched Grievous to me was that he was kind of one of those old serial villains where he does something bad and then he twirls his mustache and runs off and he always escapes. But before that, it's like we had been told that he's like this ruthless, totally capable Jedi killer. So it's like, well, yeah, I think he was still kind of working it out. So even the 03 guys knew that Grievous was kind of a different character. It's not just in the Clone Wars. The game Star Wars X-Wing, along with the Death Star novel, established Despair was the first planet the Death Star completely destroyed, even though A New Hope established Alderaan was the first planet destroyed upon the stations becoming completely operational. If EU purists stick to canon tiers and the novels are G canon, then we have even further issues. Four's novel says Palpatine was a manipulated politician. Do we throw the other films out that contradict that? Return of the Jedi's novelization says Owen and Obi-Wan are brothers, and the whole splitting up the twins is different than Revenge of the Sith. Do we throw episode 3 out? I also went over several retcons between the films and the EU, so unless we were prepared to throw out several prominent EU stories from the EU continuity, as well as the O3 series and droids, and are prepared to throw out basically all films inside A New Hope, well, we need to chill out. If we're allowing wiggle room for the film's retcons from later films, then we need to allow TCW to remain. And that's even if they really are retcons, which I don't think they are. Some may still push back and say retcons between collective G canon sources and between G and T canon sources are different. But I would say George never operated under the canon tiers. He put TCW on par with the films, and even Leland Cheese has suggested such by saying G canon and T canon are Lucas pillars. So true George Lucas fans wouldn't make such tier distinctions between G and T canon like Lucas licensing did. I think it's pretty clear at this point that George Lucas was involved in TCW. The stories mainly came from him. He oversaw and approved what was made, and the alleged retcons are merely subjective and aren't grounds to remove it from the canon, unless you're taking that logic to its complete and extreme conclusion. The idea that TCW ignored the EU was approved and allowed by George, and the fact that it did so is consistent with his various statements and that of Lucasfilm officials over the years. TCW is definitive proof that George did not consider the EU canon. But if you're still really not convinced, then let's talk about an even bigger blow: the George Lucas sequel trilogy treatments. For years, George maintained that there would never be sequels. While he used to flirt a little with the idea of 9 total films, he firmly doubled down during the making of the prequels that 6 would be it. He always maintained, ever since the 80s, that while he had a decent sized story outline for what happened in the prequels, the sequels were never something concrete. He had some ideas, but nothing ever set in stone in his mind like with the prequels. Around 2011, 2012-ish, this changed. George decided to realize some of those ideas into an actual full-fledged sequel trilogy, and work began prior to the Disney acquisition. Lucas remained a part of the project until early 2013 when he voluntarily departed after the rejection of his treatments. The sequels likewise present another problem for EU purists, because what we know about them, which we'll discuss in a minute, does not align with the EU, not even on a broad strokes level. Therefore, to get around this, EU purists will claim one of a few myths. Myth number 1. George was just giving ideas. These weren't his actual vision for the trilogy, just ideas for them to make. Myth number 2. George wasn't involved in the sequels. Period. Myth number 3. The plot of the sequels that most people describe is actually from a game, and George's sequels would have been something else entirely. So let's look at the facts, and then we'll circle back to these. In 2015, George gave his infamous interview with Charlie Rose, the one where he called Disney white slavers. Let's look at some exchanges between the two, with bold font being Charlie Rose and the other font being Lucas. I made a decision to move ahead on the next Star Wars series, and we were starting to do that. So you were starting to make the next Star Wars. Yeah, you as a film or director filmmaker. So we were working with a writer. It wasn't quite working out, but I was also, I was also stepping away a little bit too and turning things over to Kathy Kennedy. And so what happened was Disney said, gee, or Bob Iger said, gee, if you really want to sell your company, if you're thinking about selling it, because, we were talking about retirement and what are you going to do after all this? And he said, well, you really want to sell it, we're very interested. So that started that ball rolling. And I knew from, I had the story treatments and, outlines, and we were just we're working on scripts, and so I sold it. But I knew when I sold it, I said, I've tried to make movies where I step away to sort of, Empire and Return of the Jedi, right? And after a couple of weeks, I knew I couldn't do that. I had to stand over the shoulder of the director, help him, whisper in his ear constantly, no, do this, do that, and be there to help guide it. And it was much harder than if I just directed it myself. And Disney, who was a little nervous. There's one of the issues was the first three movies had all kinds of issues. They looked at the stories and they said, we want to make something for the fans. So I said, all I wanted to do was tell a story of what happened. It started here and it went there, and it's all about generations, and it's about, the issues of fathers and sons and grandfathers, and it's a family soap opera. Ultimately, space, we call it space opera, but people don't realize it's actually a soap opera, and it's all about family problems, and that it's not about spaceships. So they decided they didn't want to use those stories. They said that they were going to go do their own thing, and so I decided fine. But basically, I'm not going to try to. They weren't that keen to have me involved anyway. But at the same time, I said I'm not going to. If I get in there, I'm just going to cause trouble because they're not going to do what I want them to do. So, and I don't have the control to do that anymore. And all I would do is muck everything up. So I said, okay, I will go my way. It must hurt you. It's your family. It's the last story. It's your story. There's three more stories. And I knew that was probably going to take, to do it right, it would take about 10 years. And I said, I'm 70. I don't know whether I'll be here when I'm 80. Every 10 years, the odds get less. And so I said, I'm not ready to do that because I want to do these other things. So I have to make the decision on my own that it's time for me to move on. As he details here, these are three stories he envisioned, and these are stories he intended to be part of making. Not as heavy as the prequels, but he was working with a writer. He owns these as the last three stories. Let's move on. In 2012, he had a sit-down interview alongside Kathy Kennedy where they talked about his retirement, Kathy taking over, and the future of Star Wars. I have story treatments of 7, 8, 9, and a bunch of other movies, and obviously we have hundreds of books and comics and everything you could possibly imagine, so I sort of move that treasure trove of stories and various things to Kathy, and I have complete confidence that she's going to take them and make great movies. We are absolutely going to make Star Wars movies. This is Kathleen Kennedy who said this. We are absolutely going to make Star Wars movies, and we're in the midst of the really fun part of the process, which is we're sitting down with a couple of writers, and we're starting to discuss ideas, and we're starting to talk about what those stories might be. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be entirely on my own, because it's important that he at least continues to be a little guardian angel on my shoulder helping me. When asked how he sees the role of creative consultant and what it means, George said, I just said I would back her up and I would be there, especially helping with the script and making sure the script, there's a lot of blank spots in the story treatment that we hopefully we can fill in. And then Kathy said, I think the incredible thing about George is this is not like a series of books like Harry Potter where you've already got a template of what the stories might be. These are original stories and original ideas that come out of a world that essentially is in George's head. So the beauty of the collaboration that can continue is as we work our way through these scripts, if we're sitting and saying to him, I wonder if this character can do that, or does that make sense within the rules of Star Wars, that really he's the keeper of the flame when it comes to that. And then George says, it's the same thing with the first three films. That's all my job is, to be the keeper of the flame. This one is fun to talk about. I see the first quote used so often to try to suggest that George wanted Kathy to turn the EU into movies, but purists often leave the first part of the quote out, starting with the obviously we have hundreds of books and comics part. The truth is, Lucas wrote story treatments for 7, 8, 9 for Disney to make, as he says right before that. That's what he wants them to turn into movies, in addition to all the other stuff. He says he's got ideas for other movies, etc. But the key there was he had story treatments for 7, 8, and 9. For the press release upon the Disney buyout, George said in that video, and keep in mind, this came out the day the Disney acquisition happened. George is wearing the same clothes he was wearing when he signed that contract with Bob. The future Star Wars films, Kathy and I have been working on future Star Wars films, and the main reason I brought Kathy on is rather than quit, I wanted to have it move forward, but I needed somebody I trusted who could take that franchise and make it work the way I intended it to. So once Kathy came on board, we started working with writers and started working on all the processes of doing the films. So we've got a plan for 7, 8, 9, which is the end of the trilogy, and other films also. As he said, he, along with Kathy, have already started working on the sequels together. From GQ magazine in 2017, Ford's least expected late career reprise was his return to the world of Star Wars. I was surprised, Harrison concedes. The first call came from George Lucas. It was proposed that I might make another appearance as Han Solo, and I think it was mentioned even in the first call that he would not survive. That's something I'd been arguing for some period of time. Ford had unsuccessfully lobbied for Solo to die in Return of the Jedi in 1983. So I said, okay. From Mark Hamill in 2012, I had no idea that George was going to sell to Disney until I read it online like everybody else. He did tell us last summer about wanting to go on and do episodes 7, 8, and 9, and that Kathleen Kennedy would be doing them. Yeah, last August, he asked Carrie and I to have lunch with him, and we did. I thought he was going to talk about either his retirement or the Star Wars TV series that I've heard about or the 3D releases. So when he said we're going to do episode 7, 8, 9, I was gobsmacked. What? Are you nuts? I can see both sides of it. I'm anxious to know what's going on, but the main story was the sale to Disney. I have mixed feelings about that, but they haven't done badly by Marvel and the Muppets and Pixar. It's one of those big decisions that at first seems unusual, but then the more you look at it, the more it makes sense. He was just talking about writers and the fact that he wouldn't be directing. I guess he wanted us to know before everybody else knew. He said, "Now you can't tell anybody." Even now, I'm nervous about saying anything. I just don't know. Also fun to note is the same article mentions a source at Lucasfilm telling them that the EU was being discarded. And this was November 1st, 2012. So, per Harrison and Mark, George was recruiting them and active on episode 7. I doubt Harrison is lying. He doesn't strike me as someone who necessarily cares. And Mark has clearly voiced his disdain for the Disney films and even his initial hesitancy to return. I don't think he's lying either, especially considering the fact that this interview came out 2 days after the Disney acquisition. According to the book, The Art of the Force Awakens, Carter, Doug Chang, who worked on the prequels, and David Nakabayashi convened at the Litterman Digital Arts Center in San Francisco on December 11th to handpick a dream team of designers for an episode art department to be inaugurated in January 2013, with plans for a full production design team to be up and running by March. The following day, Carter met Star Wars creator George Lucas for the first time in the main house at Skywalker Ranch. Also, keep in mind, the Art of the Force Awakens book does have some early concept art that is heavily different from the plot of 7 as we know it, that supposedly was approved by George Lucas. It does date to this time frame. Also, from Bob Iger's memoir in 2019 about the Lucasfilm purchase. At some point in the process, George told me he had completed outlines for 3 new movies. He agreed to send us 3 copies of the outlines, one for me, one for Alan Braverman, and one for Alan Horn, who'd just been hired to run our studio. Alan Horn and I read George's outline and we decided we needed to buy them. But we made it clear in the purchase agreement that we would not be contractually obligated to adhere to the plot lines he'd laid out. He knew that I was going to stand firm on the question of creative control, but it wasn't an easy thing for him to accept, and so he reluctantly agreed to be able to consult with us at our request. I promised that we would be open to his ideas. This was not a hard promise to make. Of course we would be open to George Lucas's ideas. Like the outlines, we would be under no obligation. Early on, Kathy brought JJ and Michael Arndt up to the Northern California to meet with George and his ranch and talk about their ideas for the film. George immediately got upset as they began to describe the plot, and it dawned on him that they weren't using one of the stories he submitted during the negotiations. The truth was, Kathy, JJ, Alan, and I had discussed the direction in which the saga should go, and we all agreed that it wasn't what George had outlined. George knew we weren't contractually bound to anything, but he thought that our buying the story treatments was a tacit promise that we'd follow them, and he was disappointed that his story was being discarded. I'd been so careful since our first conversation not to mislead him in any way, and I didn't think I had now. But I could have handled it better. I should have prepared him for the meeting with JJ and Michael and told him about our conversations, that we felt it was better to go in another direction. I could have talked through this with him and possibly avoided angering him by not surprising him. Now, in the first meeting with him about the future of Star Wars, George felt betrayed, and while this whole process would never have been easy for him, we'd gotten off to an unnecessarily rocky start. In a 2015 interview with Cineblend, George said, "Well, the ones that I sold to Disney and everything, they came up to the decision that they didn't really want to do those. So they made up their own. It's not the ones that I originally wrote." In 2018, George told Paul Duncan, "I thought I was going to have a little bit more to say about the next 3 because I'd already started them. They decided they wanted to do something else. Things don't always work the way you want it." So George clearly wrote stories he intended for Kathy to make into the sequels, and he intended to be a part of it, just at a reduced, more overseer-type role. In fact, initially, he was a part of it. So what were these stories? These stories that he started working on pre-Disney acquisition. These stories he approached Mark Hamill about before the acquisition. The stories that he has been working with a writer on personally alongside Kathleen Kennedy. They were an adaptation of the EU, right? After all, purists seem to think George turned a treasure trove of stories over to Kathy to make into movies, right? I mean, Star Wars EU was George's true continuation of the Star Wars that he authorized, approved, and contributed to. So, obviously, while there might be minor differences, these stories, they were truly adaptations of the EU, right? What were these outlines? Well, fortunately, we don't have to wonder. George actually revealed his sequel stories in 2018, a little bit to James Cameron, but mostly to Paul Duncan. Let's take a look. To James Cameron, he said, the next 3 Star Wars films, we're going to get into a microbiotic world. There's the world of the creatures that operate differently than we do, Lucas said. I call them the Wills, and the Wills are the ones who actually control the universe. They feed off the Force. To Paul Duncan, he said, then, after the Rebels won, there were no more stormtroopers in my version of the story. I planned for the first trilogy to be about the father, the second trilogy to be about the son, and the third trilogy to be about the daughter and the grandchildren. Episodes 7, 8, and 9 would take these ideas from what happened after the Iraq War. Okay, you fought the war, you killed everybody, now what are you going to do? Rebuilding afterwards is harder than starting a rebellion or fighting the war. When you win the war and you disband the opposing army, what do? The stormtroopers would be like Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist fighters that joined ISIS and kept on fighting. The stormtroopers refused to give up when the Republic win. They want to be stormtroopers forever, so they go to a far corner of the galaxy, start their own country and their own rebellion. There's a power vacuum, so gangsters like the Hutts are taking advantage of the situation. And there's chaos. The key person is Darth Maul, who had been resurrected in the Clone Wars cartoons. He brings all the gangs together. Was Darth Maul the main villain? Yeah, but he's very old and we have 2 versions of him. One is with a set of cybernetic legs like a spider, and then later on he has metal legs and he was a little bit bigger. More of a superhero. We did all this in the animated series. He was in a bunch of episodes. Darth Maul trained a girl, Darth Talon, who was in the comic books, as his apprentice. She was the new Darth Vader, but most of the action was with her. So these were the 2 main villains of the trilogy. Maul eventually becomes the godfather of crime in the universe because, as the Empire falls, he takes over. The movies are about how Leia, who else is going to be the leader? They're trying to build the Republic. They still have the apparatus of the Republic, but they have to get it under control from the gangsters. That was the main story. It starts out a few years after Return of the Jedi, and we establish pretty quickly that there's this underworld. There are these offshoot stormtroopers who started their own planets, and that Luke is trying to restart the Jedi. He puts the word out, so out of 100,000 Jedi, maybe 50 or 100 are left. The Jedi have to grow again from scratch, so Luke has to find 2 and 3-year-olds and train them. It'll be 20 years before you have a new generation of Jedi. By the end of the trilogy, Luke would have rebuilt much of the Jedi, and we would have the renewal of the New Republic, with Leia, Senator Organa, becoming the Supreme Chancellor in charge of everything. So she ended up being the chosen one. I was going to put more about the midichlorians and the Wills after episode 1, but everybody freaked out and said, we don't like this, it's terrible, so I didn't. Also, I had an investment in the whole thing financially, so I was forced to relent because I knew it was self-indulgent, but I was very keen to have it be in the movies, and if I'd gone on to do the last 3, it would have all been explained there. There are additional tidbits we learned from early Force Awakens concept art and Pablo Hidalgo tweets, but for the sake of appeasing the critics, I'll keep it at George Lucas's words. Perhaps the first objection I've seen to this from EU purists is, but Maul and Talon idea, that was for a game, and he agreed to keep continuity, so he clearly cared. His sequels were about the microbiotic world. Wrong. First off, the interview with James Cameron was in 2018, and the Star Wars Archives was also in 2018. George never said the sequel trilogy was only about the microbiotic world, or that it was his only idea, only that they were going to dive deeper into it and explore it. But in the Paul Duncan interview in 2018, he talked about the Maul Talon ideas as well as the midichlorians. He's been on record saying that the original saga was going to be about the father, the son, and then the grandchildren. It was never going to be completely removed and only about the microbiotic world for 3 movies like he was jumping into Ant-Man or something. Second off, the Maul game is entirely separate, and it just simply seems to be where his idea for Talon came from. The Maul game, known as the Battle of the Sith Lords, was a Star Wars game in development during 2010 by Redfly. Initially, the game was going to be about Maul pre-Phantom Menace and lead up to his death, but it was later expanded to tie into the Clone Wars. As time went on, George then kind of changed the directive of the game. Per Game Informer's Andrew Rayner, who had a discussion with one of the lead creators on the game, Redfly's representatives arrived at the meeting point early the next day, only to find LucasArts employees rushing Force Unleashed artwork out of the conference room and replacing it with other Star Wars artworks, including the placement of sideshow collectible statues of Darth Maul and Darth Talon to the table. The friendly George Lucas entered the room and was eager to hear the pitch from Redfly's creatives. Before they could finish their spiel, Lucas cut them off, stood up, walked over to the statues, rotated them to be facing the same direction, pushed them together and said, "They're friends," adds the source. He wanted these characters to be friends and a play off of each other. He talked about the show Burn Notice as a reference to the point. He likened Darth Maul to Sonny from The Grandfather, and he likened Darth Talon to Lauren Bacall. He actually did an impersonation of her. It was supposedly the weirdest impersonation of a 40s actress going, "Don't you know how to whistle? Put your lips together and blow." The problem with the problem with the idea of Maul and Talon teaming up for a buddy cop-like experience was that they were separated by over 170 years of Star Wars fiction. As ridiculous of an idea as Frederick Chopin forming a band with Dave Grohl. When this vast time divide was brought up to Lucas's attention, he brushed off the notion of it not working and said that it could instead be a descendant of Darth Maul or a clone of him. The game was later canceled when Red Fly received an email on June 24th, 2011 from the LucasArts titled Maul Termination Letter, according to Red Fly's Dan Borth. And the source is here on the screen if you really want to investigate. So, the timeline just simply doesn't add up, as George started working on the sequels in either late 2011 or early 2012, which at this point the game had already been cancelled. This merely appears to be where George got the idea for pitting Maul and Talon together, something he clearly kept in the back of his mind and went back to when working on the sequels. George's sequels clearly did not align with the EU. EU purists will suggest George Lucas was heavily involved in New Jedi Order, amongst other prominent post-Return of the Jedi EU stories, which we'll get to next. So he should know the basic points of the story. George obviously knew of certain elements, like Mara Jade, and if he really referenced encyclopedias, he should know the basics of the stories. And even if he didn't, he could have set up a brief 2-hour-long conversation with a Lucasfilm official like Howard Rothman or even Leland Chee to get the basics so he could craft the sequel story. But clearly, George ignored it all. Instead of writing a sequel trilogy either centered around the Imperial Remnant, led by Thrawn and Pelion, or following the Yuuzhan Vong War with the backdrop of the Solo children becoming Jedi, he removed the Yuuzhan Vong entirely, made the Imperials a footnote if they're even in the story at all after they disappear in the far corner of the galaxy, and then focused on a criminal underworld threat led by Darth Maul, who was resurrected in the continuity of the Clone Wars, so he's tying the Clone Wars into his sequels, and Darth Talon, who would have been about 100 years away from her actual timeline in the comics. Just a fun little note regarding Tower Talon. People like to say George saw the Republic comics as canon because he brought in Ayla Secura and referenced her being from the comics. Well, he referenced Darth Talon being from the comics, but that would have broken that timeline entirely. And even also too, like Luke Skywalker, he described Luke getting 2 and 3-year-olds. It wasn't necessarily recruits or teenagers or adults like it was in the EU. Lucas seems to describing Luke rebuilding the Order in a similar fashion to the Jedi Order of the prequels. So again, this should be the final nail in the coffin for those who think George valued the EU as the true continuation of the saga. I understand that even if he was adapting the EU, there would have been minor discrepancies, but if the EU was the true sequel story, or if he really considered it canon alongside his films, then the sequel trilogy from George should have been an adaptation of the EU storylines, with the broad strokes lining up, as opposed to no connective tissue whatsoever. Some may suggest that, just ignore the sequel trilogy treatments, because they never got made. Sure, I get that films change, but not necessarily so substantially. Looking at George's outlines for the prequel trilogy in the 80s compared to what we got shows that while tons of smaller details changed, the broad strokes of the story are still pretty much the same. And even then, it doesn't matter that they didn't get made because, again, he never started with the EU as a blueprint to begin with. He didn't plan on following it, and that should tell us all we need to know. Some may still insist that this is irrelevant and that these weren't George's true vision of the sequels, just various ideas for Disney to pursue that he was trying to pitch to them. And if that's the case, then why did George initially plan on being part of them, working on them, owning them as the last 3 episodes of his overall saga, and only walk away because he felt betrayed and upset that they weren't going to be using those stories? He told Charlie Rose, "There's 3 more stories." If he was really just throwing ideas around for Disney to do, then he's setting up the EU to fail. Why would he do that? If he really valued the EU, should he not be fighting for it? If he was just throwing ideas for Disney to use that were different from the EU, then he was clearly giving Disney the idea to do something separate from the EU and the go-ahead to go ahead and move away from that. As I mentioned, some EU purists, in their attempts to bash Disney, will throw the chopped-up quote from his sit-down interview alongside Kathy Kennedy in 2012, where he says, "Obviously, we have hundreds of books and comics and everything you could possibly imagine. So I sort of moved that treasure trove of stories and various things to Kathy, and I have complete confidence that she's going to take them and make great movies." Obviously, we already looked at how this quote was chopped up and taken out of context, but right before that, again, he mentions having the treatments for 7, 8, 9. But even if we're going to take this quote at face value, like the EU purists want people to do, this chopped up quote, let's say we're just taking that section and interpreting it the way they want us to interpret. That implies he is wanting Kathy to take the EU books and comics and turn them into a sequel trilogy, since that was announced as soon as the company was sold and these videos came out on the same day and later on. But if this is really what this quote means, then again, why would he make treatments that again did not match the EU? Some like to bring up quotes from Lucas where he insists there is no sequel story and suggests that Lucas means he really didn't have anything for episode 7 in mind. In 1997, to Youth TV, when asked about the Luke getting married plot, initially he says not in the prequels because he's not born. When asked so if in the sequel trilogy, Lucas said, I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of characters will be in the sequels, nothing definitive, we'll have to wait and see. Interesting that he doesn't bring up Mara Jade, but even so, Lucas has always had some vague ideas for the sequels, just never a formed story, which is why he insisted he'd probably never do it. He didn't have a story driving him like the prequels. He said in 1993, a new Star Wars movie will hit theaters before the turn of the century. These will be prequels to the current trilogy. For the third trilogy, I don't know if I will still be alive when the time comes to make them. Lucas had various quotes throughout the year stating there is no story past episode 6, and there's the quote he gave on 60 Minutes in 2005, there is no episode 7. First off, he has generally said there is no story there, which, again, is true. He didn't have much more than some scattered ideas and notes. Second off, yes, George doubled down for a few years in the 2000s, but he was also pretty done after Return of the Jedi, and only in the early 90s did he decide, you know what, yeah, I'll actually make the prequels. EU purists might bring up how he said, I always said I'm not going to make more, and that's true, but it doesn't mean I'm unwilling to turn it over to Kathy to make more. But he's also said there is no episode 7, so that right there is contradictory. On top of that, we also showed how originally he did plan to be involved, even when he said those very words, so this quote is again a nothing burger. Third off, EU purists will want to use these quotes to say Lucas didn't see a story past Return of the Jedi to try and ignore his sequel trilogy treatments. But, well, that's also kind of an indictment against the EU as being his story, since those are stories after Return of the Jedi that he's likewise dissing. I haven't seen this particular one used yet, but in case someone brings it up, I want to get ahead of the ball game. At a convention, George was asked, why didn't you give Luke a girl? And he responded, well, you haven't seen the last 3 yet. First off, this was not a quote referencing Mara Jade because this happened in 1988, and even then, George kind of laughed at the notion of after stating his response, so it may have simply been a joke. You can find this clip online, it's not just written. And given that we know that he isn't happy about the idea of Luke being married in the future, and even a few years after this, he remained indecisive about the matter to a reporter. So, yeah. Some like to bring up a quote he gave to Stephen Colbert where he says, the original saga was about the father, the children, and the grandchildren. I mean, that's not a secret to anybody. It's even the novels and everything. Well, first off, it's not saying the novels were the original saga. He's talking about his original 9-part saga as he envisioned and intended it, and he says it's not a secret that that's his original idea, and even the novels got it right. The novels also talk about pre-Skywalker saga stories, but he doesn't bring that up as part of the original saga, so he's clearly talking about the original saga in the context of 9 films. But let's dive further. Here is the remarks leading up to that, and keep in mind, this is April 2015. He already spoke about the treatments being discarded as Cineblend when promoting Strange New Magic in 2015, so it's already something he's publicly talked about, but I'm not sure if Disney had. Stephen Colbert asked him, what is your hope for the new Star Wars movies? What is your A New Hope for the Star Wars movies as they clearly are heading to a new franchise? George says, well, I hope it's successful. I hope they do a great job. The original saga was about the father and the children and the grandchildren. I mean, that's not a secret to anybody. It's even in the novels and everything, and the children were in their 20s and everything. It wasn't Phantom Menace again. But they've taken it in a different direction, so I'm hoping and I'm excited to see. If they didn't use my stories, then I have no idea what they're doing. It's clear here he is referring to the story treatments he wrote, which we know the contents of, and not the EU. And as a fun fact, he references here that the grandchildren from the original saga were in their 20s. The new Jedi Order series from the EU takes place between 25 ABY and 29 ABY, ABY meaning after A New Hope. And in the EU, Han and Leia's kids were born in 9 ABY, meaning they're barely turning 20 by the end of the series, so clearly the EU wasn't what George was referring to. On top of that, Crucible, an EU novel, takes place in 45 ABY and features the last EU appearance of Han Solo in the timeline. If the kids were in their 20s, based off the EU birthday that the latest trilogy could take place, is 38 ABY, and Han Solo was set to die, according to what George Lucas told Harrison Ford when he asked him about returning. So then that also would have retconned the EU. But I'm sure I'm just misunderstanding this quote, and it really is a vain attempt to justify the EU, right? But what about when George said to the licensing, do novels, because I'll probably never do novels? Well, George isn't a jerk. Despite what 2000s era Lucas haters say about him, by all accounts, George is a really nice and down to earth guy. He knew if he let them do the prequels, he would most likely retcon a lot of them when he got around to doing the trilogy, so he let them do sequels instead so that he didn't destroy their life's work right before their eyes. After all, as we saw earlier, Tim Zahn, the author that relaunched the EU, said, "We were allowed to play in George Lucas's driveway. If and when George backs his truck out and runs over our stuff, we have no cause to complain. A lot of my stuff was close enough to the edge." And as we saw, once he got around to actually working on the sequels, a lot of their stuff was in the driveway. So, to go back to our myths, myth number one, George was just giving ideas. These weren't his actual visions for the sequel trilogy, just ideas for them to make. George was giving the initial ideas of what he wanted the sequels to be. They were his at the time vision for the trilogy. While at certain some elements would have shifted, the fact that he didn't start with an adaptation of the EU is very telling. And there's no guarantee it would have morphed into that as time went on. Myth number two, George wasn't involved in the sequels. Initially, he was, and he planned to be. But legally, Disney was not required to follow his stories, and once they decided they wouldn't, he stepped away. His role would have been less than the prequel trilogy, but he still would have been involved story-wise, as he personally said, and left the day-to-day stuff up to the director or producer, just like with Red Tails and Indiana Jones. After all, while he was still very involved, he was less involved in Empire and Return of the Jedi, as opposed to A New Hope or the prequel trilogy, but they are still all his Star Wars stories. Myth number three. The plot of the sequels that most people describe is actually from a game, and George's sequels would have been something else entirely. Wrong. The game seems to be nothing more than the mere starting place for George's desire to include Talon in the sequel trilogy. George's sequel trilogy treatments were exactly what he personally claimed they were. The sequel trilogy treatments by George Lucas are, alongside the prequel trilogy and TCW, devastating proof to the narrative that George held the EU as canon. Had he would have made film adaptations of the broad strokes of the EU stories that EU purists will claim he was so heavily a part of and approved of. The truth is, George did not see the EU as canon. Had he would have better fit the prequel trilogy to what little was established about the prequel trilogy era. He would have made sure TCW better fit with the Clone Wars multimedia project, and he would have given treatments adapting the EU stories to Disney. Keep in mind, these are films he initially intended to help make and be a part of. The fact that George was not beholden to the EU shows that he didn't view it as part of his personal vision and canon, because if he had, he would have been beholden to it. But now, I'm sure here is where I'll start hearing from the EU purists that George was involved with the EU, etc., and that should be proof alone that he held it as canon. But not so fast. Let's dive in. So, the EU purists like to often claim that George was involved with the EU, and even will refer to his work on some projects as heavily involved. Using the word involved carries a certain connotation. How involved was he really? What was his involvement? Was he writing chapters of books, doing outlines for comics, designing gameplay elements on video games? After all, George was very heavily involved with the stories in TCW, but EU purists reject that. So based off of that, how much greater was his involvement in the EU? Surely it must be something, right? Let's dive in. EU purists love to bring up quotes about George's involvement in the EU. Let's take a look at some quotes. According to Brian J. Jones, a biographer, in 1995, George convened a Star Wars summit wherein he gathered licensees and international agents to Skywalker Ranch to reinforce quote unquote, the need for him to maintain quality control, especially in the areas of publishing, where some characters, such as Luke Skywalker, who had been given a love interest in a fiery smuggler named Mara Jade, were living lives far beyond the ones he had written for them in the original trilogy. Interesting. George had a desire to get involved for the sake of quality control. We'll come back to that. Timothy Zahn, when asked how much Lucas is involved in the novels, Tim said, "As far as I know, George Lucas himself is not involved. He has a liaison group that deals with the book people, the game people, etc. They do the day-to-day work. Occasionally, he will be asked a question and will give an answer." This is interesting. This is in 1997, several years after Heir to the Empire. Tim Zahn was the first EU author in the 90s and probably one of the chief contributors in the era. He also, as we'll see later, got to meet George Lucas briefly after his book sold really well, something the other authors didn't seem to get to do aside from the prequel novel writers. So his words certainly carry a weight. And as he just pointed out here, in 1997, 6 years after the first EU novel came out, Lucas is not involved, but has others manage it for him. According to Tom Veitch, or I hope I'm saying that right, it was decided that we should submit questionnaires to George Lucas. Basically, we would make a long list of ideas we wanted to use, and he would check okay or not okay to each idea. So Lucas's involvement seems to basically be checklists and vetoes. According to an interview with Tom Dupree in the New Yorker on December 30th, 1997, it is only the continuity editors that send checklists of acceptable events and story ideas, not actual authors, so there seems to be a barrier typically. He says new developments in even the remotest corners of the Star Wars universe are always approved by Lucas himself. The continuity editors send him checklists of potential events, and Lucas checks yes or no. When Bantam wanted to do the backstory on Yoda, Dupree said, George said that was off limits because he wanted him to remain a mysterious character. But George has made available some time between the start of Episode 4, when Han Solo was a young pilot on the planet Corellia, and the end of the prequel, so we're working with that now. Sue Rostoni, who you'll remember was a key figure in the EU, said, in general, George doesn't see the overall story ideas or concepts. If there is a sensitive area, or if we are developing backstory for a character he's created or mentioned in an interview, we can query him to get more information, his approval, or whatever. And yes, we always query him if we're doing something drastic to a film character. I believe he does read the concepts for the games, though. This was in 2004. This is a good little nugget here. This seems to imply most of the EU stuff simply ended up at her doorstep or the other EU officials, and that George rarely got involved, even on an outline basis. When asked if Lucas was invited to comment on major story developments like marriages or children, Sue said, "No, not necessarily. I believe we let him know that Luke was getting married, but I doubt we informed him of Ben." This is even more telling. Even major things didn't necessarily get brought to Lucas's attention. Yeah, they let him know about Luke marrying Mara, but he didn't even get told Luke was having a son. How about them apples? J.W. Rinsler, who interviewed George for several making of Star Wars books and worked alongside him briefly on TCW, said George had bigger fish to fry. He was trying to change filmmaking with the digital technology. He wasn't going to get involved in the minutiae of the expanded universe. He, quite literally, had better things to do. Again, J.W. Rinsler interviewed Lucas about the making of several Star Wars movies. This is telling, especially when it comes to the prequel era. Once that kicked off, Lucas simply didn't have the time. This really ties into the Clone Wars multimedia project and what we discussed about earlier. When asked if she was at the top of the food chain, Sue Rostoni said this. No, not really. Ideas passed through me, the director of publishing, the director of licensing, and the president of licensing before we try to sell them to Del Rey, in the case of adult fiction. We all have input into the publishing program as a whole. Once things get ironed out and progress to the actual creative process, then the author, Shelley at Del Rey, Leland, Tasty, and I work on manuscripts, with input when needed from the bosses and others like Pablo or folks at LucasArts, depending on the content and the questions. We all work as a team, hoping to produce the best possible books. That's the abridged version. What's interesting here is that she lays out the basic process for EU management. There's one key figure missing, George Lucas. Nowhere was his involvement alluded to here. And even if bosses was supposed to be, because she says here that she's working on it with the author, Shelley, Leland, they're working on manuscripts. with input when needed from the bosses. To me, based off the context of the whole quote, that seems to be referring to licensing director, president of licensing, etc. But while it's possible that's a reference to Lucas, again, he said when needed. So another one, there really isn't any story to tell there after Return of the Jedi. It's been covered in the books and video games and comic books, which are things I think are incredibly creative, but that I don't really have anything to do with other than being the person who built the sandbox they're playing with. This is George Lucas, and this is 2008. George himself admits he had nothing to do with the EU. Yes, I know he said the story after Return of the Jedi is covered in the EU, but as I've already shown, he's more than proven that he didn't count it as canon, and he also distanced himself here by emphasizing he has nothing to do with it. Genndy did most of the animation and most of the stories for the first experimental series. I'm pretty sure I brought this one up already, but here he gives Genndy the credit for the 03 Clone Wars. He doesn't take any credit for himself. Lucas approves every important addition to the canon. Leland said this regarding Force Unleashed and Vader having an apprentice. What's interesting is this basically confirms that there are less important things that Lucas never comments on or approves of. Dave, referring to Dave Filoni, can quickly reference things from other media like the Star Wars books, comics, and video games, which are based on what I created, but I don't actually get involved with too deeply. Dave loves them, and his knowledge gives us a better picture of this entire universe. George, again, not only compliments Filoni, but also says he's not really involved with the EU. Talking about the courtship of Princess Leia, the author said, "It was a painless process that was pretty much all of my creation, and I just felt lucky and grateful George Lucas signed off on it." Again, all that novel came from the author. George just merely approved it. That's some heavy involvement, huh? One I'd really like to point out is Dark Empire before we get any deeper. Lucas has been on record saying this. And now there have been novels about the events after episode 6, which isn't at all what I would have done with it. The Star Wars story is really the tragedy of Darth Vader. That is the story. Once Vader dies, he doesn't come back to life. The Emperor doesn't get cloned, and Luke doesn't get married. George also told Ian McDiarmid that Palpatine was absolutely dead after Return of the Jedi. I remember saying, "Is he dead, George?" at the time, and he said, "Yes, he is. Absolutely." When EU critics like to bring up this quote, EU purists like to bring up the quote from Tom Veitch, Dark Empire creator, who said this. Tim, referring to Timothy Zahn, hated the idea of the Emperor coming back and probably wasn't aware that George Lucas had proposed the idea to us. Our original proposal was to bring back Darth Vader's costume and mask with somebody else inside it. We think the Empire would want to maintain the fearsome image of Vader and wouldn't much care who was wearing the armor and breathing mask. George vetoed that idea, although he did allow us to have Vader appear in dreams and memories. He said, "No, you can't bring back the Vader costume. But if you could figure out how to bring back the Emperor, that's okay. The obvious way to bring back the Emperor was with cloning, which George immediately approved." However, is that true? Lucy Autry Wilson, a higher up in the EU, as we've already discussed, had this to say. And then for the novels, I mean, we just, in the beginning, just let the people write what they wanted. What Tom Veitch, the story he wrote, we were just kind of letting people do what they wanted then. He wrote his story. I didn't ask George anything. We published it. Later, George would run into me and he said, "Lucy, I would never clone the Emperor. He doesn't get cloned." And I'm like, how am I supposed to know that if you don't want to be involved in what we're doing? And yet, if I do something you don't like, so I started then having to send them memos, this person wants to do this, and this. Is this okay? Is that okay? So initially, George wasn't involved in the first wave of EU stories, as we've already shown from Sue Rustoni and now from Lucy Autry Wilson, both higher-ups in the EU management. Also keep in mind here that she says that George didn't want to be involved at first, so keep that in mind whenever you try to make it seem like George came up with Howard and the two together decided to move forward with EU and post-Return of the Jedi stories. But based off of George's displeasure he's expressed about the Emperor returning, I think it's safe to say Lucas and Lucy Wilson are probably right, and the idea didn't actually come from George. But if that's the case, then why would Tom Veitch say that? It's possible he was lying. He was the creator, and he did have a financial stake in this. But I don't think that's quite it. It's possible that the EU authors didn't necessarily all understand the inner workings of the licensing side of the company, the many chiefs involved, and the cooks in the kitchen, and how that all related to George Lucas. He probably just assumed that because Lucasfilm higher-ups allowed it, it came from George, when in reality, it came from someone else. Some might try and fight this and say, well, why is Lucy Wilson not saying anything beforehand? Why is she only saying something now? This is after the buyout. Isn't that suspicious? No, Lucy Autry Wilson departed Lucasfilm in 2010. Disney is irrelevant. As to why she wouldn't have corrected Tom Veitch on this beforehand, Tom Veitch said this in a Facebook post, and it wasn't even a straight up post on his account, it was a chat on Facebook or in the comment section of a post. It wasn't him saying it in an official manner in Lucasfilm capacity. Keep in mind, Tom Veitch hasn't done work for Lucasfilm since the 90s. So that is irrelevant. This is Lucy Autry Wilson just simply having an interview. This wasn't her coming out to just debunk Tom Veitch. This was a 2-hour interview where she was just talking about her role at Lucasfilm, etc., and this popped up. And if you look in the context of the comment, this isn't her saying, "No, Tom lied, he was wrong," etc. She got to this point as kind of the breaking point for George getting a little bit more involved in the EU and not just being super hands off. Tom Veitch was the breaking point, so she brought that up. She wasn't saying he was wrong or that he previously lied or that he misunderstood. This was just an independent interview. And if I'm being honest, based off my reading of the situation, it seems like Lucy Autry Wilson didn't even know that Tom Veitch probably said that it came from George. Well, what about the infographics? Someone online, a Reddit user, the Jedi Praxium, made several infographics compiling quotes about Lucas's involvement with the EU for many major projects. So first off, thanks to him for compiling all that. But let's go through them to dissect how grand this involvement really was. Keep in mind what we've already established from Sue Rastoni and Lucy Wilson about George's involvement, and especially keep in mind the situation with Dark Empire and Tom Veitch and the apparent misunderstandings there. Let's dive in. Let's start with the Hand of Thrawn. So, Timothy Zahn said, when they came back at the end of 1993 and asked me to sort of bookend the Bantam series, I thought about it for a while. I came up with two things I needed to do if I was to do the book. One was to end the war between the New Republic and the Empire, and two, to get Luke and Mara together. If we're going to do some kind of closure to the Bantam series, those two events needed to be done. And they came back and they said, okay, the first one's fine, but we'd like you to leave Luke and Mara's relationship ambiguous. And I said, well, in that case, I'm not really interested in doing the book because I think that's something that needs to be done for closure. It took a little while longer, and finally they decided in early 1994 to do it. Michael Stackpole, another EU author, said, what I could say is that George did approve Mara and Luke marrying. This I have from Tim. In my experience, that if anything was going to happen with any of his characters, George signed off. As noted before, he may have changed his mind for any number of reasons, but when that first Bantam contract was in place, Luke and Mara were going to marry. That was set at the time. I know that, as with any of the novels, everything was cleared through Lucasfilm, and 100%. For anything as major as a love interest being developed for Luke, that's a decision that George would have given a yes or no on. Tim also said, all the other authors knew that Mara and Luke were going to be married in 1993 or 1994, and none of them leaked it. It's kind of amazing. It's amusing because we would read things on the internet, people who would say, I know this for a fact, Lucas will never let Luke get married. Don't ask me how I know, but I've got an inside track. We're standing there looking at each other. Sure you do, fella. But yeah, that was the idea. That was the story. It never leaked. And so when they brought Callista or someone else in, the writer would write her back out again. It was one of the best kept secrets in the whole Star Wars EU at the time. I don't think anyone leaked it. I always thought they would be a good couple. They needed time just to be friends. Mara had baggage, Luke had baggage, and then to work it out in the Hand of Thrawn duology, that was in the back of my mind all the way along. Drew Struzan, an artist, said, when asked how familiar he was with Mara Jade's character, all I knew about her and all I did were to paint a picture of the girl a couple of times. I found it a bit challenging as she was only a slimly developed idea in some creative's mind at the time. It's quite a jump from the drawing board and imaginations of these artists. In reality, she had come to life in my style in order to match the real-life forms of Luke and Han. So I found a model that seemed to me to be a good living example of what Mara would be, costumed her to match in spirit what the other artists had created and submitted the sketch to George. Apparently the vision wasn't so far off that they turned it down, so my vision of Mara became another of the acceptable visions of who she might be. I think it is quite fun that she has a tendency to be a bit of a chameleon. I understand that she has developed into quite exciting and interesting ideas since then. I have learned that she and Luke have gotten married subsequently, but I haven't even seen Luke in a couple of years. I wasn't invited to the wedding and have never even met the girl. As recounted by author Barbara Hamley, it was decided at a higher level that another character and not Callista was to be the great love of Luke's life. So this is telling. Mike Stackpole claims the marriage approval came from George, but he doesn't know that. He believes that because of what Tim said and his own preconceived notions of prior experience, which, as we've shown, just because a writer believes it came from George, especially in the beginning, that doesn't mean anything. Especially in regards to his film characters, since, according to Sue Stoney, George wasn't involved with giving Luke Skywalker a son. Normally, it just means the higher up at Lucasfilm Licensing, like Sue, Howard, Lucy, etc. As far as what Tim relayed to Mike, he never really got that from George. Lucasfilm execs simply said he could write the book, and Tim took that as approval from George. A full quote. When they came back at the end of 1993 and asked me to do one more book to sort of bookend the Bantam series, I thought about it for a while and came up with two things I needed to do if I was to do the book. One was to end the war between the New Republic and the Empire, and two, to get Luke and Mara together. If you're going to do some kind of closure to the Bantam series, those two events needed to be done. At first, they were unwilling to have Luke and Mara be married, engaged, whatever. They wanted it left ambiguous. I said those were the two things I feel are needed for closure. If it wasn't agreeable, someone else could do the book, that's fine, and it was one book originally. And then they came back and agreed to let me do that. So it was immensely fun during the next few years to watch all the rumors stating that Luke was cursed, that he could never get married because Lucasfilm had decided Luke would never be married. All the time knowing that, yes, he was set up, and all the authors knew he was set up, and so they were bringing it to that direction. So any woman they brought in would eventually be written out or put into friendship mode or whatever. So it wasn't a matter of Lucasfilm saying no, it was a matter of that the other authors were aiming the same direction I was. So with the Hand of Thrawn, it appears Lucas's involvement was either non-existent or simply allowing Luke to marry Mara, something Lucas had knocked since and clearly left out of his own post-Return of the Jedi stories. Again, retconning the EU. So now let's look at the Thrawn trilogy. So Timothy Zahn said, "Not my original instructions from Lucasfilm consisted of exactly two rules. I could start 3 to 5 years after Return of the Jedi and use any character who had not been killed off in the movies. Lucas did read the original outline. They looked at the outline and told me a couple of things I couldn't do. They didn't want me to refer in detail to the Clone Wars to make sure I didn't step on George's yet-to-be-written prequel toes. Originally, Jorah Sabayoth was going to be an insane clone of Obi-Wan Kenobi, but they said no. The Nagri were going to be the Sith. Vader is mentioned as Lord of the Sith in various places, and I wanted them to be the Sith that were referred to. That one was another one of the ideas that was canceled by Lucasfilm. Aside from those things, I had pretty much a free hand. I was very grateful." When Steve Sansweet was asked what is the origin of Coruscant and its name, the idea of a city-covered planet was in the early drafts of the original trilogy scripts, but George Lucas wasn't able to get it onto the big screen until the prequels. Many scenes in Return of the Jedi were originally going to take place on the city planet, but as the script evolved, they were later relocated to the second Death Star. In these early drafts, the planet was called Had Abaddon. The name Coruscant came from author Timothy Zahn for his 1991 novel, Heir to the Empire. It's actually a real word that means glittering or giving forth flashes of light. When it came time to name the city planet for the Phantom Menace, after considering several other names, Lucas decided to go with the already established Coruscant. According to him, Zahn, "I don't think George ever read my novels, but my trilogy was adapted into comics, and I heard he does read comics. It's a visual medium, he's a visual medium guy, movies and such. I can only assume that's where he picked up the catching the Force lightning on a lightsaber blade, because I'd written that into Dark Force Rising, and I'm sure he pulled it from that, probably from the Dark Horse adaptation. Apparently, George thought that would make a cool visual and put it in Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith, and by golly, it does. So he has been keeping a close eye on what has been done." Betsy Mitchell said, "Heir to the Empire hit #1 on the New York Times hardcover bestseller list, almost unheard of for a science fiction novel at that time. It went on to sell millions of copies. Tim and I were invited to Skywalker Ranch in San Rafael, California. We had the pleasure of meeting George Lucas, who thanked Tim for his contribution to the Star Wars universe." And then regarding 1995 Short Tale, I don't know who wrote this one, but it has to do with Mara Jade. Pablo Hidalgo said, "Mara exhibits very articulate telepathic communication with the Emperor, a use of force telepathy far more precise than shown elsewhere in the canon. And that discussion actually surfaced, and this is the research I found. It did end up being in a memo that went to George Lucas, as a July 19th, 1994 memo indicates. Such a display of force power needed to be vetted by George. Lucas specified that this telepathy is due to an innate difference in Mara Jade herself and should be limited to her alone. So it goes to show that at the time, that was the level of communication and stuff that had to be vetted in that process. So according to this one, the only involvement from Lucas in the Thrawn trilogy was he read the outline and he said Mara's force power should be something specific to her and not a generic one. So that's it. Let's dissect. Based off of Tim's words, his mandate came from Lucasfilm, not specifically George, and a lot of the vetoed ideas were vetoed by Lucasfilm. George reading the outline could simply be an assumption on Tim's part based off of what we already established, especially Tim's own words. But if we're giving him the benefit of the doubt, reading an outline is not contributing. This was essentially the return of Star Wars stories for the first time to the public eye in 6 years. I'm sure George might want to have an idea of what's going on. That doesn't mean he kept up with all the outlines. The Force ability had to be vetted by George because it was quote-unquote such a display of Force power that it needed to be vetted by George. This implies a lot of other stuff wasn't vetted by George. Either way, so George's contribution was one note on a Force power? That's it? And even then, that's from a different story 4 years later? It's not even tied to the Thrawn trilogy? So as far as we know, the grand return to Star Wars and key pillar of the EU storytelling had no contribution from George Lucas. Let's take a look at Tales of the Jedi, the 1993 comic series, not the 2022 animated miniseries. Kevin J. Anderson, when asked where did the Sith come from creatively, he said George Lucas. When I sent in the proposal for Exar Kun in my Jedi Academy trilogy, I proposed that he'd either be the spirit of the Dark Jedi or a Dark Lord of the Sith. Whichever was preferable, Darth Vader is referred to as a Dark Lord of the Sith. Lucas said to make him a Dark Lord of the Sith, so then I had to ask what a Dark Lord of the Sith is. Tom Veitch and I gave him a 2-page questionnaire about what Dark Lords of the Sith can or can't do, and Lucas defined all the parameters for us. Tom Veitch said, adding Exar Kun definitely altered the storyline. It gave us a chance to dig in the ancient history of the Sith. Together, Kevin and I suggested to Lucasfilm that we explore the history of the Sith. They said George will never go for this. He loved the idea, of course. His only rule was that I had to submit my ideas to him for final okay. We made it all up, and Mr. Lucas gave his approval. I can't remember that he rejected anything. In fact, I came up with the idea of a 2-bladed lightsaber. I also conceived the idea of a Jedi fighting with a lightsaber in each hand. Chris Gossett, my first collaborator, drew a wonderful realization of that. When asked what was the creative process like, Dario Carracasco Jr. said, I would sketch each ship, character, or scene and then send them to Dark Horse Editor, who would then submit it to George Lucas for approval. I was aware that Lucas added all these characters, ships, and creatures to the Star Wars universe, hence why it had to go through the approval process first. Through the whole process, there was only one that came back from Lucas with regards to the designs I had initially sketched, and it was the sarcophagus of Marka Ragnos in the FOTSE. I don't know what that title is. Forgive me. I was asked to revise it as it resembled too closely to an Egyptian sarcophagus. I modified it and sent it back, and it was approved. Christian Gossett said, a belief on my part was that the lightsabers of the Old Republic should have an elegant handcrafted look to them. They should be objects of lethal beauty. Why not a lightsaber blade at the end of a polearm? Why not a curved handle? Why not a lightsaber with 2 blades? These all seem like fine ideas to me. I did sketches specifically for George, the first he would see of these new variants of Jedi weaponry. If he rejected them, fine. Happily for us, he accepted them. I still have the Lucasfilm internal memo with his signature on my studio wall. Tom Veitch also said, we had prepared questionnaires to explain what we wanted to do. Those were reviewed by George because he wanted to make sure if we're going to tell about the ancient Jedi, he wants to have input on it. We have to write very carefully detailed questionnaires and list the ideas we want to use. He reads them and gives approval or disapproval. He had to see lists of our ideas and plans and give approval for each thing. So he was definitely involved in the genesis of the ancient Jedi Order. As recalled by Kevin J. Anderson, a collection of the Tales of the Jedi series was distributed 1 year by George Lucas as the annual Christmas gift to all Lucasfilm employees. So, first off, we've already shown Tom Veitch has had misconceptions about what really comes from George Lucas and what comes from Lucasfilm. So it's very possible that none of this actually came from George and it was other Lucasfilm officials. Or that it was mixed. Some of it came from George, but some of it came from officials. But you know what? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt for argument's sake. I won't slander them as constant duplicitous liars to fit my narrative like EU purists do to Filoni on TCW to fit their narrative. So, running with these statements as facts, it would appear George's involvement was basically to sign off on everything. As far as the questionnaire, based on the accounts described here, that wasn't George saying do this or do that. It was them making a list of traits and concepts about the Sith, and George just simply said yes or no based off of what fit his personal vision of the Sith. And even then, keep in mind the novelization of The Phantom Menace, as well as George's own personal words, both of which we already discussed, contradict the established history of the Sith from Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi ran from 1993 to 1998, so either George did approve these and changed his mind within the next 5 years for Phantom Menace, something he maintained 20 years later, or he approved it but changed it because he didn't see the EU as canon, or in reality none of this actually came from George and Tom and crew just again misunderstood where concept approvals actually came from. You're welcome to read this however you want, but I'm going with the second one. I've also seen some people suggest originally Tom Veitch wanted to do Darth Vader hunting all the Jedi down, and Lucas rejected that. But in reality, according to Star Wars Insider 158, it was Lucy Autry Wilson who turned that down because of her concerns that might cause issues with the upcoming prequels. Also, keep in mind here that they said that they basically just took the questionnaires and formed a lot of the history and story off of that. So it wasn't George Lucas pitching a story with them. It was George said, yeah, here's my ideas of the Sith, and they formed a story with that. Also, some people might bring up the whole thing about the lightsaber handles and how George took that from the EU and used that in the prequels, like the curved handle for Dooku or a double-bladed lightsaber for Darth Maul. That doesn't mean he saw these as canon. It just means he saw a concept, he liked it, and took it. As Tom Veitch himself had said, and we discussed way earlier in the video when talking about the prequel EU references. So now, let's talk about the Jedi Academy trilogy. So author Kevin J. Anderson said, in my original proposal for the Jedi Academy trilogy, I had suggested that Exar Kun could be the spirit of a long-dead Dark Jedi or a Dark Lord of the Sith that had fallen centuries ago. George Lucas said he wanted me to use a Dark Lord of the Sith. I found that very exciting for about 10 seconds, until I realized I didn't know anything about the Dark Lords of the Sith. In order to learn more, Tom Veitch, who was interested in the same information for his comics, and I put together a questionnaire where George could give us some insights into how he should develop the background. Based on George's answers, we put together the history. Tom Veitch said basically we would make up long list of ideas we wanted to use, and George would check okay or not okay next to each idea. For example, I made a long list of possible powers that the ancient Jedi possessed. He vetoed most of them, but okayed some rather interesting ones, such as the ability to study the qualities of animals and acquire those qualities. He also okayed the use of Jedi battle meditation, the ability to influence events by interior visualization. I also wanted to explore the spiritual aspect of the Jedi as much as I could, so I asked for guidance in that area. George replied with the cryptic note, look to Buddha. Kevin J. Anderson also said, I spent a lot of time developing Jedi training and learning the Force for all the books, much of which was based on input and memos from George. The Durney-style mind probe and the Force sensing battles, those were additions I was specifically asked to make at the last minute, and not my original plan for the trilogy. The idea of a new Jedi Academy was my own conception, but it seemed a very natural extension of the material. Something had to be done to bring back the Jedi. I thought Luke was the most interesting person with the most to lose and the most to gain. I took his character away from the I am Superman and I could do anything with the Force, and developed him in the spirit of a true Jedi the way Lucas had intended and drawn him. Kevin also said, on the subject of smuggling spice and what it is, was Han as much the scoundrel as he appeared to be. That was actually from some discussions with Lucasfilm people. I was writing Han going into the spice mines of Kessler where he used to smuggle the spice out. I was told by some politically correct people at Lucasfilm, spice can't be a drug because Han was smuggling it. That makes Han a drug dealer. You can't have one of our main characters be a drug dealer. I said, it's spice, and he's running Imperial blockades. What did you think it was? They said, well, it's like a food flavoring. He's not going to be flying through Imperial blockades with a ship full of oregano. It was actually a discussion. I went, he was a scoundrel, and he redeemed himself and joined the Rebel Alliance. It got to the point that we were butting heads enough that we sent a letter to George Lucas to settle our conflict. Was spice a drug, a food additive, something else? George wrote back, I love this, he wrote back. Of course it's a drug. My compromise was not to make it something like crystal meth that people were dying from. We had to make some decent aspects of it. So, some of this is repackaged from the Tales of the Jedi infographic, but interesting to note that based off of Kevin's first answer, something I've already kind of mentioned, it would appear George didn't explicitly give them all the history of the Sith for them to include. They simply got some yes-no answers and made up the history themselves based off of that. The last Kevin Anderson quote shows how little George was involved. Kevin was debating with Lucasfilm about the material, and George only got involved because the group of them couldn't settle the matter. But even then, it wasn't too big. It was just he was smuggling drugs in the original film. It was an interpretation of Lucas and his original film, not Lucas saying what to do with the EU. The second Kevin quote talks about making Jedi training and learning the Force for all the books, and they were based off of George. This wasn't specific for his book, but for the EU in general, so it's very likely these memos and input he mentions were either notes on the Force the writers had access to, or they were questionnaire-style things from George. Either way, it's not him giving story input, but simply answering questions the author asked him about how the Force works. That's the thing with these, more than often than not, it's the EU guys asking George questions, not him getting involved in what they're doing. Kevin even said the whole Jedi Academy idea was his own conception, and everything he did with Luke came from him, not George. As for Tom, so George's only thing to him was a redirection on where to get answers to his questions? going to Buddha? So for the Jedi Academy trilogy, George's involvement can be summed up with he provided information on how the Force works, redirected an author on where to get answers to a question, and telling Lucasfilm employees that yes, George made Han a drug smuggler in the original film. Everything else came from the EU guys and Lucasfilm employees. So now let's talk about the illustrated Star Wars universe. Kevin Anderson said, "This project with this big, beautiful book, like a National Geographic coffee table book of the planets in the Star Wars universe. I got to work with Ralph McQuarrie month after month for like a year and a half. Working with Ralph was an awesome experience. He has such a cool, nonstop imagination that I would have a great time just brainstorming with him. I met George, I think, twice, and he wanted to meet me because this project meant a lot to him because he was so close with Ralph. He had approved the Jedi Academy books, and he thought I would be a good pick for the illustrated Star Wars universe. Ralph McQuarrie said, generally, I did series of thumbnailed sketches. Every concept, every character design had to be looked at by George. As a matter of fact, I have a notebook filled with roughs with George's okay written on them. It was the same way we were doing in the movies. Kevin researched everything he could, and I pinpointed the things I wanted to illustrate. Then Kevin made outlines based on our talks. We were going to do Hoth, and according to George, there was nothing on the planet except ice and snow. There were no ancient civilizations. There was no nothing. I asked, what are we going to do for Hoth? And he said, maybe you can come up with some ice formations. I came up with what I could. Kevin said, with the chapter on Dagobah, George told me that Yoda wasn't from Dagobah, so we couldn't have art and text about a race of Yodas running around in the swamps. He didn't say it like a big secret or awesome news, just as a passing comment as we discussed the various chapters. After George told us we could do a chapter in Alderaan, I showed him one of the archival paintings we had found and asked him directly, did we use this as the basis for Alderaan? And he said, yeah, that looks like Alderaan. Also, we learned that Coruscant is pronounced Coruscant, not Coruscant. George himself said it during some brainstorming sessions, so that's the pronunciation that counts. He was so happy with the book when it came out that George bought a copy of it for every employee of Lucasfilm for Christmas. Ralph also said, I loved working on that project. I was able to do what I wanted to do, fool around and have a good time. We tried to make it seamless to extend George Lucas's original vision for the films into this book. The style I had established for Star Wars was ideal. I'm so used to working in the Panavision format, figured we could just continue that for the most part. I have a good feeling for scale, contrasting tiny figures against huge backgrounds. My sense of perspective is also very dramatic, which is perfect for a concept like Star Wars. I guess that's why George keeps using me. Our final quote is from Kevin as well. A lot of the work I did with Ralph ended up being digitized into the special editions, like the Coruscant stuff and the Cloud City backgrounds. I get a thrill when I see it. We made up on Bespin the Tibanna gas mines, so we came up with all these gas refineries floating in the clouds. And all the stuff that was on Coruscant and Attack of the Clones. Those were from these paintings that we developed in this book, and a bunch of the nightlife descriptions and things. I think it's cool that that's just a big pat on the back that George liked the stuff that we created enough that he wanted to make use of it. So, this one seems unique. George seemed pretty involved in this one. But this isn't a standard EU novel. It was almost written like an in-universe travel guide. The planets featured aren't EU planets, they're planets from the films, with maybe the exception of Coruscant, but even then that was going to be a big focus in the prequels that were being developed around the same time. So George was commenting on basically background information from his films. On top of that, George didn't get so involved with this one because it was an EU book. He got involved because, as Kevin says, it was a project that meant so much to him because he was very close with Ralph McQuarrie and Ralph designed every image in the book. They bring up some of the Coruscant stuff being an inspiration for Attack of the Clones, but that wasn't because George kept the films consistent with the EU. It was because this was taking inspiration from Ralph's artwork, just like the classic films. And a lot of this was background from George anyway that he worked on with Kevin regarding background for the films. Like the Tibanna gas mines, for example, though. Kevin's trying to take credit for that, but in one shot of the original version of Empire Strikes Back, there is a weird looking Tibanna gas mine in the distance, and then those were obviously changed and modified for special edition scenes. So, this says a lot about George's involvement, but this particular project. This was something George seems to be pretty involved in, but it was the exception, not the rule. And then again, it was something that tied directly to the films and not the EU. So let's talk about the Bantam era of books. There's a series of books here, so I'll just kind of read off the quotes. The titles that they're associated with are obviously listed on here. Tom Dupree. From the beginning, we'd give the Lucasfilm people our ideas. Then they'd prepare a 1 or 2 page checklist of the most important story-affecting points, allowing George to answer yes or no. Can Han and Leia get married? Yes. Can they have kids? Yes. When Bantam wanted to do the backstory on Yoda, George said that was off limits because he wanted him to remain a mysterious character. But George has made available some time between the start of episodes 4, when Han Solo is a young pilot on the planet Corellia, and the end of the prequels, so we're working with that. Drew Struzan. Bantam had a series of books they were doing and they needed an artist to paint them. What's special about this situation is that it was George Lucas who recommended that I do them. So it came from George's mouth and George's opinion that I do the books. Bantam called me and said, "Would you like to do them? You were recommended by George." So I said, "Of course I would like to do them. Who wouldn't? It's become a very steady job. George is particularly fun for me as he wanted to be an illustrator when young, so he appreciates and values illustrators." Michael A. Stackpole. At the time, the way it was explained to those of us authors, when we sent material in, we were allowed to ask up to 5 yes or no questions that they would take to George to be answered. Very early on in the planning stages, because I was filling out the entire squadron, I asked whether or not it would be possible to have a Mandalorian in the squadron, just because I liked that look. And at that time, Mandalorians were not at all defined. When I asked, Lucasfilm said that George had said no, that George apparently had something in mind for them at that point. Kevin J. Anderson with Darksaber. I had always thought General Crix Medine was a fascinating character from his brief background, as I described in West End Games material. I proposed using him as an important character in Darksaber, and that I wanted to kill him off as a dramatic high point at the climax. At first, the Lucasfilm people squawked, but I explained to them what I wanted to do, and why I then had to explain the scene directly to George, showing how I intended to use Medine as a Nathan Hale sort of martyr hero. George liked what I suggested and gave me explicit permission to do so. The Courtship of Princess Leia, Dave Wolverton. At that time, George was actually going through and he read the outline. He made a couple of notes that basically said, "This sounds really cool." George provided a list of Jedi powers of Luke Skywalker. By making him able to talk to animals, I was able to make him more of a priest of nature to tie in with my love of nature. He ended up being very nice about the whole thing. It was very much all my creation, and I just felt lucky and grateful George signed off on it. You can't judge fan reaction to a certain degree. I did get a fan letter from George Lucas. As recounted by Pablo Hidalgo, George Lucas would eventually feature Dathomir and the Night Sisters, first introduced in the Courtship of Princess Leia in the Clone Wars TV show. So, bringing in Drew to do art was George's suggestion. Okay? That's not necessarily involvement. If anything, that's marketing. That's, "Hey, I know a guy if you want." Steven Spielberg suggested both Frank Oz and John Williams to George. So was Steven heavily involved in Star Wars? I don't see people saying that one. As for Tom, Mike, and Kevin, they basically show Lucas's involvement was basically answering yes or no to 5 of their questions. That's it. An entire book, and they only get 5 questions to take straight to George. Wow. As for Dave, George read the outline, made a couple small suggestions, and then told him, "Hey, by the way, this is what Luke Skywalker can do, just an FYI. So when I show my script to a friend and he reads it and gives me ideas, does that count as, heavy involvement? Does that mean that story's his?" Aside from Dave's book, the involvement is still basically just saying yay, nay to a few things. And even in Dave's case, it's more than 0% involved, but I wouldn't say it's more than 1 or 2. Aside from a couple notes or whatever new force abilities Luke had, nothing else came from George. The next infographic for Bantam books. Black Fleet Crisis, Michael Q. McDowell. I needed to get outline approval from Bantam, from Lucasfilm, and from George. George Lucas personally read and approved the outline for the first Black Fleet Crisis trilogy. It's my understanding that that's been the procedure for the other Bantam novels as well. The final step in the development process for a Bantam novel outline is when it's submitted to Lucas personally for his approval/comments. My understanding is that if Lucas frowns on an outline, it doesn't get the green light. No novel is added without his blessing, but that blessing comes at the outline stage. I needed to be conscious of where the ground had been tread before, the scope of the post-Return of the Jedi storylines contained in other novels, and to some degree, the other licensed materials. In my original proposal for the trilogy, I intended to give Chewie multiple wives and make them the kick-ass volunteers who fill out the Falcon's crew. I was advised that Chewie already had a family, and I was sent a copy of a kid's picture book based on the holiday special, which says to me that, however hated, it's viewed as canon by Lucasfilm. A.C. Crispin in the Han Solo trilogy. I proposed the plot to Lucasfilm. They okayed some of it, turned thumbs down on other parts. I kept proposing stuff, they kept approving things, and eventually I had a complete plot. It took quite a while to get the whole plot line for the trilogy approved. George Lucas does read and sign off on a short synopsis of each project, 1 to 2 pages per book. When I first accepted the assignment to write the Han Solo trilogy, I was told that I could set Han Solo's story against the backdrop of the Emperor rising to power. But then Mr. Lucas changed his mind about that. I do not know why George Lucas ordered that I not cover Han and Chewbacca's meeting in my story. Mr. Lucas doesn't have to explain himself, as you can imagine. When I asked the Lucasfilm rep, the answer was we don't know either. I also wasn't allowed to write about Han's time in the Academy or the Imperial Navy. I had really wanted to get Han mixed up with Palpatine and Vader early on, but that was a big no-no, which was odd because apparently early on Mr. Lucas had said that would be okay, but he changed his mind and he's the boss. So I had to look for other antagonists for Han to interact with and be in conflict with. I needed someone powerful with lots of money, and we already know Han was working for Jabba at some point. So I decided to make the Hutts the antagonist because they fit the requirements. Roger McBride Allen on the Corellian trilogy. The outlines were critiqued, modified, rewritten, and with luck approved. Part of the approval process in such cases concerned itself with whether the story was good. Part of it is concerned itself with making sure the story idea matched the rest of the imaginary universe and didn't cause continuity trouble now or later. In the case of my 3 Star Wars books, one key plot line was thrown out by Lucasfilm because what I wanted to do might interfere with future plot lines. All of the writers hired to do the Star Wars books had written and published books of their own because they had track records. Only after contracts were signed and the outlines were approved did the writers actually write the books, and of course, the final book was likewise subject to approval. So this one seems to be similar. Michael and A.C. Crispin both reiterate that Lucas's only involvement was reading a brief 1 to 2 page outline, which kind of seems to contradict what Stackpole said about a brief few questionnaire, and then approving it. Roger's inclusion here is weird though because he doesn't mention George Lucas at all. So now let's get to Shadows of the Empire. So Howard Rothman, we're all familiar with him by this point. We'd never before shown organized crime in the Star Wars universe from the top down. The basic storyline in Shadows of the Empire was to look at the crime syndicate and reveal an organization structure that mirrored the perceptions of our own earthbound existence. The sense is that this powerful crime syndicate has many branches and that the government and organized crime serve each other's interests. That was the only direction that George Lucas gave to this project. He wanted the underworld to be believable and have an antecedent in the real world. He liked it a lot. He always looks to parallels in the real world, and he liked the idea of going off in this direction. He didn't add story input in the sense of changing the contours of the story. The biggest advice or guidance he gave was to have as grounded in reality as possible. And this kind of things that happen in the story have to make sense whether they would work in the real world. He's very conscious of creating things that exist in a fantastic environment, but not in an illogical environment. Joel McNeely said, I think it was a very cool project, a very interesting idea, which was promoted by Bob Townsend and the people at LucasArts, and which furthermore George felt to be very thrilling. And so they called me and told me what it was all about and asked me whether I might like to join in and write an hour of music with no picture for a huge orchestra and choir. I thought, yeah, that sounds like fun. I think if you think about the movies, you think of George Lucas and John Williams. Maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm saying this because I'm a composer, but he is such an integral part of those movies that it was presumptuous of me to even do Shadows of the Empire, and I always felt very strange about that. Indeed, I only went ahead with it because this whole thing was with George Lucas's full endorsement and approval. Steve Perry said, we had a big meeting at Skywalker Ranch, which was a great experience, by the way, where basically everyone who was going to be involved in the project was there. The story conference, we basically just sat down at a big table and started throwing stuff out, and I'm taking notes. I came home and I wrote an outline, probably the most extensive outline for anything I've ever done. I think it was probably like 50 double-spaced pages, and they sent that in. And once they started approving and disapproving, then we just were going from there. Later, what happened was I have a friend who's a writer who went to a big writing conference someplace at which George Lucas was featured. He had a copy of Shadows of the Empire, so she took it over to him and said, my friend Steve wrote this book. Would you autograph it? So he autographed my book. And so I have a note from George Lucas on the inside of the thing saying, great job, love the work, George. Well, I don't know if he read it or not, but he said so I was happy. Greg Hildebrandt said, when asked what was it like working on art, for instance, the card of 3PO and R2 flying the Falcon, that was a fun picture to do. In fact, if I remember right, that was one of George Lucas's favorite pictures. I think he kept that one. That's the one he had to have. Those trading cards were quickly done too. We had a pretty fast deadline on that, 4 months to do 100 paintings. All of our sketches had to be approved by Topps and Lucasfilm. It's wild to be involved with a project like this one. You're waiting for the movie, but there's never going to be a movie. We really enjoyed working with Ira and everyone at Tops and Lucasfilm. When it was ready to launch, we were invited to Skywalker Ranch for a day. Now that was a treat. It says here on the bottom, as recounted by John Knowles, George Lucas would eventually include the Outrider spacecraft in the special edition of A New Hope, a ship initially designed by Doug Chang for Shadows. So the basic idea of having a story about organized crime that was grounded in reality is all that came from George. That's it. Howard Rothman mentions George giving no story input, and his only input was about the basic idea of the crime, organizations, and grounding it in reality. And Steve makes it clear that George was not present at their big meeting. Joel just seems to be talking about the project in general, having George's approval. And as far as Greg's comments, all that means is George simply likes some of the artwork. Below it mentions John Knowles. He's a computer programmer for the video games. Based off of that role, it's doubtful he would have any insider knowledge into the inner workings of putting together the special edition. There's no quote here or context. He's most likely saw the Outrider in the special edition and assumed it was George. And we already addressed this point. So, one of the biggest non-film television projects at Lucasfilm, in fact, at the time, probably the biggest project, and to date has only probably been rivaled by the Clone Wars multimedia project, is something that, at best, the only real involvement for George was the very basic idea to do a story about organized crime similar to the real world, and he didn't even show up for the big meeting about it. Cool. And the story and all that was hashed out by other people. It's also been circulated on the internet that George Lucas said he loved Shadows so much that he would make a movie of it if he could. Matt Wilkins even called that a direct quote in his EU video he uploaded about 10 years ago. But after further researching, it would appear this is nothing more than hearsay and there is no source to back this up. So let's talk about LucasArts. This is Darren Stinnett, when George started LucasArts, he gave the mandate that LucasArts was not here to simply commercially exploit his Star Wars stories, that LucasArts existed to create new IP, new characters, new stories to entertain in its own right in this new medium. From that developed a strong culture within LucasArts that story and character mattered. People wanted to work there because they admired George, and that very quickly could have turned into being stifled by George. But he let us do our own thing. He wanted us to go out and create our own stories and adventures. It was an amazing place to work, a very creative, carefree environment. It was a heck of a lot of fun. David Fox had this to say. Rescue on Fractalus. It was supposed to be a Star Wars game when I first conceived of it. I kind of wanted to capture the feeling of being in an X-Wing. I wanted it to be a Star Wars. When I realized we couldn't do that, it was okay since we kept the game design the same, just not in the same universe anymore. The original game design was purely a rescue mission. When we first showed the game to George Lucas in the summer of 1983, he liked the idea of flying around a lot. The first thing Lucas tried was pushing the red joystick button, and he said, "Where's the fire button? Why doesn't this do anything?" I told him there wasn't one, that we were trying to make a game that was nonviolent, and he said, "Well, was it because it served the gameplay or because it served your personal values?" And I said, "Well, it's really a personal values thing," and he said, "Add a fire button." So I added a fire button, and he was right. Rebel Assault, Bill Tiller. What was interesting about Rebel Assault was that I got to film Star Wars footage. Nobody had thought to do it before. When I did it and I showed it to him, George was like, "Yeah, it's fine. It's kind of a wide shot. I would do a closer up shot." And I was like, "Well, I can't do a closer up shot for technical reasons." He was like, "Yeah, no, it's fine. It looks good. Keep doing more of it. This is the future. I'm all for it." But George was like, "You're kind of luckier than I am because you guys have got 320 by 200 graphics, and I'm doing film which is 300 DPI, super high res. Since you are so low res, you could do all these effects that look just fine. You don't have to do a big production. You can just film in a conference room or something." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what I said." Vince Lee. This is the first time George Lucas has let anyone else film a live action Star Wars fantasy, so it's really an honor to be making this game. This was a very ambitious project. There are some 175 video shots, about 45 minutes worth of it, and every shot had to be composited with the animation. Rebel Assault 2 will really be like playing a Star Wars movie. George Lucas was especially concerned that this be a quality show. If you're going to do a video with his name on it, you had better do it well. The video is meant to advance the story. It's not trivial branching. It involves your progress as a pilot in this saga. We were dealing with props that were 12 years old. It felt like being part of history. According to developer Noah Falstein, At the start of LucasArts, George Lucas gave 3 specific directions: stay small, be the best, and don't lose any money. So, according to Darren Stinnett, George basically let them do their own thing. He just gave them the mandate of striving to be quality gaming and entertainment, not just commercially exploiting customers. Sounds like a lot of involvement to me. According to David, George's involvement was basically playing a little bit of it and then telling him to add one gameplay function. So, heavily involved. According to Bill, George only gave one suggestion, but once Bill explained the impracticality of that, George backed off. Funny, because on the films and TCW, when George was told it wasn't possible, he didn't take that for an answer. Interesting. According to Vince, George just basically said, make it good. Doesn't sound too terribly involved here. Darren Stinnett on Dark Forces. There was this unwritten rule at LucasArts that we couldn't make Star Wars games. Everything had to be original stories and characters, and before Dark Forces, there had never been an internally developed Star Wars game. George Lucas helped us out by giving us feedback on important aspects of the game, such as the design of the new Dark Troopers. Later, George had a party at Disneyland to celebrate the opening of the Indiana Jones ride. I piggybacked on that, got some press for the game, and was showing George. I was pretty proud of what we'd made, and I was kind of waiting for him to be blown away. He was not happy that we were shooting the Imperial officers. He said, you shouldn't have those guys in there because they're too human looking. There's a reason I made stormtroopers, because I didn't want to feel like you're shooting other humans. I was like, really? I was so destroyed. But then I showed him how to play it and he got into it. And by the time cameras got rolling, he was running around and jumping over pits and shooting things and having good fun. At least for the cameras, I'll say. He was a Dark Forces natural. Kevin Schmidt. We were a licensee just like anybody else, even though we were still owned by George, so we had to get everything approved. Back then, the choice for Mara was extremely controversial, but we fought for her all the way to the top, and I'm glad she was approved. I pushed to include her action figure with the game, lost that fight. When we started making Mysteries of the Sith, it was at the same time George was starting to formulate what the prequels would be, and that meant he was coming up with what the Sith would become. That there can only be 2, and all of those rules that he put in the prequels, so a lot of our stuff got shot down. We would submit this packet of info. We had all these Jedi enemies that we had planned, and they were like, no. And, it made sense later now because George had this rule of only Jedi can have lightsabers, and there could be only 2 Sith, so all of our ideas got scrapped. That's where the Sith undead came from. We actually threw them in as a joke. They were like, cut the lightsabers, cut the Sith undead, sure, yeah, you can have those guys. And we were like, what? Okay, well, I guess that's our only enemy. We have Sith undead who shoot force lightning at you. John Knowles said for Bounty Hunter, the team at Lucasfilm, I suggested I come up with a list of 10 yes or no questions to send George Lucas, like, can I explain how Dooku chose Jango to be the clone template? Can I explain how he came to own the Slave One? Can we kill off Gardula the Hutt? The answers to nearly all the questions I gave George Lucas were yes, and the trademark red ballpoint pen. He went further, even writing in the margins of the page, offering insight into how he thought of Jango. When I asked if I could give Jango a revenge motive, he wrote, keep it about the money. He wrote the simple reason Jango wanted a son was, in a word, legacy. As a fan of Boba Fett lore, I wanted to remap a lot of that mythology to Jango, but I would need to get George's blessing. I asked him, can I apply some of the now defunct Boba and Mandalorian lore and all that stuff on the Jango Fett? And he said, absolutely. In the Tales of the Bounty Hunters anthology, Jaster Muriel was Boba's actual name. We gave that name to Jango's mentor. I was grateful that George allowed me to do that. So, according to Darren, George just gave some minor feedback, and the rest of the game was, per his own words, something he and his team made. Even though George had fun with the gameplay, he still expressed how Dark Forces wasn't fitting his vision with the Stormtroopers. If he was involved, he should have caught that. Regarding Kevin, it sounds like a lot of this came from Lucasfilm, and they were trying to line it up with what George had in the films. For John, George basically just did a yes-no and gave him thoughts on the inner workings of a film character. Also interesting to note that John says he asked Lucas about including now defunct Boba and Mandalorian lore, which demonstrates to any EU purist still hanging on to this idea that the Boba problem with the prequel trilogy got fixed and is no longer a retcon. It absolutely was, at the time, a retcon on behalf of Lucas. So let's talk about Star Wars Galaxies. George Lucas said, I think the sense of an online community will play a large role in the future of interactive gaming. For instance, the LucasArts is developing a game that will allow thousands of people from around the world to explore Tatooine and other Star Wars planets together. I think that's just amazing. One thing about Star Wars that I'm really proud of is that it expands the imagination. I think that's a very healthy thing for children to be able to create their own little worlds, to have their imagination sparked by something like Star Wars and then be able to recreate that and play with it and make new stories. Well, that kind of play has progressed and now it exists on the internet. It's happening at light speed, and now you've got these games where they'll be able to create that same kind of thing in real time. Aiden Blackman. George knows about galaxies and he's excited about it. He's been consulted on anything that might tread into episode 2 or episode 3 material. So when we decided that we wanted to include Naboo as one of our planets, a decision that was made well before the release of episode 2, he had to weigh in on this and give us a real seal of approval. So he's been involved in some discussions about Naboo in some other areas. When there's an issue, then it kind of goes again or goes all the way up to the flagpole, and George approves that. But as with all our games, he lets us develop our own ideas and take the license in new directions. Grant McDaniel. With our expansion Trials of Obi-Wan, we really wanted to make sure the players had an opportunity to interact with Obi-Wan Kenobi. The challenge that we had with this is during the time period our game is set in, Obi-Wan has actually been killed and is only shown at this point as a blue glowy Jedi. Traditionally, we've never actually seen a glowy Jedi interact and somebody who is not a Jedi, but we wanted all players of all professions to be able to interact with Obi-Wan. So we put in a request to Lucasfilm, and that went actually all the way to the top of Lucasfilm from what I understand, and they actually gave us permission to allow people, regardless of if they are Jedi or not, to be able to interact with Obi-Wan, which offered a really unique opportunity in our game. Rich Vogel said some things had to go all the way up to George himself to approve. When Galaxy showed the player places that they'd never seen in Star Wars before, George would review them to make sure that we didn't conflict with the films. At that time, no one knew stormtroopers were clones. No one. We were told not to talk about it at all, and that was a really, really important secret that George Lucas wanted to make sure that was kept within his group. So that was the reason you could not play as a stormtrooper in the game. George Lucas's son would come and play the game and give us feedback. He was just a teenager, but we listened to all of his feedback. He's a really good gamer. Actually, we got to know each other really well. Jet Lucas, George's son, said, Galaxies for me took all the magic of watching these movies and catapulted me into the universe. Facing down massive crate dragons, kneeling before the Force Ghost of Ben Kenobi himself, flying my very own Jedi Starfighter through the stars, space will forever be my favorite part. I grew up with this game as much as any one of the movies, playing till 4 or 5 a.m., knowing damn well any minute Pops would be rounding the corner for his morning workout. Despite those late hours, I'd still daydream of the tone ship paint job I hadn't tried yet. Or, oh yeah, a planet in the carrier of that hull is just what I need, only to have all new goals by 4 a.m. the next morning. Lucas in 1994. I think view-on-demand games will take off. Interactive games will be popular, playing with 2 or 3 other people at the same time at various places, just like being next to them. So George's words seem more about pushing forward technology and admiring that as opposed to being involved in the story and game development. Notice how the words at the bottom are also almost 10 years earlier and aren't necessarily connected to this game. Hayden and Rich's words make it pretty clear a lot of stuff came from them. Lucas was just consulted on stuff connected to the films or brand new stuff to make sure there was no film contradictions. As remember, the rule of the EU was it was bound to George. Considering they were all in development at the same time, it makes sense to try to correlate a little bit. Grant's words make it pretty clear that it was Lucasfilm this went through, not George specifically. Jet Lucas liked the game? Cool. He never mentions his dad involvement, though. Also, not sure why they're bringing up Jet, especially since he works on visual effects for the Mandoverse shows. Are they going to use that involvement to say the Mandoverse is George's canon? Especially since that's some actual involvement, and this is basically just him playing the game? So now, let's talk about Republic, the ongoing Star Wars comic series from 1998 to 2005, initially dubbed Star Wars, later redubbed Star Wars Republic. John Ostrander said, We know, having been told by George Lucas that the next war took 2 to 3 years. He said the next movie will start with the end of the Clone Wars. When Dark Horse learned that George would not be covering the Clone Wars in any detail, we felt that we had a real opportunity here. For Republic, I submit an overview of the story that's first a few pages long. This gives Dark Horse and Lucasfilm the general outline of the story. For Quinlan Voss, I actually scripted it both ways, one where he died and one where he lived. Everyone was expecting Quinn to die, and I don't always like to do what's expected. We ran the ending you saw past Lucasfilm, and they didn't mind, so we went with it. Where all has been doom and gloom, a touch of hope seemed nice. I was prepared to kill off Quinn if that made a better story. In my opinion, we went with a better ending. Jan Durisma said, When John and I were working on presenting Twilight to George Lucas, we asked if we could develop a new Jedi from a character who appeared in The Phantom Menace. I spotted this interesting looking guy wearing what I thought resembled Jedi robes. John let me have my way and Quinlan Voss was created. I thought Obi-Wan mentioning Quinlan Voss and Boz Pitty in Revenge of the Sith was very cool, a nice real nod to the EU. I understand George first saw Aayla Secura on a cover from the Darkness arc that was painted by John Foster. It was incredibly cool to see Aayla come to life on the big screen. I was not asked to make changes to how Aayla was portrayed in the comic, but once I get the reference of Amy Allen as Aayla, it just seemed right to make the comic book Aayla look more like her. It was cool to see Aayla made real. Pablo Hidalgo said George liked Aayla Secura, Quinlan Voss, Vilmar Grog, and wanted to use them in places. Found the memo where they asked George if Ki-Adi-Mundi could be a knight on the council and if he could have multiple wives, and he checked off yes to both. George was particularly enamored with Quinlan Voss. He read the comics. He liked this character in Revenge of the Sith. Master Voss almost made it into the movie in Order 66 montage, but only got as far as an animatic. Gillian Libert said getting the character of Aayla Secura to look like what George wanted was our primary goal. He answered a few questions we had related to the character's body image, but ended up that he wanted the costume to look like the comic book character and the body to be human-like. George liked the overall look. We had to change the headdress a couple of times because he wanted a different style. He was very specific in what he wanted, down to the detailing on leather pieces and the way the leather trim was wrapped around the tentacles or Leku. When we started building Jedi, this is George Lucas, by the way. When we started building Jedi, we had a lot of Jedi and we needed more, and I had realized that we had a comic book that has a Twi'lek in it that is a Jedi. There's a whole series actually of her, and I said, well, why don't we put her in this? I mean, she's a comic character, but we'll just fit her in and have her be a background character because that's exotic. And that's how the Twi'lek Jedi ended up in the backgrounds of these shots. It was to try to use some of the work and effort that the guys in the comic book world had put into things and characters they had created. Both Quinlan Voss and Aayla Secura would also go on to appear in the Clone Wars television show, with George Lucas helping to outline their stories. So, John's words show Lucas had nothing to do with it other than giving them the timeline between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Interesting how Jan says there was no concern to make the comic version of Aayla match the now cast actress, and it was only her own intuition that led to that. Surely Lucas would have been more concerned about that had he counted it all as the same thing. As for Pablo, so George liked the character and he wanted to play with him. Doesn't mean he's canon or the other stories are canon. It just means George wanted to take something that he liked and put it in the films and work with it in that world. As for the Ki-Adi-Mundi thing, we've already addressed that. Gillian's words don't bother me. He liked the design, so he wanted to implement what he liked. I've addressed George's words earlier regarding Aayla. Nothing more to say. Interesting, though, how it notes below that both Quinlan and Aayla would go on to appear in TCW and that George helped outline those stories, even though EU purists cry foul at Quinlan's depiction. So that looks like George had such high regard for the EU, that he, apparently, according to EU purists, messed up Quinlan's character. Overall, though, keep in mind Republic lasted 73 issues. Actually, it was 83 issues. And not all of them were about Quinlan. This doesn't really speak to George's involvement. And at last, let's finally talk about the new Jedi Order series. This is the one I see EU purists like to claim a lot that George was heavily involved in, even though his sequel trilogy would have been different. But let's take a look. So, Lucy Wilson, we had several creative sessions over the course of the new Jedi Order series development. The first one took place in 1998 and lasted 2 days. In this initial meeting, the major points of the entire story were plotted out. The initial 5-year plot outline and early thoughts on who might die were sent to George Lucas in the form of a Q&A memo and subsequently discussed by phone. We knew that for anyone to really take a new intergalactic war seriously and to realize it was not fiction as usual, someone who mattered would have to die. This was a unanimous agreement. Who would die was the subject of much debate. However, our first thought was that the death of Luke Skywalker would have the biggest impact on the readers. However, this was not okay with George Lucas. Shelley Shapiro said, interestingly, when we were deciding to kill off somebody and then who to kill off in Vector Prime, George told us we could kill Han. That has changed since, but at the time, the only ones we couldn't kill were Luke and Leia. But I refused to kill Han. Chewie was the character we all agreed on. I think we made the best choice because his death would strongly affect every other major character in the series, so it would serve as a unique emotional catalyst, and it did. The death of a character close to all the other major players was a perfect way to give those other characters a natural and believable reason to reevaluate their lives and a change. And it also gave us the chance to grow the characters of the Solo children. Pablo Hidalgo stated, the arc's earliest descriptions had Luke Skywalker sending the 3 Solo children on an epic quest, during which they encounter a female character from an invading species sent to infiltrate the galaxy. This unnamed female corrupts Anakin, nearly turning him to the dark side, but instead she falls in love with him and Anakin redeems her. In a fit of intense sibling rivalry, Jason and Jaina turn on Anakin, and the resulting conflict tragically ends with Jason's death. As readers of the series know, very little of this outline survived subsequent reworking. George Lucas commented on the story overview, making a number of specific changes. One note says, change person who is responsible for ultimately saving the day to Jason, not Anakin, and that was listed under the header too redundant to movie storylines. Books should be more original, cited or dated 5/6/1998. Circled specifically in that outline is a mention that Anakin Solo, that he is the prophesied one. Sue Rostoni said, we discussed the hero's journey at length in the first creative meetings. After feedback from George, we decided on Jason as our hero and the character who would undergo the most dramatic changes. In many ways, the New Jedi Order is really his series. At those meetings, we charted the character threads for each of the main characters. We discussed how Anakin was the stronger of the siblings, how his death would affect things. Since he was the obvious choice as Luke's successor, George did not tell us to kill Anakin. He didn't tell us to kill anybody. He approved the deaths of characters in theory, then told us who we couldn't kill. The creative group decided the main story plot points and deaths. The authors created the situations. James Lucino. I was hired to write an outline which we could submit to George Lucas, which we did, and he objected to some things and approved most of it. He played a major role in giving shape to the New Jedi Order by commenting extensively on the early version of the 5-year story arc. I distinctly recall George's taking particular exception to our careless description of Amini as dwarfish. Anakin was our first choice as the saga's hero, not Jason. When George nixed that idea, we were forced to rethink everything very quickly, as the first book was already being outlined. For the same reasons we wanted to have a personal tragedy accompany the fall of Coruscant, we wanted to convey the sense that the war has terrible consequences and that no one is immune to those. So, according to Lucy and Shelley, George's main contribution was simply reading the outline and letting them know who they could and couldn't kill off. Not a large pool of characters, just in regards to the OT characters. James mentions George had a major role in giving shape to the New Jedi Order. But as Pablo and Sue point out, George basically just said change the plot because it was too similar to the films, leading to them basically reworking the main character and entire story. While it had massive ramifications for George, there wasn't that much to do on his end. Sue even says the story and plot were created by their creative group, and then authors created the smaller story beats. None of that came from George. George had way more involvement in TCW than in this project. Shelley elaborated in 2000 on George's involvement, and it wasn't much. When asked about the development of New Jedi Order, a Del Rey editing director had this to say. Once we'd come up with a sketchy outline of where we wanted to go, start to finish, we had to get it approved from on high. For example, as I mentioned earlier, we were told we could not kill off certain characters. We originally intended the enemy to be Dark Force users. We were told they had to be non-Force users. We had a certain plan in mind for one of the characters. We were told to use a different character for this particular plan. That was about the extent of George's involvement, unless there was more going on behind the scenes than I was aware of. The writers have all been chosen by mutual consent. Some of them were suggested by me and approved by the folks at Lucas Licensing. Others were suggested by Lucas Licensing and subsequently approved by me. We really work as a team. That said, the final say always lies with Lucas Licensing. The writers have a lot of independence in coming up with a story, provided they work in the plot points necessary to keep the overall story arc moving along. I have a lot of independence as editor. Lucas Licensing doesn't even see an outline or a manuscript until the author, and I feel pretty confident that it's ready to be looked at for approval. If we disagree, we discuss the issue, even argue it occasionally, until we come to some resolution, but in the end, we make whatever changes Lucas Licensing requires. It's their intellectual property. Well, it's George's, but it's their job to protect that for him, and they have every right to control its destiny. So again, a lot of this came from Lucas Licensing. Very little came from George. So much for heavy involvement. Let's talk about Darth Plagueis. I see this one get thrown around a lot. It's been suggested and claimed that George Lucas was heavily involved in the novel Darth Plagueis. James Lucino, the author, had this to say in 2012. When asked about George's involvement in Darth Plagueis, the author said, George was involved in the early stages. When the book was first proposed, I wrote to him and asked whether there was any reason why Plagueis couldn't be a non-human, and he wrote back that Plagueis could be immune, and he sent me some artist renderings of the character. From that point on, everything was approved, as they're saying, quote-unquote, at the highest level. I worked most closely with George's right-hand man at Lucas Licensing, Howard Rothman. I had to make the assumption that Howard was speaking directly with George about a lot of this stuff. I didn't have any meetings directly with George, but it seemed like a lot of the approval was coming through him to Howard. I was not privy to all of the things that happened behind the scenes. So he basically assumed that George was involved, but had no confirmation on that, mainly working with Howard Rothman. And as we know, Howard Rothman had a lot of oversight over a lot of the EU projects. And Howard Rothman is a president of licensing. He was certainly a higher up. He was at a high level. The only thing James knew for sure that came from George was the species of Plagueis. Also in 2016, one of the writers on the canceled live-action TV show Star Wars Underworld, a show only canceled because of the extreme budget according to Rick McCallum, gave an interview with VentureBeat, and he revealed the show dived into the backstory of Palpatine, and what made him evil was basically a love story that ended badly from a really ruthless woman. That completely overrides the backstory provided in Darth Plagueis. I read the book. I know what the backstory is. From the sounds of it, the backstory of Han and how he met Chewie would also have been different in Underworld. Let's also dive into the Revenge of the Sith novelization, as I see Matt Stover get brought up a lot. And since the novel has a lot of EU references, it's been suggested that George being okay with this meant he saw the EU as part of his story. Is that really the case, though? Let's take a deeper look and see if that's true, or if EU purists are just reading too deep into this. First off, I'll concede that Lucas was involved in the film novelizations, at least of the prequels, based off of the evidence we have here. Way more than other EU contributions. I don't see any issue with this, though, as this has to do with his film as opposed to being another EU story. That being said, the impression of Lucas as having involvement with the EU and the story comes down to several quotes from Matt Stover. Not only has Mr. Lucas succeeded in tying together the entire 6-film cycle, and elegantly too, but I've managed to weave in a significant amount of the Expanded Universe material in as well. Having started in the Star Wars realm as an EU author, after all, I was really trying to bring the whole Star Wars universe together in this story, and while Mr. Lucas in his line edit decided to excise a fair amount of the EU material, he also left a fair amount of it in, so I guess that makes whatever's left just a hair short of G-canon for all the purists out there. As I said above, part of my aim here was to create a novel that would work as part of the EU as well as a companion piece to the film. He also said on a forum board, though I did not personally watch him do it, I received from Lucasfilm a Word document of Revenge of the Sith with Mr. Lucas's edits, which was distinct from the edits I already gotten from Sue Rustoni and Howard Rothman and the rest of the Lucasfilm crew. What's in that book is there because Mr. Lucas wanted it to be there. What's not in that book is not there because Mr. Lucas wanted it gone. But Stover also said basically Lucas let him do whatever he wanted as long as he stayed true to the story. His explicit instructions to me were to not do anything that violated the story as presented in the film. Beyond that, he said, just do whatever you want, make it good. While we know Matt Stover had a conversation with Lucas in person, their conversation was about the film, and this was the last in-person interaction regarding the book that they had. In 2019, an anonymous Del Rey editor on TheForce.net claimed that while they had no beef with Stover and they wanted him to come back and do more books with them, he was incorrect about Lucas doing a line edit of the book. Stover admitted he didn't watch Lucas do it. He was just making an educated guess that it was him because the line edits were distinct from Rustoni's and Rothman's. It's possible that it's yet again an EU author misunderstanding the behind-the-scenes process, as we've shown has happened time and time again. Or maybe it was Lucas. Take this information and make of it what you will, but even if it was Lucas, that doesn't mean Lucas approved of the EU references as canon per Stover. George just said stay true to the story and do what you want. And the EU references, at least the ones that are still in there, didn't necessarily detract from the film, so Stover was within his mandate. Maybe Lucas didn't care about some, and some he was like, nah, I don't know. Again, maybe it was Lucas, but we don't know for sure. And either way, it doesn't automatically mean he approved of it. Some have brought up the attempt of making a Young Jedi Knight show based off of the EU books. Per Rebecca Moesta, an EU author, a Fox TV executive brought up the possibility of doing Young Jedi Knights as a cartoon, but when Kevin and I approached Lucasfilm on the topic, we were told that no TV shows or movies in the Star Wars universe could be approved until after the new movies come out. Some ask why would Lucas do that if it wasn't canon? Why postpone until post-movies if the movies were separate and wouldn't trample on them? Well, doing a TV show simultaneously would strain resources. Also, Lucasfilm rejected this. Lucas had nothing to do with it and might not even know about it. Some might also bring up that he wrote the foreword in Shatterpoint. Okay? He wrote an opening prologue, and the prologue wasn't even about the book itself, just the war in general. It wasn't in the initial release of the book, and it was included here specifically as George setting up the war, since this was the first novel and first story in the Clone Wars multimedia project. That doesn't really mean anything for the canonicity in George's mind of the Clone Wars multimedia project. And as for any other specific reason he might have done it, we'll get to that in a bit. Let's take a look at Force Unleashed. Here are several quotes from those involved. The ambitious story beats contained in the new game, Force Unleashed, were permitted only after he signed off and spent hours talking to the developers about the relationship between Darth Vader and the Emperor. That was from Leland Chee. We wanted to get input from George. He laid out there were things you had to have in a Star Wars story. You had to have adventure, you had to have humor. And then we show him the next presentation is this Wookiee game, and he looks at it and says, so I just spent the last 45 minutes talking to you about drama, and you present me a game concept where the main character doesn't talk? That was Jim Ward and Peter Hirschman. George is all about fundamental gameplay, and immediately when he saw that, that was what we were going to do. That was Jim Ward, and he's the president of LucasArts. He allowed us to give Darth Vader a secret apprentice. It is such a rich character opportunity. There are elements that George always made sure we were hitting, and if we came up short on one of them, he didn't hesitate in pointing them out. He would tell us, nah, I wouldn't go there, but did you ever think about this? Or, hey, why don't you create this new character? That's Jim Ward. We were able to show it to George, and he was like, yep, that's it. Go make that. That's Peter. Because of George's schedule, we had to actually put the story in the outline in a memo form to George. There was a day when we heard that fax, or that the fax was coming. You could immediately see that he had checked off basically yes, 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 all the way through. Added a couple of great comments. Bail Organa did this, and Leia was doing this. Jim Ward, an unknown Force Unleashed creator, just because I didn't catch his name. It was awesome to be able to take that fax in hand and go back to the team who had worked so hard on this for over a year and be able to say, this is it, guys. Peter said, the time between episodes 3 and 4 is an incredibly fertile time, and George encouraged us to develop new characters and to tell new stories. To unknown Force Unleashed creators, George was very big on make sure you have a love interest, make sure you have a comic sidekick. Hayden worked really hard on coming up with new and unique characters that also fit the very familiar archetypes within the Star Wars universe. And then Sam Witwer had this to say, George had influence on Force Unleashed. He guided Hayden Blackman and the team towards how they were supposed to make it. So I bring up Force Unleashed because it's an interesting case. First off, the story did not come from George. Again, it was other creators that came up with it. George approved it and then offered some extra minor notes regarding the current whereabouts of a couple film characters that they were wanting to use. The writers mentioned George also telling them core tenets of Star Wars stories. That's not him creating a story, that's him giving writing advice for them to make a story. George going in depth about the relationship between Darth Vader and the Emperor is similar to Tales of the Jedi. It's creators asking him questions, getting the notes on his views of Star Wars, and they included that in their game. I think it's also good to note this interesting quote about the development of The Force Unleashed. The team threw a Hail Mary to George saying the game would have more credibility if the apprentice had a Darth title, a Force Unleashed team member says. Lucas agreed that this situation made sense for Sith royalty and offered up 2 Darth titles for the team to choose from. He threw out Darth Icky and Darth Insanius. There was a pregnant pause in the room after that. People were waiting for George to say, just kidding. But it never comes, and he just moved on to another point. So, yeah, that's interesting for George's mentality on the game. I don't think he would call a film character Darth Icky or Darth Insanius. All that being said, it would appear George was more involved in this one, much more involved than almost all the other EU projects, perhaps even more involved in this than the 2003 Clone Wars series. But nowhere near as involved as he was in TCW in the films. If someone wanted to make a case that true George Lucas Star Wars was 1 through 6, TCW, and The Force Unleashed, I would absolutely be willing to hear them out and consider. But for someone to disregard TCW, which has documented way more evidence of his involvement than Force Unleashed, they'll include Force Unleashed genuinely doesn't make sense to me. An EU purist, Star Wars Scran, made a video about Force Unleashed and used Sam Witwer's words to support his argument. But Sam has also talked about George's involvement in TCW. That seems to not matter, apparently. It's also interesting that EU purists would accept this and not TCW for 2 other reasons. Ahsoka not ever being mentioned in prior materials like Revenge of the Sith, etc. is cause for some to say she retcons the canon, but Vader having a secret apprentice that has never been mentioned before is okay? Weird. Also, TCW is claimed to retcon the film, so it has to be disregarded, but Bail Organa makes his way on the Emperor's radar in the game's events. Yet the Emperor takes no action with the Organas for 2 years until the events of A New Hope. Interesting. Also, a crucial point to make is even if George considers this game canon in his head, and it's good to note, he's never talked about this since, unlike TCW, which is interesting, and he was way more involved in this than other EU material, that does not mean the entirety of the EU is canon to George. That just makes this specific game canon to him. Another fun thing to point out too, Jim Ward mentioned George didn't even attend the story meeting and they had to fax him the outline because of his busy schedule. This would have been in like either 2006 or 2007. Gee, busy schedule, huh? I wonder what he was busy working on then that must have been much more important than Force Unleashed. So, as we've established, Lucas had minimal involvement in the EU. There are several other authors like Tim Truman and Jude Watson who have gone on at length about the lore created for their respective projects, not once mentioning it coming from George, but rather themselves. EU purists will still point out George often had to approve things. We've already brought up the quotes showing George did not approve everything, just the major things, and even then, he wasn't always consulted on major stuff. Just a reminder, though, in case. In general, George doesn't see the overall story ideas or concepts. If there is a sensitive area, or if we're developing backstory for a character he's created or mentioned in an interview, we can query him to get more information, his approval, or whatever. And yes, we always query him if we're doing something drastic to a film character. I believe he does read the concepts for the games, though. When asked if Lucas was invited to comment on major story developments like marriages or children, Sue said no, not necessarily. I believe we let him know that Luke was getting married, but I doubt we informed him of Ben. Keep in mind, I should have brought this up earlier, but it's interesting and telling. Sue said she let him know that Luke was getting married. They didn't necessarily ask if he could get married. They let him know that they were marrying Luke to someone. Another one from Leland Chi, Lucas approves every important addition to the canon. So some may ask, if Lucas really saw the EU as separate and didn't care, why did he approve certain things or tell them what they could or could not do? Well, there's one point that heavily connects to this, and I'll bring that up towards the end of the video. But to bring up some other points now that connect to this, there's plenty of reasons why he'd care. To go back to LucasArts infographic, Darren Stinnett said when George started LucasArts, he gave the mandate that LucasArts was not there simply to commercially exploit his Star Wars stories, and that LucasArts existed to create new IP. So while finances and profit were important, they weren't the only goal. Lucas has long ranted about Hollywood and the methodology of corporate suits impacting art. He wasn't about to be a hypocrite and let things in his company be made solely for cash. To do so would be contrary to what Star Wars and George and Lucasfilm represented. So a certain amount of quality control had to be maintained, or it wouldn't feel like Star Wars, but just generic cash cow science fiction. Just a reminder, as Brian J. Jones pointed out in 1995, George convened a Star Wars summit wherein he gathered licensees and international agents to Skywalker Ranch to reinforce the need for him to maintain quality control, especially in the areas of publishing. Vince Lee also said in the same infographic that George Lucas was especially concerned that this be a quality show. If you're going to do a video with his name on it, you had better do it well. Even though George wasn't a part of the EU, he still understood that it was a Lucasfilm product and would be associated with his name and his company and brand. Another point to make regarding things like approving character deaths was most likely because of wider implications on the IP. Lucas has said these stories are supposed to inspire hope and they're meant for kids. So if they see their childhood character killed in some novel, that might have an effect on young audience members even if he didn't personally count it as canon. Kids aren't necessarily going to understand that. Regarding keeping things consistent, keep in mind a lot of the EU author questionnaires were not George coming to them telling them what to do, but the authors going to them asking questions about Star Wars. He was more than willing to work with them and tell them his views on Star Wars for them to try and incorporate in their stories. But obviously this didn't always happen, just like with the Stormtroopers and Imperial officers and Dark Forces. And just because he weighed in on it, it doesn't mean he considered it canon. George weighed in on parodies like Robot Chicken. Does that mean that's canon? Star Wars was an IP and a brand. He was in charge of a company. He had a duty to keep tabs on things and make sure things lived up to the name of Star Wars, regardless of whether he counted it as canon or not. And if you try to refute my whole thing about Robot Chicken was obviously a parody, well, Star Wars is EU was from the get-go supposed to be a separate thing, just like the Star Trek books were supposed to be a separate thing from the movies and the films. So George had that get-go from the beginning as well. I think this YouTube user's comment I saw on an EU-related video makes a very valid point, and I thought I'd share it just for additional insight. The comment is, When Lucas gave the EU writers a green light for an idea, or gave them ideas, that does not mean Lucas was adding all the EU to G tier. He knew it was a big playground. They were very separate in his mind. Lucas was helping EU writers stay closer to his vision, but not exact. Lucas saw the EU as a big playground for ideas, not the final story. The fact that Lucas cared to keep the EU semi-close to his vision does not mean that it is what he would have done, nor does it mean he accepts it as part of the same story as his film saga. His primary concern was the integrity of certain concepts and details that were important to him, but not at the expense of allowing these stories to be anything other than what-if type material. Lucas gave permission and input for these stories to be told, but he did not consider them to be a part of his story. So now that we've gone over all of Lucas's Star Wars creations and his involvement in the EU, while I think we've hit a lot of it, there are still some smaller claims I've seen people bring up in this regard that I want to address that didn't necessarily have a place elsewhere. I'll try to address as many as I've seen, but if I miss something that you want answered or you want me to comment on, feel free to leave it in the comment section and I'll try to answer the best I can. The first miscellaneous kind of rebuttal I want to bring up, it's something I know I'm going to see from angry commenters. I just kind of want to get it out of the way. It's this idea that Disney Star Wars is worse than the EU, so why are you defending it? Take the EU over that. Okay, well, first off, whether one thinks Disney canon is better or worse, that's subjective and that's irrelevant. We're talking about George Lucas and the EU. Disney is irrelevant to that. Disney has nothing to do with that. This is a discussion just about George and the EU. But maybe along those same lines, I've also seen some people say, hey, well, the Clone Wars multimedia project is better than TCW. Again, that's a subjective take, but either way, it's irrelevant. We're talking about what Lucas considered canon. Writing quality is irrelevant to that. The writing quality of the prequels is still something debated today, but that has no bearing on the fact that Lucas considered them canon. Many may say the novelizations of the prequels are better than the films themselves, but obviously the story Lucas accepts is what's in the film and not the book. So it doesn't matter if you think Clone Wars Multimedia Project is better, it's a discussion on canonicity, not writing quality. So let's talk about some George Lucas quotes that seem to support the idea of George Lucas counting the EU as canon. I intentionally left these for the end because having the additional information I presented would be helpful in responding to these. So the first one is the infamous Starlog quote that everyone talks about. I don't read that stuff, I haven't read any of the novels, etc. I don't know anything about that world. That's a different world than my world. But I do try to keep it consistent. The way I do it now is that they have a Star Wars encyclopedia. So if I come up with a name or something else, I look it up and see if it's already been used. When I said other people could make their own Star Wars stories, we decided that, like Star Trek, we would have two universes, my universe and then this other one. They try to make their universe as consistent with mine as possible, but obviously they get enthusiastic and want to go off in other directions. So, of course, the EU purists, and I deal with them all the time, they'll say this quote's been debunked, it's irrelevant, you can't use it, whatever. Okay, so first things first, I've seen some people bring up the fact that George said he tries to keep it consistent, and why would he do that if he doesn't see it as canon? Well, maybe because he didn't want to be a jerk. If you really think he wanted to keep it 100% consistent, I'll just simply say two words that prove otherwise. Boba Fett. I've seen some EU purists like the YouTube channel Captain Fordo in his 93-minute video on the Expanded Universe try to tackle this one by saying parallel universes are something that go the same direction working towards the same end. I've seen other channels such as Star Wars Scran employ the same kind of idea. While I admire the effort, I think it needs to be kept in mind what parallel means. They don't intersect. They remain a constant distance apart and never meet, which is why, even though it wasn't a perfect analogy, George used the term parallel, because two parallel lines are, and always will be, separate from each other, and his Star Wars vision is not the same as the EU's. A lot of purists like to bring up Leland Chee's quote addressing this. George Lucas is certainly not bound by the EU, though he's certainly open to using things created in it. Aayla Secura and the Coruscant name, for example. On the other hand, the quote you provide makes it sound like the EU is separate from George's vision of the Star Wars universe. It is not. The EU must follow certain tenets set by George through the films and other guidelines that he provides outside of the films. Parallel universe suggests that each universe can go in separate directions, which really isn't the case with regard to the EU. The EU is bound by what is seen in the most current version of the films and by directives from George Lucas. He also said in 2009, the Holocron Keeper does not support the notion of Star Wars parallel universes. First off, as I said, it wasn't a perfect analogy. Lucas was using it to communicate the point that they remain separate from each other. While parallel universes aren't necessarily dependent on each other's events, the way the EU was designed, it must correlate with George Lucas's Star Wars. George's Star Wars was not required to be impacted by the EU. Maybe think of it more as a branched timeline than that turns into a parallel universe. The events of George's Star Wars must have happened in both universes, but the events of the EU sources only need to happen in the EU universe. There's a reason the EU was designed this way, and we'll address it at the end of the video. Also, isn't it interesting to note that he simply says the EU can't go in its own direction, but he never says George can't either? In fact, he says George is not bound by the EU, implying he can go in a separate direction. But if they're the same, then neither could go in a separate direction. This is some really good insight. Second off, like I've mentioned, purists will try to claim parallel didn't really mean separate like we might think. As I've said before, George Lucas knows science fiction. Parallel universe generally means something separate, not two parts of the same whole. And even if he really did mean they were the same continuity, and parallel was just an expression people misinterpret, then why would Chi feel the need to address it and downplay the use of the word parallel? If it really didn't mean anything separate, he would have simply said, yeah, parallel, what's wrong with that? As opposed to saying, well, gee, I don't know, parallel doesn't mean alternate. Come on, guys. Third off, why would we trust Leland Chee's interpretation of George's words over George's words themselves on the topic of what George thought? That one always confused me. Even then, why would we trust Leland Chee when Leland Chee admitted Dave Filoni would know George's thoughts better than he would? He said, I did not have direct contact with George about Star Wars continuity. Dave Filoni, who worked on Clone Wars, definitely did. Leland even admitted this was merely his own personal interpretation of canon and that it is at odds with Lucas. He literally said, the Holocron Keeper does not support the notion of the parallel universe. He's not saying George doesn't, because George clearly does. He's saying he doesn't. He is in Chi, Leland Chi. Whose words do we take as more important? He says here, the dual universe question comes up often. I know George has mentioned it being two universes, but that's not how I see it. His vision is definitely not beholden to ours, but ours is definitely beholden to his. Just as I explained a minute ago. George mentioned it being two universes, but Leland isn't saying that's not actually what George meant. Leland is saying, well, no, I disagree with George, even though we're talking about George's interpretation of the EU's canonicity, and the EU purists will take Leland's words to try and refute that, even though Leland just admitted here in 2012, not, after the Disney buyout, before that actually, no, this is his interpretation. It's not George's. He also admitted this. You're asking the keeper of the holocron, so of course I'm going to be a bit biased. The reality is that a huge number of people who have seen all 6 Star Wars films have never played a Star Wars game, visited a Star Wars website, watched a Star Wars television program, read a Star Wars publication, or purchased a Star Wars action figure or collectible. It would be a great disservice to discount these people as fans. So again, take that, anyone who says you're a fake fan unless you love the EU. Leland clearly was just trying to do damage control here. He's clearly expressed it's his own interpretation of canon and not anything from Lucas. And we've already shown other quotes from Leland Chee previously in the video that kind of go along with this. Now, in a debate about how Lucas licensing treats the canonicity of the EU, I'll happily take Leland's words over George in most instances. However, this is a debate on George's thoughts on the EU. So again, why on earth would we take Leland's confessed biased take over George's words at face value? Anyone who's willing to be intellectually honest about this discussion regarding the Starlog quote must be willing to admit that this logic commonly used to apparently rebut this sounds absurd. Now, let's talk about the splinter of the mind's eye quote. After Star Wars was released, it became apparent that my story, however many films it took to tell, was only one of thousands that could be told about the characters who inhabit its galaxy. But these were not stories that I was destined to tell. Instead, they would spring from the imagination of other writers inspired by the glimpse of a galaxy that Star Wars provided. Today, it is an amazing, if unexpected, legacy of Star Wars that so many gifted writers are contributing new stories to the saga. I'll be honest, this is a good piece of evidence from the EU purists. And if this was our only quote from Lucas on the matter, or if it was just this and the Starlog quote, and George stopped making Star Wars after Revenge of the Sith and didn't dabble with TCW or the sequel treatments, I would probably be willing to concede the argument, and I probably wouldn't even be putting this all together. Problem is, when you look at George's comments over the years, this seems to be an outlier. And the majority of the evidence, quotes from George, quotes from Lucasfilm Associates, and his work on the Prequel Trilogy, the Clone Wars, and the Sequel Trilogy, seems to support the conclusion that he didn't count it as canon. Why would he say this? I could say he simply must have changed his mind, but there are statements from Lucasfilm Associates that imply otherwise that were before this, so that timeline would not add up. My best guess? It's a marketing tactic, and we'll address this more in a bit. Sure, a purist could ignore everything else I've said and take this quote alone and run with it. And I'm not saying all 100% of the evidence supports my conclusion. I just think it supports an overwhelming majority of it. But if the EU purist wants to take this and say my argument isn't 100% supported by the facts, well, neither is theirs, and at best for them, if they want to claim this quote really means George was saying the EU is canon to him, well, then in light of everything else, their narrative that George held the EU as canon is no longer the definitive truth and simply becomes a theory that they can no longer claim is the definitive truth, but just a conclusion they reached based off of some of the evidence. So don't take my concession on this point alone as proof the EU purist narrative is right. And while I'm just admitted that 100% of the facts don't support me, that doesn't mean I'm being dishonest or that I'm wrong. I'm simply arguing the case that best supports a majority, might I add, an overwhelming majority of the data. So what about the story about John Knoll, an ILM guy, and Anakin's scar? He asked to George, so how did Anakin get that scar, George? George said, I don't know. Ask Howard, says George, referring to President of Lucas Licensing, Howard Rothman. That's one of those things that happens in the novels between the movies. I just put it there. He has to explain how it got there. I think Anakin got it slipping in the tub, but of course, he's not going to tell anybody that. I think this could be interpreted a few ways. If someone wanted to take this to mean George counted the EU, I could understand that. But just like the Splinter quote, it's not an end-all be-all. This is definitely one of the outliers. It's the exception, not the rule. My personal interpretation? George will never explain it, and he knows if anyone does, it would be Howard. This right here means George doesn't connect to the EU canon during the Clone Wars multimedia project that did explain it. It means that George is telling Howard, there you go, you can write a story about it. But on top of that, George says he thinks the answer is slipping in the bathtub, but he knows Howard won't tell that, so he's admitting Howard will tell a separate version of the story than what George counts. When asked in a 2012 Milken Institute interview how many characters of that Star Wars family exist today, George says, well, today there's over 5,000 characters. It's very big, we have lots of novels, lots of books, lots of games, and the movies and TV series, and there's a whole world of Star Wars now that didn't exist. I would say he's answering about Star Wars as an IP, not as personal canon. They initially were talking about character in the interview and how character drives the story prior to this question. If he went before that live audience and said Star Wars is just 6 movies and nothing else exists, he'd look like an idiot. Acknowledging it exists and that it's his own personal headcanon are two different things. And just for fun, notice he included TV series in that. Obviously, he's talking about TCW, seeing as this was a quote from 2012. Yet purists will still use this as a quote to say George is lumping his films with the EU, but exclude those same ramifications on TCW. In Star Wars Insider issue 45, George was asked, Do you have a map of this universe, every single creature, where they come from, what they eat, what their society back home is like, or are you just making it up as you go? And George responded, well, I think somewhere in the dark recesses of my company's files there is something like that, but I've never seen it, and I don't really know. Even though I live this, and I know the worlds very well, and I know what everything in them is, half the time I'm just in the fortunate position to make it up. So when somebody asks me a question, I just know what the consistencies are. I know what is consistent with a particular environment and what isn't. And really, that's the job of the director, to keep everything in line. I can do that on the movie, but I can't do that in the Star Wars universe. I've seen some use this quote to suggest he is lumping the expanded lore of the EU in with the movies. Maybe? I don't see it that way. He's being asked if he could basically describe the makeup and function of everything in the Star Wars equivalent of the Milky Way galaxy. I see two possible interpretations aside from that. The one I'm going with is George is owning the films here, but it's very possible, as happens from time to time, that there could be an inconsistency in the EU regarding one of these issues he's asked about, and he doesn't want to own that because he had nothing to do with the other stuff. Star Wars by this point is an IP, and he's saying he doesn't know everything and anything about the IP, just his films. That doesn't mean he's lumping it all together. The other interpretation is he's merely talking about what's shown on screen for the movie, but he doesn't know the ins and outs of what has yet to be explored. For example, he knows the inner workings of the Tatooine planet, but what about the next planet over that never popped up on screen? Some might point to the history of George Lucas statements and claim the man changes his opinions and words all the time, something I don't necessarily buy into. On occasion, sure, but generally speaking, no. And so they'll say we can't trust his words and we can only look at his actions, to which they'll generally point to either his minimal involvement in the EU or his references to the EU in the Prequel Trilogy and Original Trilogy special editions. To that, I would simply turn around and point to his actions with the Prequel Trilogy EU Retcons, TCW, and his treatments for the Sequel Trilogy. And if they want to go as far as to call that contradictory, even though I've explained why it's not, then I would say there's clearly no inconsistent answer that will appease them, and this debate is pointless because of that logic. George was asked once, do you supervise the development of all the off-movie stories? After all, Star Wars exists in books, comics. He responded, I try not to think about that. I have my own world in movies and I follow it. Of course, that the people who expand this universe work for me, but I can't follow up all they produce. They'll mainly point to him saying people expand the universe for him as saying it's canon. I disagree. Once again, he's talking about Star Wars as an IP. The question literally states Star Wars is more than movies. It is also books and comics. He here distances himself and says, well, yeah, other people expand it for me, referring to the fact that other people do it and not him. If he just said, well, actually, that's not real Star Wars, he'd look like a jerk to the EU authors and fans, people who literally who he just said worked for him. And he'd look like an idiot, too, on top of that. I don't see this quote as an issue. Other ones I've seen are, there's two quotes from the New Yorker, John Seabrook. He is a journalist at the New Yorker. He's not a Lucasfilm official, but he spoke to a couple of the EU people, and he wrote some blurbs and quotes in his article. Some of these are direct quotes, and some of these are just his interpretation of the interview. Lucas's day-to-day activities in the main house include the management of the Star Wars story, which is probably the most carefully tended secular story on Earth. Unlike Star Trek, which is a series of episodes connected by no central narrative, Star Wars is a single story, a finite expanding universe, in the words of Tom Dupree, who edits Bantam's Star Wars novels in New York. Everyone in the content-creating galaxy of Star Wars has a copy of the Bible, a burgeoning canonical document currently 170 pages long, that is maintained by continuity editors Alan Kosh and Sue Rustoni. It is a chronology of all the events that have ever occurred in the Star Wars universe in all the films, books, CD-ROMs, Nintendo games, comic books, and role-playing guides, and each medium is seamlessly coordinated with the others. John Seabrook, again, he's an interviewer for a journalist paper, and he was interviewing Tom Dupree. None of the words about Lucas's day-to-day activities actually came from Tom Dupree. All Tom said was Star Wars is a single story, a finite expanding universe, and he talked to them about the Bible, the Continuity Bible. Another one from John Seabrook. New developments in even the remotest corners of the Star Wars universe are always approved by Lucas himself. The continuity editors send him checklists of potential events, and Lucas checks yes or no. When Bantam wanted to do a backstory on Yoda, Dupree said, George said that was off limits because he wanted him to remain a mysterious character, but George is made available sometime between the start of Episode 4, wherein Han Solo is a young pilot on the planet Corellia, and the end of the prequel, so we're working with that now. We've talked about this quote before with the EU involvement. Again, Seabrook is a journalist and is using his own words to sum up Dupree's words. Dupree was talking about the checklist or basic ideas and events, and Seabrook interpreted that as Lucas approving everything. The quote itself that says new developments in even the remotest corners of the Star Wars universe are always approved by Lucas himself, that was not from Tom Dupree, that was from John Seabrook. That was his own interpretation. Again, he's a journalist, he doesn't work with Lucasfilm. Be assured that nothing Star Wars related that Dark Horse publishes escapes the scrutiny of Mr. Lucas. To that I would simply say, except Dark Empire, right? Odds are, again, he's either misinformed, or as we've demonstrated before, or this is a reference to the checklist concept. But what about all the other EU authors and officials that have said it was canon? Everything is official, canon, everything is canon, the novels, the comics, the video games. That was Leland Chee. First of all, when we were writing those books, we were told we were writing canon. So at that time, we were creating canon. Anybody who says they were never canon is just incorrect. That was Michael Stackpole. It was all canon. Everything published was canon. That's Matt Stover. I hope I did those impersonations properly. I've seen those clips so many times, but this might be a point where I can side with the EU purists a little bit. It absolutely was canon from 1990 or 1977 till 2014. As Michael Stackpole alluded to, it was all canon. As Howard Rothman said, there had to be continuity to everything. Tim Zahn couldn't write a story about Thrawn trilogy where Thrawn dies at the end of 9 ABY, and then someone else came along a few years later and wrote a different story about Thrawn 20 years after the Civil War ended. The authors had to work with each other. Sure, there were some retcons along the way, but that's natural. But there was an active effort to keep things in order. It wasn't a willful or intentional retcon. According to at least as far as I know, according to the official company Canon, the EU was canon until April 2014. However, canon refers to an authoritative list of books that the Lucas licensing editors consider an authentic part of the official Star Wars history. Our goal is to present a continuous and unified history of the Star Wars galaxy insofar as that history does not conflict with or undermine the meaning of Mr. Lucas's Star Wars saga, films, and screenplays, things that Lucas licensing does not consider official part of the continuous Star Wars history shown in Infinite's logo or contained in Star Wars Tales. Everything else is considered canon. Sue Rustoni reused this quote and upheld its accuracy on StarWars.com in May 2003. Canon was a licensing term. I don't think Lucas even ever used the word canon once. So when the EU authors and Leland Chee, whom we've already talked about, talk about their works being canon, they are correct. They were canon per Lucas licensing, but that does not mean that they were canon per Lucas. Even Timothy Zahn, the chief EU contributing author, has pointed out that they always knew that it was subservient to George and that it wasn't the same type of canon. Some might challenge Tim's idea by saying other EU authors seemed to feel it was canon and George was involved. Unlike the other authors, as we've already discussed, Tim met George Lucas and they got to have a brief conversation. I think out of anyone, Tim was the EU author who was best able to speak regarding Lucas's thoughts on the EU, and he clearly had a different interpretation than some of the other authors like Stackpole. And even then, just because it was canon to licensing does not mean it was canon to Lucas. Some again may be screaming at me through their monitors about how Lucas owned licensing, so my distinction is irrelevant. Yet, I disagree. I've seen this quote used to suggest Lucas really did have a hand in the EU canon thing. I've pulled this screenshot from a video, and I don't know its original source, but I do believe it's authentic. Let's read it. The gatekeeper. So who is the guardian of our intergalactic pearly gates? Our St. Peter is Lucasfilm licensing vice president Howard Rothman. Several years ago, we made the decision with George to open up the Star Wars universe beyond the scope of the first trilogy and independent of whatever the next trilogy would hold, said Rothman. George provided us with some general guidelines about what we could and couldn't do. For instance, we couldn't do stories in the time period a couple of generations before Star Wars because that's when he planned to focus the next trilogy. However, we could extend the fantasy after Return of the Jedi. Lucasfilm licensing serves two functions. They make sure all new material is consistent with the films, consistent in its portrayal of the Rebels and Empire's conflict, consistent in how it introduces characters of different races and cultures, and even consistent in design direction. Additionally, Lucas licensing makes sure the new material from different sources is consistent. Our aim is to have a lot of cross-fertilization between mediums. This validates the universe for fans, continued Rothman. We're building an integrated team that's producing product in this integrated universe. The result is a universe so carefully and explicitly evolved that it begins to parallel our own Milky Way in its diversity, logic, and believability. Sure. It says here Howard and George made the decision to open up the universe for storytelling. His use of the words independent of whatever the next trilogy would hold is interesting. Either way, this quote is used to try to say Lucas was part of making the EU canon. Is that true, though? As we already talked about, Howard revealed the details of that decision in 2017, and he explicitly said that the only way George allowed this to happen was that the EU was a separate story, like how Star Trek runs their publishing. And we know this is true because Lucas has made references to the Star Trek situation at least twice, once in 2005 and once in 2008. So this very decision George was a part of, that purists try to say means George saw the EU as canon, in actuality means the complete opposite. George only agreed with this decision because the EU was not canon to his films. This leads right into an interesting one I've seen thrown around, specifically by the EU purist channel Star Wars Scran, who, make no mistake, I have no personal beef with him, and I think he's a decent guy, but this line of defense needs to be addressed. In regards to Disney Lucasfilm relegating the expanded universe to the Legends continuity, he has said that canon is established, not dictated. His live stream titled Decanonized from April 25th, 2025, around the 12-minute mark starts talking about the Bible, and he uses that as an example. I'm not sure if Star Wars Scran is religious or not, and how much he knows about the Bible, but as a Latter-day Saint, canon is something I've done a deep dive into, as our faith's stance on canon is a major controversy between us and other Christian faiths. And let me tell you, saying canon is established, not dictated, is not applicable to the Bible and Christianity. For example, the LDS Church's canon is open and new revelations can overwrite pre-existing ones. We see some of this in the Bible, especially when newer prophets and apostles, etc., reinterpret the meaning of prior prophets' words. For example, a lot of prophecies about Christ in the Old Testament were initially not attributed to messianic prophecies by Jews. Even in Catholicism, the Pope has made changes to the Church's canon law. Also, as time goes on, with the more we learn about biblical history, culture, and manuscripts, the more our understanding of the text may change and impact the meaning of the scripture, which essentially changes canon readings of it. Originally, Christianity was one faith and eventually split up. Protestantism came from Catholicism, and the Protestant Bible actually has less books than the Catholic Bible. The Protestants determined they were not going to count them as canon. Even Eastern Orthodox has more of the books of the Bible than Catholics. And Latter-day Saints would actually say we don't count the Song of Solomon from the Bible as canon, even though it was considered canon for centuries. Even going back to the ancient church councils where the Christian Bible was formed, there were tons of texts that at least some Christians counted as canonical that were not included in the Bible of Scripture going forward. Even if you're going to count those as just denominational struggles and differences on what God actually counted as canon all along, take a look at the Book of Enoch. It was at one point considered canon. It was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and the Epistle of Jude in the New Testament even quotes it. But within the first couple centuries after Christ, the book lost its canonicity status. Even though it was lost for a while and has since been recovered from the Qumran caves, it has not been added back into the canon. But let's say he's merely talking about Star Wars, and the Bible was just a poor analogy on his part. Let's dive in and see if that's really true. Let's look at the Marvel comics from the 70s. Initially, they were considered canon. An interview between Echo Station's Jim Morrow and Archie Goodwin in 2001. In the beginning, I would send a synopsis of the storyline I was planning to do to Lucasfilm, and the folks in their licensing department would check over what I was doing. I dealt with a lady named Carol Titleman, practically a one-person licensing department for Lucasfilm. Later on, as they hired more people, there would be an editor that I worked with and submitted material to. They got to where they could trust me enough that I could generally get the comic book done and submit the finished version for them to check over. After a year or so, they became comfortable with me. Occasionally, I would do a story that they would feel uncomfortable with, and I might have to make changes. When asked, I'm curious as to what limitations Lucasfilm set on your storylines. Were there any story ideas you wanted to explore but were not allowed to? Archie replied, not really. But as time went on, the Marvel comics lost their canonicity status. Lucasfilm's stance on Marvel, as I've learned in the time I've spent writing for WEG, Topps, and soon Dark Horse, more on that at a later date, is that they don't have a problem with fitting the Marvel tales into current continuity so long as it's not done in your face. In other words, the writers were allowed to Consider the Marvel series as part of the continuity, but more of a background continuity than a foreground continuity. I know that sounds a little screwy, and I can foresee some eyebrows raising over this post, but that's not how the Marvel series currently stands. That was Rich Hanley, an EU author, in 1999. The premise of all the comic books and novels, games, and other spin-off works is that they all work chronologically, that the movie continuity forms one unbroken story. Since our movies have their own internal continuity, we maintain that in the spin-off works. Technically, George Lucas has been doing continuity all along by mapping out the 9 films, but it wasn't until 1991 when Timothy Zahn wrote the novel Heir to the Empire, the first Star Wars bestseller, which was the beginning of what we call the Star Wars Renaissance, that continuity became an issue. The expanded universe was left to Marvel Comics, which produced characters that would sometimes irk Lucasfilm, the most infamous being one of the earliest, a wisecracking green cartoon rabbit called Jackson, modeled on Bugs Bunny. Jackson offered the first inkling of the disastrously off-base concepts and creations that could swirl out of the expanded universe. But for every Jackson, fortunately, there was a Mara Jade or a Grand Admiral Thrawn. I had a conversation with the YouTuber Star Wars Grand who suggested everything prior to Heir to the Empire, including Splinter the Mind's Eye, was not initially canon and it only became canon later on when the 90s era continuity writers included them. Here's an image from an early Marvel comic book. I don't know which one, but the text implies it is pre-Empire Strikes Back, and it further demonstrates that they were intended to be canon. We're going to read the second side of the first image onwards, as that's what's relevant. Accordingly, Ray got together for lunch in Hollywood the other day with George Lucas as well as amiable Mark Hamill, who plays Lucas in the movie, to discuss the direction he and Hallie would take the strip. Measers, Thomas, and Chaskin had already plotted number 7 and set the direction for an issue or two beyond, but they wanted to be sure that their own scheme of things did not conflict with future plans of George himself, who oversees the movies, books, and other priceless items which will be emanating from the Star Wars Corporation in the months to come. Fortunately for all of us, or for us all, since we already later in the shadow of the dreaded deadline doom, George was enthusiastic about what Roy and Howie have done, and the other directions he suggested for the strip were nearly identical to what our writer-artist team wanted to do anyway, which perhaps is only natural since Roy and Howie have been two of the movie's biggest boosters since long before the film was even completed, let alone released. Thus, beginning next issue, you'll be treated to the first ever sequel to Star Wars, the film, and Star Wars, the comic mag, in a series of stories which initially will center mostly around the space mercenary Han Solo and his Wookiee companion Chewbacca. But never fear, because Mark Hamill threatened to turn the Sand People of Tatooine loose on RT and HC if they don't bring Luke and company into the scene pretty soon as well. Oh yes, and one final point. Roy was pleased as a parsec of Punch to learn that he is one of the few people in this galaxy who is spelling the word Wookiee correctly, namely with 2 E's. Most places, even in the movie's own program books, it's been misspelled with only 1, and since George went to great pains to explain just how upset Wookiees get when their generic name is mishandled, we're glad it wasn't us who goofed. Now on to a few letters about our second Smash issue. Okay, so then there we go. It was from the second issue. The other quote, far from simply batting out the Star Wars comic as you suggest, Roy spent, as did Howie, long hours for no pay at the Lucasfilm offices on the Universal movie lot, talking with writer-director Lucas and with media projects director Charles Lippincott about the way the series should be handled. He spent more hours with them, as well as the movie stars Mark Hamill and Harrison Ford, since then getting all the feedback he can on how things should go in future stories. Since both movie and paperback sequels are projected and George naturally wishes to keep them all consistent, this is a far more complicated project even than writing and editing books like Conan or Tarzan, let alone other comic mags. These images describe George's involvement and oversight in a similar manner to the EU stories of the 90s, and the quotes we went over from Archie Goodwin earlier showed, again, a similar process. So I don't really know what makes the EU purists think this wasn't originally meant to be canon. The only reason they have to do so is the word of a 90s-era EU overseers. Similar to how Disney Lucasfilm overseers say the previous EU is not canon, even though Lucasfilm officials previously said it was. See, like history's almost repeating itself. On top of that, here's the complete forward from Splinter of the Mind's Eye republished 1996 copy, where George makes it pretty clear that it was meant to be part of the expanded universe. We're just going to read the second paragraph onwards as that's what's relevant. After Star Wars was released, it became apparent that my story, however many films it took to tell, was only one of thousands that could be told about the characters who inhabit its galaxy. these were not stories that I was destined to tell. Instead, they would spring from the imagination of other writers, inspired by the glimpse of a galaxy that Star Wars provided. Today, it is an amazing, if unexpected, legacy of Star Wars that so many gifted writers are contributing new stories to the saga. This legacy began with Splinter of the Mind's Eye, published less than a year after the release of Star Wars, written by Alan Dean Foster, a well-known and talented science fiction author. Splinter was promoted as a further adventure of Luke Skywalker. It hit the bookstores just as I was preparing to write my own further adventure of Luke, in the form of a script entitled The Empire Strikes Back. It seems only fitting after all these years that Splinter would be republished as I prepare once again to write another further adventure set a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. This seems to heavily imply Splinter was always meant to be part of the canon. If Lucas really thought this was a discarded, no longer needed story since Empire was coming out, he would have had it thrown out. Yet it was published the year after Star Wars came out, even though Lucas knew A New Hope was a hit and was further moving along with The Empire Strikes Back. And again, too, they'll use the 90s words, continuity editors, to be like, well, we'll see, they're saying Marvel Comics weren't meant to be canon. But again, here we have Lucas talking about how Splinter was meant to be canon. The 90s continuity editors were saying continuity only became a thing after Heir to the Empire. So by that quote, you have to remove Splinter from being initially considered canon, even though that's not what Lucas thought. So again, the early Marvel comics and Splinter the Mind's Eye, along with the Han and Lando novels, were clearly intended to be canon early on. They then lost their canonicity status, at least the Marvel comics did. Later on, they were allowed to be re-entered into the canon if referenced by C-Canon, which changed their canon tiers. Leland Chee said regarding the Marvel comics, S-Canon with stuff that has been referenced as C-Canon. When asked at Comic-Con in 2011 whether the comics were counted as canon, he said, well, you got some things like Marvel comics for a period were sort of being disregarded for a long period of time, and we eventually brought that back. This sounds very much like canon being dictated as opposed to being established. And even if Star Wars Scran is right, and they were originally not considered to be anything other than fan fiction, and they weren't considered canon, making them canon in the 90s is dictating canon. Making something non-canon into canon is essentially the same as taking something canon and making it non-canon. The approach to Marvel Comics in the 90s and early 2000s seems to be a case of treat it as non-canon and you could cherry pick and take what you like and bring it into the canon. That sounds like the exact same thing Lucasfilm is doing with the original EU now, but purists will criticize them for doing that, even though their own continuity they love so much did that exact same thing with the continuity that came before. And it wasn't just the Marvel comics. This is from Sue Restoni in 2003. Canon, confusing sometimes. Basically, everything except those items marked with an infinity logo is considered canon. There is a hierarchy. The movies, novelizations, radio dramas come first, then everything else. If something in a novelization contradicts the movies, then we defer to the movies, i.e. the Return of the Jedi novelization says that Obi-Wan and Owen Lars were brothers. This wasn't in the movie and has since been discounted. Maybe it was a cover they used at one point. Who knows? The one area that's constantly in dispute are the Marvel comics and David's middle grade books, The Glove of Vader, etc. For these, if something adds to the universe and does not contradict either already established facts or Star Wars sensibility, we accept it and add it to the lore. If it does, we disregard it. At the time these products were published, the idea of continuous history hadn't been established. I hope this helps. Sue. In real life, the children's series of which you write was conceived and published before the official continuity policy was established. So the major events like Han and Leia's wedding are discounted. We've been able to logically and realistically incorporate some of the elements in the books into the established continuity, as Tasty pointed out. But at the time they were written, we had no idea whether people would even want to read Star Wars books, and there was that chance that if the Zahn trilogy didn't do well, the whole program would have never happened. Even when dealing with retcons, the canonicity of an item is called into question. Wizards, let's say that you come across two or more contradictory sources while chasing down a reference. How do you decide which one to accept as canon? Leland Chee said everything is looked at a case-by-case basis. Among the factors we consider, in how many sources does this particular fact happen? Which source has the largest audience? Which explanation is the coolest? Have we been told by George Lucas to avoid this topic? If after weighing all those variables the answer isn't yet clear, the issue is presented to an internal group that makes the final determination as to which source is correct. So here you have it. Leland Chee says that there's two contradictory sources they can't reconcile. They basically decide, even though both of those works were intended to be canon, they get to decide which one's actually canon or not. Canon gets played with all the time. When the Thrawn trilogy first came out, it was considered canon, as the purists like to remind people. Everything it laid out about the Clone Wars, including the timetable of the conflict, was canon 100%, and we showed this with reference guides from 1994 earlier in the video. Then the prequel trilogy came out, and obviously the two sources contradict. So the Thrawn trilogy either has to lose its canonicity status, or you have to say, well, actually it's mostly canon, but that one part isn't, which is the case of dictating canon. Owen's brother is also an instance of dictating canon. Initially, it was Owen being his brother, but after Attack of the Clones, a new brother for Kenobi was made named Owen, and it had to be retconned that all references to Owen Lars being his brother actually meant another Owen, even though those instances that did so were quite clearly Owen Lars. This is dictating canon by changing the meaning of the text or the acceptability or the reliability of the text. Even for all the retcons created by the prequel trilogy, even if later sources fixed them, you could still only fix them in most cases by reducing the canonicity status of a portion of the source. If I take the plain text of the Tales from the Bounty Hunter and Dark Empire 2 about Boba Fett and compare it with Attack of the Clones, regardless of future stories, those two texts are not reconcilable. So you have to play with it a little bit to resolve it. Even saying the Marvel comics are S-canon and not really counted unless a C-canon source brings it up, then it becomes canon, is essentially dictating the canon. It is inconsistent for an EU purist to claim that canon is only established, not dictated. It is done because they don't want to admit that the company that put all the EU material out to begin with, Lucasfilm, has now actually decanonized the work that they enjoy. Even if they try to put forth the idea that George, as creator, is the only one who has the right to determine canon status, something I believe he lost when he sold that right to Disney, he has clearly established his canon is not the EU. And to that, I would also say, what happened if George, heaven forbid, died halfway through the creation of a novel series? Would that forever be incomplete? Would Star Wars stop if he died? If he was halfway through making his live action series and he passed away, would that forever be incomplete? Furthermore, as we established, there are several EU stories Lucas had nothing to do with. They seem to mostly be minor ones, but it wasn't even an approval or veto power or anything. Should those be considered canon to the EU even though he didn't touch it? So if EU purists are going to ignore George on the matter and stick with Lucasfilm, well, Lucasfilm made the decision to change the canon status on the EU material. Sure, the chief at the very top may be different, but other personnel were still around, like Howard Rothman, who was still with the company until retiring a few years after the acquisition. Some suggest that because George Lucas has read the comics and likes them, that means they're canon to him. First off, not so fast. Keep in mind that Lucas has gone on record saying that he doesn't read that stuff. It's the words of other people that say he reads them. The only thing George has explicitly said about the comics was in regards to Ayla Secura, whom he described seeing on the cover of a comic, not actually reading the comic itself. I do think Lucas probably reads some of the comics, though, but either way, that doesn't mean he counts them as canon. It's possible he read some of the Infinites comics. Would that make them canon? Same with the Star Wars parodies. Some might even point out he collected some of the EU cover art, but that doesn't mean anything because according to artist Simeon Bianchi, Lucasfilm purchased one of the originals of the artwork for his Star Wars number 7 from the 2015 Marvel comic run specifically for Lucas because he loved it so much. Does that make that comic canon? George Lucas said he liked the Kenobi series. And this doesn't seem to be Lucasfilm lying. They have been open and honest about George's displeasure with 7, with Bob Iger still defending their decisions in his 2019 memoir, and they haven't even talked about Lucas's thoughts on the project since 2018 Solo. Does him liking Kenobi make it canon? George liking some of the EU has no bearing on him counting it as canon. So then, what was it all about? If Lucas didn't care, why get involved? If Lucas didn't consider it canon, why authorize its creation and publishing? It was about money. Howard Rothman, the son in the Holy Trilogy of Star Wars, the head of Lucas Licensing, had this to say after his retirement in a 2017 interview. Well, for that initial period of the original trilogy, we were doing great, but in 1983, when Return of the Jedi came out, George also announced that he was getting divorced and going out of the Star Wars business, that he wasn't going to make any Star Wars movies, and that kind of ground things to a halt. Obviously, the world didn't stop everything, our original audience was getting older, there was so much of our business was built around kids at that time, and kids grow up, and a new generation was moving in. There was a lot of competition in the marketplace all of a sudden. Syndicated television was coming on board, and that's where kids were gravitating to. And Star Wars sales just plummeted at that point. By 1985, you couldn't give away Star Wars merchandise. We had to make a decision to sort of go underground, just turn things down, not try to drive the market so much. It wasn't until the early 90s that we really started to look at how do we bring Star Wars back. That was the pivotal time where we evolved into something that was 100% driven by theatrical movies to something that was driven more by consumer products. In retrospect, I had a brilliant process. When it was happening at the time, it was sort of alive and evolving, but the basic framework was that we had to recognize that our audience evolved. So if you were a 10-year-old in 1977 when you saw the film originally, and that was kind of the core audience, certainly the audience that was buying the product, by 1990, you're either finishing college, starting your career, starting a family, you're at a very different stage or life stage. And we started thinking if people are still interested in Star Wars, what would interest them at that stage of their life? And that's when we started to think about things like continuing some of the stories of the characters in the films through novels, because we at that point were out of the theatrical film business. So we looked at publishing as a very important way of re-engaging the audience at this new life stage. There have always been things we've said no. We've got so many proposals for different things. I mean, one of the temptations of something as ubiquitous and powerful as Star Wars is that everybody wants a piece of it. So there's a lot of greed at work and overenthusiasm and maybe things that, just aren't right for the brand. This was a 2017 interview after his retirement. So, yes, I know some EU purists may hate when anti-EU fans bring up this approach, but it's not me making this argument. It's Howard Rothman. I'm just sharing what he said. And the mentality was there before Disney and his retirement. It's not him rewriting history. Referring to Star Wars, it was an unstoppable locomotive, and then a funny thing happened. All of a sudden, it stopped. George Lucas stopped making Star Wars movies. Little boys stopped buying Star Wars toys, and people stopped interacting with the franchise. By 1986, you couldn't give the toys away. The original audience had aged out of it, and the next group of kids was on to the Masters of the Universe and the new G.I. Joe and lots of other things, and that was the exact time that I got promoted to be the head of licensing. Not a great time to get that job. I don't know if you've ever tried to sell anything that people didn't want, but I thought, no, I'll show them. I'll be the greatest salesman that ever lived. So I went out to every retailer and every licensee trying to convince them to restock Star Wars. And to one, they told me, kid, Star Wars is dead. So I had to go back to George Lucas and deliver the news. Needless to say, that was a meeting I wasn't looking forward to. I really thought it was going to be one of those situations where he pushes the button and your chair falls through the floor into the tank of piranhas. So I'll never forget. I walked into his office and I said, George, I hate to tell you this, but Star Wars is dead. And he looked at me and narrowed his eyes and he said, no, it's not dead. It's just taking a rest. A lot of kids really love those movies. Someday they're going to grow up and start having kids of their own. We could bring it back then. As a side note, if EU purists really want to try to put Howard up as the son and the holy trinity of Star Wars, while they simultaneously bash Dave Filoni as someone who can't be trusted or a betrayer of George or a hack, here's what Howard had to say in that same interview about George. When asked who shot first, Howard responded, I think it's really clear. Look, that was a very unpleasant controversy. Clearly Han shot first. George went through this little moment in the course of doing the special edition in 1997 where he questioned the morality of that. He maybe should have questioned more what Han Solo's character was. Try finding a video of Dave Filoni questioning George's understanding of Star Wars and its core characters publicly like that. That's kind of wild and crazy to me. So the real reason George kept tabs on the EU while also keeping a distance, if it was clearly advertised as an alternate universe that didn't adhere to the films but was straight up alternate reality like one might think of when they hear that term, the EU probably wouldn't sell and the company wouldn't make money. This is probably why in the Splinter forward he described the stories as being part of the saga even though he didn't really see it that way. Going into the prequels, financing was the key, seeing as George was financing not just the special editions of the classic films, but all three prequels with his own pocketbooks. Howard said when George said he was going back to make the prequel trilogy, the first one would be released in 1997, and that got moved to 1998, and then finally got moved to 1999. It completely wreaked havoc with all of our plans, with, most of my life, and at that point, but it also forced us to come up with other ideas for what do you do to keep the plate spinning. What do you do to keep the audience engaged? Because we were very conscious of moving from this period that was driven by consumer products into a period that was once again going to be driven by theatrical films, in the prospect of deeply engaging a new generation. J.W. Rinsler who interviewed Lucas for several biographies, keep in mind, said George had a very healthy attitude towards the EU and licensing in general. I mean, licensing starting after episode 1 just became this juggernaut that was making just truckloads and truckloads of money for Lucasfilm. So you don't bother licensing. And he had good lieutenants running licensing, and they would just ask him, of something in particular maybe George might care about, and basically George would give everyone a full head of steam. His attitude was do what you want, don't talk about Yoda, or for this movie, I'm going to be doing that, so don't talk about that. And that was it. You did your thing and he did his thing. And then if it contradicted the EU, Leland would get together with publishing and say, how can we fix this? And come up with some retro reverse engineered fit. I mean, it was make-believe. It is make-believe. So people didn't get very uptight about it. While George has always been passionate about telling his stories that are in his movies, and he made great films while doing so, he's still a businessman and smart about marketing. He's just not soulless while doing it, like other corporate and Hollywood hacks. He has stated that he intentionally put Star Wars as an early summer release, even though he was advised against it, with the idea that kids would see the movie, go to school, talk about it with their friends, and spread the word so more kids would go see it. He got himself into the position to take merchandising and sequel rights so that when time came to make the next Star Wars movies after A New Hope, he could fund it himself with the merchandising revenue and retain studio independence. He literally said the 03 Clone Wars was supposed to function as commercials until the animators pushed back and got at least a 2 to 3 minute runtime. Why would George Lucas step in and order Genndy to put the Battle of Coruscant in the final episodes? Because then kids would watch it and want to go see the movie to see how it all wraps up. Same principle with Labyrinth of Evil, which is probably why that was the only publishing story from the Clone Wars multimedia project where the story idea came directly from him, as it would tie straight into the film. And if anyone brings up the Shatterpoint, same thing. He gave some basic words about the war to kick off the Clone Wars multimedia project, which helped generate revenue for the final prequel trilogy film. According to Noah Falstein, Lucas gave 3 specific directives, and this is with LucasArts: stay small, be the best, and don't lose any money. Seeing as the EU was launching around the same time that Lucas had decided to go back and do the prequels, of course he would give his permission. The company had been dormant on the Star Wars front since 1985. Doing the EU would help generate income for the prequels. Considering Howard pitched it to him in the same way Star Trek functioned, why would he refuse? The truth is, the EU wasn't really much more than a marketing tactic for Lucasfilm to finance films and other endeavors. To do so successfully required a certain level of oversight and quality by Lucas to make sure it lived up to the brand of Star Wars. Lucas, Howard Rothman, Sue Rustoni, and many others have demonstrated that the EU was never meant to be part of George's canon. It was all part of licensing. George's stories he has personally been involved with have always contradicted the EU to one degree or another. George's Star Wars canon was the 6 live-action Star Wars episodes and Star Wars The Clone Wars. To close out, I just wanted to give my own personal thoughts and take regarding the EU. Some might take this video to mean I hate the EU or I have an agenda against anyone who loves it. That's simply not true. I actually love the idea of the EU, and I honestly envy anyone who grew up with that. Being a Star Wars fan growing up in the 90s would have been a sick time to be a Star Wars fan, and part of me honestly wishes I could have experienced that and jumped headfirst into the beautiful stories of the EU in the early 90s and the early 2000s. I haven't read a lot of it, but I have read some stuff, like the Quinlan Vos omnibus of comics, Rogue Planet, Darth Plagueis, a few TCW tie-ins, several Dark Horse comics from pre-Phantom Menace and between episodes 4 and 5, and a few of the Last of the Jedi books, and most of that I liked. And I've watched all the on-screen stuff, like droids in the Ewok movies. I read the Thrawn trilogy for the first time in 2023, and I actually enjoyed it. And I fully admitted to anyone who asked me what I thought that if I had read that in the 90s, I would have gobbled that up. And yeah, I do keep up with the Disney stuff. But that doesn't mean I'm a shill with an agenda against the EU. I don't like all the Disney stuff, and a lot of it is really mid. But the stuff I do really love, like Rebels and Rogue One, I can sit here and still enjoy them as film and television products, as stories and as entries in the Star Wars franchise, while happily admitting that I know it doesn't come from George Lucas, or it's not part of his vision for Star Wars per se. I can make arguments on why I think it fits, but that doesn't change the fact that he didn't make it. His involvement shouldn't be the only determining factor in your enjoyment of a story. And for anyone who thinks the EU can only be authentic or enjoyed if Lucas counted it as his personal vision for Star Wars is honestly straight up disrespectful to those authors who told those stories. But more importantly than my thoughts on the EU and Disney, I wholeheartedly love George Lucas's Star Wars saga. I have some minor criticisms, more specifically with Attack of the Clones or a few of the things in Return of the Jedi, but I wholeheartedly love George Lucas's Star Wars world and his stories that were presented to us via the original trilogy, the Prequel Trilogy, and the Clone Wars. And I'm really bummed that we did not get to see Star Wars through the lens of what he had in store for Star Wars Underworld and the Sequel Trilogy. I really desperately hope that someday those treatments and those scripts get released to us. I would very much like to see what George Lucas had to say about those eras. But more importantly than just my thoughts on George Lucas's Star Wars, I just love and respect George Lucas as a filmmaker. The more I've deep dived into him and studied him over the last few years, the more I just admire him and respect him. He's been such a great inspiration and a role model to me, especially as I've made my own short films and built my own little YouTube channel. And I didn't put all this together to hate on the people that love the EU. That by all means had nothing to do with it. I did all this because I respect and love George Lucas, and I want what he thought was Star Wars to be accurately represented and portrayed. And I won't stand for anyone falsely claiming that either the EU stuff or the Disney stuff was his true vision of Star Wars. Sure, maybe elements seep through from time to time in both of those cases, and sure, maybe you could try and reconcile a lot of that with his vision for Star Wars, but it's not the true thing. And I want George Lucas accurately represented because after all he's given us, I mean, the movie industry wouldn't be the way it is if it wasn't for him. Special effects, none of that. We owe modern day filmmaking and television and storytelling in Hollywood all to George Lucas. And because of that, I feel the man deserves to be accurately represented, and that's why I did all this. So to close, I don't care if any of these EU channels like Star Wars Scran and some of the others keep talking about the EU. By all means, keep going. Keep talking about the EU, keep loving it, keep diving into it. I don't care. They can even say that they're talking about the EU as Star Wars lore that's better than what Disney's doing. Go for it. I don't care. They just can't keep going forward saying that the EU was the true version of George Lucas's Star Wars. Because the truth is, it wasn't. True George Lucas Star Wars was Star Wars Episodes 1 through 6 and Star Wars The Clone Wars. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe to the channel. If you liked the video, comment down below and hit that like button. Oh, and check out some of my other videos. I'm sure you'll find them delight.